Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. And mods, if you could just spam all these links as I go through them. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. We have my Caucasian, Andrew Wilson, here, and a lot to get through tonight. So for the sake of the smooth stream, we have boosted the read and TTS triggers. Messages $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Messages $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If it's too disruptive throughout the show, we might have to boost it again, but we'll see how it goes. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month, and thank you all of you guys for becoming members there. Appreciate it, guys. We are also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram, @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Even if you disagree with myself or the podcast, we'd love to have you. We welcome debate. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM @whatever there. Follow me on Instagram @BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Really the pressing issue of our time. Andrew's a member of the board on that one, so he's, big moves happening. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. And guys, we hit that 1 million subscriber milestone. Thank you guys so much for that. YouTube will probably get us a plaque for the 1 million in a couple weeks, I think. So thank you guys. Really appreciate it. And we post clips there every single day. And if you can't catch the full shows. Yo, AB Check, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships, man. Appreciate it. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link for that is in the description. In unrelated news, I got scammed out of $2,000, but I'll save the story for the end of the show. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Alien. I'm 25, and I'm also from Arizona. I work at Amazon. I work underneath my mom for OMG Sweet Shop, and then I also have a podcast with my best friend for music.
What's your government name?
Do I have to say it?
Do you go by like a nickname that's not Alien, or?
I can give you a hint.
Is it just not out there? Your like actual name, or even a normal stage name? I feel like
if I tell you my name, it's just sabotaging me, and you're also not gonna think it's real. So, is
it Gertrude?
Gertrude. No.
I'm just gonna call you Gertrude the rest of the show then. Okay, what about you?
My name is Jaden. I am from Arizona. I'm 24 years old. And I'm a singer-songwriter as well as a photographer. I like to build things, and I am also a bartender server.
All right, welcome. What about you?
My name is Tara. I'm 23 years old. I am from Canada, and I'm a freelancer.
What part of Canada?
Ontario.
Ontario. Is that the French-speaking part?
No, that's Quebec.
Oh, okay.
What kind of freelancing?
I'm on Upwork. I just help Amazon.
Oh, okay.
We might need posture checks from you when you're speaking to the mic, but go ahead.
My name is Lindsay Graham. I'm from Arizona. I'm 43 years old. I am a wife, a mom of 3, a keynote speaker, an author, and I own a fashion brand called Pretty Little Patriot with this hot little thing over here in pink.
Thanks.
All right, welcome.
My name is Madeline. I'm 21. I also live in Arizona. Currently, I'm a server, but I also do photography and, yeah, some freelance stuff. But, yeah.
My name is Kendall. I'm from Kentucky. I'm 37. I am a wife, a mom of 3, a political activist, and I own Pretty Little Patriot with Lindsay.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Ivory Amora. I am 24 years old. I am a social media manager, and yeah, that's it.
Where are you from?
Oh, that's the one I forgot. Chandler, Arizona.
I knew
I knew it.
She's looking around at us.
I know.
Nobody
I
else
knew
at
it.
all.
Help me.
Everyone's from Arizona?
Yeah.
I know.
Wait,
Crazy
hold on.
happen
Very
often.
ironic.
Wait.
I'm Kentucky.
Yeah.
Well, no, she's from Canada.
Yeah, not
And I'm
everyone.
Canada.
Mostly everybody is
But
from Arizona.
everyone
Four of them.
besides you is from Arizona.
Yeah.
No, I'm
And
Kentucky.
pretty close
Don't
to
forget
proximity,
Oh,
Kentucky.
too.
you're Kentucky, but
You live
So
in
everyone
Kentucky now?
else besides
I'm in
her
Kentucky.
and
I've
her.
never been in
Okay,
Arizona.
interesting.
We discovered this outside that we're all. They drove.
guys,
here.
we're coming to you live from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Whatever's on the road.
We're on the road.
We could have all carpooled.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube to my knowledge. I'm a blood sport debater, political commentator, and I do also a lot of political satire. And I'm from Michigan.
Not
All right. Welcome, everybody. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, whatever it may be.
What?
If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever had? Go ahead.
So technically I'm single, but I'm also dating a tree. Yeah.
A tree?
A tree. Yeah.
Tree.
Can you
it
boost
a
the audio?
A tree.
What does that mean, a tree?
There's just a big tree. down
Is
the
this
street from
consensual?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we're
How
talking
are
Trees
you?
get
tree.
consent.
This
so
is
it's
not
actually
real.
essaying the.
What type
What's
of tree
tree's
is it?
government
I don't
name?
know what type.
There's
I don't know.
there's a philia for that, isn't there? What is
Yeah.
it called?
There's a
Tree-
feeling.
she's a
I'm
tree
waiting for him
hugger.
to tell me his name.
No,
but-
there's an actual. I don't remember what it is.
I feel like there's a.
Do you
a
have,
naughty
like,
Trees are living
conversation.
beings.
But there's a philia for tree.
What kind
Do you
of
have like
wait?
physical,
What kind of tree?
like physical?
Hey guys, one mic at a time, please. Okay.
What kind of tree?
I don't know. I have no idea what he is.
You have
but
to learn more about him, and then
You're in a
I
relationship
just
with
walk
her,
by
and she'll tell you your
him. I
name.
give him like little kisses, and then.
You said it was a he. How do you know the gender of the tree?
I believe most trees are at least in
Well, I guess
America,
actually, yeah, there are male and female trees,
Yeah.
actually.
fruit trees are female trees. They're depollinators, and male trees are pollinators.
Are you certain that it's, like, what if it identifies as a they, though?
That's a valid question.
You know, I don't know.
I don't know.
I love them through.
And do you
like
have like a
third
physical
spirit or some
relationship
shit?
with the tree?
Like I give him kisses, like I kiss my hand and then I press it on him.
Are you
Yeah.
being serious right now?
I am so dead ass.
I believe
You
I'm
bark on the
taking like a
lips.
guy to go like see this
Wait,
tree with me.
You took another guy to see your tree. How did the tree
Yeah.
feel about that?
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah,
I think that's inappropriate.
I didn't introduce him as like I'm hanging out with this guy.
I think the
You
tree
know
is
what I mean?
jealous. I think the tree is jealous. We're gonna get into this. This is
Yeah.
juicy.
Juicy stuff.
How did you get into that?
Me, I just like nature. So to me, it's just like I saw
Would
him
you
down the street. I
marry?
was like, damn, he looks really pretty. And so I was like, okay.
How soon is it? How early can we walk out of this podcast?
Yeah. I'm just being dead ass with you guys, by the way.
What is dead
I
ass?
mean,
And what
plants
is-
are
serious?
beautiful. I get it.
What is
I'm old,
like the
remember?
future of you in this? Like, what do you hope to accomplish with that?
I'm probably gonna have to break up with him soon because I'm gonna be moving. So
Hey,
So
uproot
then a
him.
new tree.
I refuse
It's a
to
relationship.
believe you're
Hopefully,
serious.
maybe.
Plenty of
Distance
fish in the
is hard
sea.
without
Plenty of
knowledge.
trees in the forest.
trees and forest.
Yep, plenty of fish in the sea. Plenty
Yeah.
of trees in the forest.
I mean, I'm not looking for specifically trees, but I
She
saw
just built
him
a
and I thought,
relationship.
like I said, he was pretty. So I was like, that's my babe, and it's a feeling. And I felt like he connected with me as well.
That's interesting. I do feel like I look around, see a lot of pretty trees, and I agree, like super pretty, but I would never.
Are you happy?
I am, yeah.
Can
Guess
we
that's
just?
what
What matters?
Bro, you guys
yeah.
are enabling this fucking
I'm not for
Andrew.
it.
delusional
I wouldn't do
bullshit
it, but
nonsense.
I mean,
I
This is the most
honestly,
retarded
to each his
shit I've
own.
fucking ever
Hey, I
heard.
thought we
Hang on,
were
no,
allowed
okay,
to-
Sorry, bro, stop asking your dumbass fucking questions. Oh, let me
When
actually
did you-
engage with you in good faith,
thought you
bro.
liked the
whole
content.
truth shit's fucking bullshit.
Well, you're all
Hold
about
on.
good faith.
What? She's bad faith.
I
What are you
think
fucking
I
talking
think
about?
I think
Hold on,
Gertrude
dude.
knows that we know that.
Okay,
it's
hold on.
ridiculous. Sorry, look.
Okay, have you had carnal knowledge with the tree?
What are you? You just said stop asking ridiculous questions.
Just going.
Huh?
Can you like explain that? But like,
Have you had
Did you
any-
fuck the tree?
Did you fuck the tree?
No, not yet. But maybe one day.
How would that work?
I don't know.
You're gonna get a fucking
We'll figure it
STI or
out.
some shit.
Carve a
But I
hole.
haven't
Get
gone that far.
Staph on your pussy, or I don't know.
As long as you're happy, I feel like.
No, absolutely not. No, this is right. I gotta say, like, this is. I can't sit here. This is not right. Like,
don't
this
I
is
truly
serious.
don't think that she wants
not
to marry
trying
a
to fuck a
tree.
tree.
I'm
What
pretty
makes you
sure.
think- what makes you think
The
that?
trees can't consent.
There is a
first
lot.
off.
Well, one, trees.
fucking
There's a
rapist.
science behind plants that they do. They can
You're a
see
fucking
and
predator.
feel when there's a person
Tree predator.
around
You're a
them.
fucking predator,
I
bro.
believe that she is just saying that she likes the tree and she speaks with the tree. I don't. She don't think she feels.
No,
she's
no, 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 no,
actually
no.
dating
I
when
like
she's
a
gonna
tree.
wanna
She's
fuck the
saying
tree.
she's in a relationship with this tree.
Yeah, and then she said her
Did
relationship
he
status
specify
with the
romantic
tree.
relationship?
Yeah.
A relationship with a tree, regardless of
situationship,
romantic or
ongoing
not.
dating.
Yo, guys, one mic at a time. They can't hear the crosstalk. Go ahead.
The question was, what is your relationship status? And the response was, I'm
If we-
dating a tree.
She said, I'm technically single, but I also have a tree nearby down the street from my house.
Is it deciduous or coniferous?
I don't know.
Amateur.
I would,
Okay.
I would like to move on to some
Okay.
real relationships, if
Okay,
possible.
so you're single then.
Sure.
What's your dating status with Homo sapiens?
Homo sapiens.
Yeah.
It's single. Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been single?
All of my life, so 25 years.
So you're a virgin?
No.
Okay, so you've had some
It's
sexual
not like
relationships.
I've
and-
actually, but it's not dating.
What's the longest consecutive period of time that you've dated somebody? It's gonna be
wasn't
like fucking
dating.
pulling teeth tonight, dude. Holy fuck.
This commenter though, he says
the tree.
he says the frogs are gay and the women are humping the trees. I just couldn't.
Did you
I
pull it
couldn't
up,
help
Nick?
it. It was.
You could pull it up since Andrew's. It's topical. All right.
Andrew, did you see the threesome? She brought a guy to the tree, so it's a threesome.
That was pretty clever.
It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
You can
dating a tree.
Oh my
I'm dating this microphone.
What else have you dated?
I mean, your
I've
mouth's
seen-
pretty close.
Nothing really. I have like children. I have like little, like a bunch of like teddy bears.
Okay,
and
hold on.
Okay, hold
Hold on.
Children.
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. Stop.
Human children?
How long have you consecutively dated a human?
It wasn't really like dating. It was like a situationship.
Okay, how long were you having sexual intercourse with a person?
Oh, I don't know, like 6 months.
It's not what dating
6
is.
months. Okay, so that's the longest
I mean, that's not
romantic
really dating,
situation
like
you've
she
had
said.
with somebody. Okay. And you said you've been, so you, when's the last time you've had anything with somebody?
Do I?
Are you
have
currently
to
having
answer
sex with
that?
somebody?
I plead the fifth.
We don't have to tell him who it is.
You,
But
you plead the
I
fifth.
just, yeah, because like.
So
I
you're
don't
currently
wanna talk about
romantically
that.
involved with somebody then?
Maybe, perhaps.
Bro, I'm
Aside
so
from the
close to
tree?
fucking kicking you off the show.
Already?
Engage in fucking good faith, please. You're not going to plead the fifth to a basic question about your romantic dating life on a dating podcast. You requested to be on the show. Kindly
I
answer
do,
the question.
yeah, but like, do I have to talk about?
You don't need to tell us the details, bro.
Like,
but
it doesn't
just,
have to be,
Are
like,
you currently
details,
like
but-
dating a guy? That's the extent of my fucking
I've hung out with a
question.
couple people.
Okay, you're currently dating multiple people.
Maybe.
Yes
Okay,
or no?
so these aren't gotchas.
I don't see them as that because to me, I'm
I
not
see.
dating.
So it's a worldview thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you having intimate relationships with human beings that could be considered sexual by normal people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Andrew, thank you so much.
So you're cheating
Thank
on the
you.
tree.
Yeah, mansplaining.
Just
Mansplaining.
cheating.
Just a question answered.
Thank you.
What about you?
I am in a relationship, and I've been in a relationship for almost 3 years, and it is my longest relationship by a month.
How did you guys meet?
We met. I was on Tinder looking for friends because I had a bad friend, and then I met my new life partner. So
You're
yeah.
looking for friends.
Yeah. You
That's
never
so
done that?
interesting.
There's a
I-
Bumble Friends page.
I
You can
assume everybody
choose-
looking for friends on Tinder is cheating. Just by the get-go.
Interesting.
Not everyone.
So you guys met,
Yeah,
on,
I could be
met
wrong.
on Tinder.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm single. My longest relationship was 2 years, and the last. Sorry. I'm single. The longest relationship I had was 2 years, and the last time I did anything was October, like the situationship, whatever.
So you've been single for about 6-7 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you say the last time you did something, does
Like
that mean
situationship?
What does that mean? I'm so old,
Friends
much
with
older than everybody here.
benefits.
Okay.
So you've been or have you been celibate for 6 to 7 months?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Celibate means no sex, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No carnal knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been happily married for 12 years. So simple, guys. That's it. Sorry, boring.
Married 12. I assume that's your longest relationship?
It is, yes.
Okay. Married 12 years. Is that your first marriage?
It is not my first marriage, no.
Second marriage? Second. And last, hopefully?
And last.
Okay.
Till death do us part.
I mean, 12 years is pretty strong.
That's pretty good. We're on a roll.
And I'm in a relationship. I've been in it for 3 years, and it's my longest relationship.
Are you
Alright.
two dating?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just wanted
okay.
to clarify.
You
That's
guys,
what I
I
thought.
feel like you guys should let him know. Maybe
Yeah,
he
I
might-
feel like that's a key point.
Are you guys bisexual or lesbian or?
Honestly, she's the first woman I've dated, and she's just my life partner. We're not really like sexually intimate like that. We just
Wait, hold.
have complementing characteristics.
So you're roommates?
No,
Best
we share a bed
friends.
and we cuddle and we kiss, but we don't involve each.
We don't do.
We're Christian.
Okay, but
We don't have sex.
I am so
okay, this is
intrigued.
gonna
I'm
be
very
interesting.
intrigued.
This is going to be the
Hold on.
best podcast ever.
Wait, so
can't be
couple
very
clarifying
Christian.
questions.
You
Couple clarifying questions here. So, have you ever dated men?
Yes.
Have you dated men?
Yes,
So you guys consider yourselves bisexual then?
in a sense.
Biromantic.
But currently, I
You're
don't
not.
have sex. I'm not.
Neither of you are
sexual.
sexual.
Yes.
But you guys have said that you've been dating for 3 years.
3 years.
Have you been
Exclusively.
monogamous?
Monogamous.
Dating each other for 3 years.
Correct.
Yes.
There's been no other women or no other men in that 3-year time period.
Correct. That's
Okay.
what that means.
And you guys cohabitate. You live together.
Yes.
Okay. Have you guys ever
In the
had?
same room, in the same bed.
You guys never had. Have you guys
We've
ever
had
had sex?
sex.
have
We
had
have,
sex.
and we honestly, anytime I've ever had sex in my life, it doesn't feel that great to me because that's one, I'm not married, and I'm a Christian, and that's not how I be rolling.
Okay. And then, so you guys are you guys gonna get married?
Hopefully.
We would like to, but
In heresy church land or?
Yeah, I actually know lots of pastors. Sorry, they're not Orthodox, so they don't follow your exact beliefs.
So
but
how does that
if
work?
God came to us and actually gave me a convicting feeling, I would, and we knew that God does not want us to be together. We've been blessed so much in our relationship. We have.
we came
that's
to God
period.
together, honestly. And
Yeah.
I mean, as much as each of us had our, knowledge of God prior, we came closer to God and to Christ since being together. And, if, as much as we love each other, if at the end of the day, God didn't want us to be together,
And he brings us a husband and says, "This is your husband." I'm obedient to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And
What are your
that's-
thoughts on the fact that the Bible says that marriage is between a man and a woman?
Well, hang on. We want to get through. We'll see if we can get through the questions.
Oh,
We'll
we're
move
still
back
doing
to-
introductions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I do have a
We'll
question for
follow
sure.
it back up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll come back to that. So okay. So what about you?
I've been married for 14 years, and I was a virgin on our wedding night.
Married 14 years. So you got married at 23?
Yes.
23. Okay.
I am single, and my longest relationship was 5 years, and I've been single for 3 years.
Wait, your longest relationship was 5 years. You've been single for 3 years, but you're 23. So this was like
24.
24. For some reason I put down 23. So this was like kind of a high school relationship, the 5-year one.
Correct.
Okay. And that was a 5-year relationship.
Yes.
Okay. With what's your orientation?
I'm straight.
Straight. Okay. All right, Andrew. What about you?
Yeah, I've been married for 12 years, I think.
Okay. Well then, where do we begin? Where
Okay.
do we begin?
Well, can we?
I vote
Let's go
not.
back to this. Let's go back to this previous conversation we were discussing. So, how do you reconcile the facts, or do you just decide to move off to your own interpretation that this is, I'm trying to figure out how to frame this for the purpose of TOS, that Christianity is not approving of the type of lifestyle that you have?
That's my question.
Christianity is also not approving of the type of things you talk about on this podcast. People having this hookup culture.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Is this a tu quo?
Yeah.
Do you want to just answer the question, though?
What was your question again?
Yeah, so the question is, how do you reconcile it? Even if assuming that everybody else is around you is sinning, that in and of itself would not justify
I actually
your
don't
sin,
excuse that as sinning, but...
Right, that's my point.
As we don't have
how do you reconcile that?
Well, I do believe that we're not in a wrong relationship.
This is the best relationship that I have ever been in. I've been in 7 relationships. A lot of them were really bad. Mm-hmm. Most of them were with men. I actually didn't date any women until I dated her. She pulled me out of really dark times, and I'm the best version I am because of her.
You could say we're like nuns together then.
I think it's really beautiful
Nuns who
what
kiss
you're
and
saying.
cuddle and make out in bed?
We do not make
personally
out,
believe,
and I
even
think that's a
marriage,
difference.
I believe Apostle Paul in Corinthians did
Who says
say
that it says that man and woman and man
Were
must
you gonna
not
let me finish
ever
my
lay
words?
with
She
man or
wasn't
nor
finished
woman
talking,
with woman,
so
right?
I think it's pretty rude that you.
Yeah,
he
I don't
also
care what you think.
he also says he hates us now because we date each other.
I don't hate you. We're having a conversation.
But you interrupted, which means
So
automatically
what?
means
And
you
then
don't
she
respect
interrupted
me. So
which means she doesn't respect me. So anyway, back to
I
this.
don't respect you.
Good. Then the feeling is mutual. Go ahead.
Cool.
you're not a very godly man.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not the one making out with someone in the same sex in a bed.
First
We don't
of
make
all,
out.
we do not
Okay.
make
We don't make out.
You
We
just
haven't
said
even
you
kissed
did.
one
You said
time
you make
today.
out and cuddle in the same bed. What are you
I said
talking
we
about?
kiss,
Kiss,
and
which
we
is
actually haven't kissed once this. the
So
whole
you're just
day.
fucking roommates?
If that's
Like
what you
that's
want to
it?
call
That's
it.
what it is? You're just
There's
roommates?
so much more that goes into. the
Anyways, what I
relationship
was
that we
saying
have.
about Corinthians, thank you very much, is actually marriage. Apostle Paul believes everybody should stay single, and if you want to get married, it's because you can't control yourself and your sexual desires. And that is also what he means by submitting to each other, because you are. The human race is so disgusting and wild that we want to fuck everybody. What? So we need to.
What?
Not
married
everybody
so that-
wants to do that.
That's true.
Not
but
everybody
the
wants to do
hookup
that.
culture, I'm generalizing like they do, and I feel like it makes sense.
Wait, why is the human race disgusting? What were those your words?
They definitely, when Jews and Gentiles, the Gentiles were not. That's how the state we're in right now.
The
Hookup
human race is
culture.
Yeah, but how is this not
disgusting.
perpetuating that same state of degeneracy?
Anyways, marriage was only is brought because men and women can't control themselves. So you need to pick one person.
Yeah, the opposite sex is what Paul said. He said you must take a wife. You must take a wife.
If you
To
cannot
men,
control yourself.
To men, you must take a wife. He specifically forbade man to lay with man, a woman to lay with woman. In Corinthians.
This is why I don't believe in
Can I
religion.
ask you girls a question?
Yes.
If you, let's say you cut the kissing out. Kendall and I are like, we're besties, man. Like, we would love to do everything with each other all the time.
Well, and
what's
we are
stopping
currently-
you guys from just being best friends if you thought that the Bible told you what Andrew is exactly saying, that is to be man and woman? Why couldn't you two just say, well, let's just stop kissing, and then we're best friends, and we are the best relationship ever, but now our relationship is biblical? What's to stop that?
That's kind of where we've been heading to.
Okay.
And in that case, I would not be pursuing anybody else for the rest of my life.
Me as well. And I mean,
And I wouldn't
You guys don't
necessarily
want-
want to be pursued unless I
don't
literally knew God said, this is your husband.
Why not just become a nun?
Yeah, would you
Yeah.
consider yourself asexual?
I prefer not to have sex, so maybe, yeah.
Yeah, why not just be a
That
nun?
makes sense.
I can be,
Is there something in your past that
but I'm not
causes you-
Catholic.
Is there something in your past that
I mean, you
causes
could
you to
convert.
dislike sex? I know that's personal, I'm sorry, but
No, that's okay. Yes, I have been sexually assaulted on multiple accounts, but it didn't stop me from wanting a man when I was younger. As I just got older, like graduating from high school, I just realized I didn't want those sexual connections. And to me, since I have been sexually assaulted, and that is how I lost my hymen, so I know I can't get it back because somebody took it from me. So in that case, your funny joke, remember? And
It was a funny joke.
It wasn't.
It was.
It wasn't.
It was really a funny joke.
Because you're a man and you like to make
opinion.
jokes at the expense of other people's emotions.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What makes a joke funny?
Something that makes you laugh. You're not funny
And
to
it made me laugh. So it was funny.
To you.
Yeah. Well, it made a lot of people laugh. Thousands upon thousands of people.
And it made thousands upon thousands of
Luckily,
people
we
angry.
have you here to
missed the
tone
joke.
police us. Thank
See,
you so
I wouldn't-
much.
I believe you're on this podcast just to insult women and not actually to learn anything about women. You talk about how women don't want an average mediocre man, or that men have
Who
such a
does?
hard time getting laid, and maybe that's because your
him.
fix is
It's
on
not
getting
me.
laid.
What?
Yeah, I don't
Instead
talk
of
about it.
dating.
I literally don't talk about any of that. I don't know what
Him,
you're talking about.
he does.
Oh yeah, how do you know?
Because I watched the podcast
Well,
to
just
do
a
some
second
research.
ago, you were attributing that to me. So clearly, you don't watch the podcast.
I do watch the podcast.
Then why would you attribute that
I
stuff to
believe
me?
she's referring to a comment you made in one of the episodes.
Which
that you said.
is
what
it was
is the
probably like
comment?
3 episodes
What's the
ago,
comment?
I think. Was it 3 episodes ago, maybe?
the hymen one?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
I saw it on TikTok.
do not
yeah,
remember
that was super funny.
To you.
I don't
Yeah,
even
okay,
remember the
but-
hymen thing. I
Well,
don't
so
even
we
remember
were
it.
talking about born again virgin,
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
right.
And this particular woman happened
Which
to
is
be
a real thing. Jesus cleanses
happened
away
to
your sin when
be
you get
happened to be a porn.
baptized.
Yeah,
There's no-
Jesus wanted
there's
you to be
no
a
such
lesbian.
thing as a born
So
again
anyway,
virgin.
yes, the hymen comment. There's no born again virgin, and she was an OnlyFans prostitute.
I watched the thing and you said,
Yeah,
oh
that's-
yeah, can you
that-
get your hymen back?
Yeah, that's a lot different than.
Do you know
than
1 in
an
3
essay.
women have been sexually assaulted?
Does that mean that 1 in
Okay.
3 women have been sexually assaulted, and that's what removed their hymen?
A lot of women have lost their hymen that way.
No,
yes.
I don't think they have.
Actually, yes, they have.
No,
Joke?
they actually haven't.
Hold
You're
One in-
lying through your teeth.
I'm not lying through
yeah,
my
you
teeth.
are. What are the stats then? For
1 in
women who
3
have
women
lost
have been
their
sexually
hymen from
assaulted.
SA. Go ahead, tell me.
She's a
Wait,
feminist.
hang on,
Does
hold
it
up.
really
I'm
hold
not
up.
a feminist.
Yeah,
What's
bullshit.
a
You
hymen?
are a feminist because that's
haven't asked that
statistics.
question.
No, I'm really
haven't
not
asked
a
that question
feminist.
yet.
The
So you
statistic
might
is
I'm a
false.
feminist.
I'm not
and I
particularly
disagree with
inclined
you.
though. because
Totally.
What's a
his-
hymen?
Hold on. His joke.
I'm not a feminist.
His joke.
I don't
had-
think women should do whatever they want
Hey,
with their bodies.
Let
I
me
don't
finish my
think,
statement. Cool. Hey, stop. One person at a time.
but I don't think he should control everything.
Stop. His joke had nothing to do with SA.
Nothing.
Yes, but it was insensitive to people who have been through SA. But you don't understand because you're a man and you've literally never experienced the things that women experience.
This is a fallacy.
can't
This is
be
actually a
SA'd.
fallacy.
Men can't be SA'd?
It's a fallacy that you're a man and you don't know what women have
No,
experienced.
it's a fallacy to say that I'm not allowed to have an opinion because of my sex. That's fallacious.
It is fallacious argumentation.
I can't have a position on something because you know what I do have?
You can have an
brain.
opinion, but it doesn't mean it's facts. It seems you put all your opinion as a
Just like
factual
saying
statement.
that-
Like I said,
that
you're
a
not
lot
here
of
to
women
learn
lose
from
their hymen
anybody,
through
but you
SA,
want
that's
us to
not a
learn
fact.
from you.
I'm going to be a little bit controversial here because I should be on like Team Woman, but I think it's not fair to be offended by a joke about hymen when it wasn't your hymen. And it was a joke about.
He also proceeded to say women aren't funny and can never be funny, and that's why women
And
didn't
we
laugh
know
at that
this
joke.
is true because you're here tone policing and being a whine ass about jokes.
I laugh all the time, and I find people
About
funny.
what? What do you
I
laugh about?
Have men tell me I'm funny all the time.
The
Cool.
joke was about a
You don't seem-
prostitute,
you know
not
what?
a sexual assault victim. And I hope I'm not hearing you like say that she wasn't sexually assaulted, right?
This conversation is all over the fucking place.
No.
His joke had nothing to do with
with
SA.
that.
Agreed.
So like your logic.
That's
here,
not
wait,
the
wait, hold on,
point.
hold on, stop interrupting.
let me explain.
say
Okay,
one
go
thing.
ahead.
Let me say one thing. Your logic here is a bit failing because you're reaching. You're reaching for. He made a joke about. Let's say he made a joke about sex, and you're somehow coming to the conclusion if you make a joke about sex or bodily anatomy that's somehow always going to be related to women who get SA'd.
No.
Your logic.
No. It's the fact
it doesn't
that
lead to one or the other.
No. It's the fact that you're talking about born again Christians,
Yeah.
and some women did not lose their virginity by having sex for pleasure, and in that case, no, they cannot get their hymen back. So that joke wasn't that funny.
Actually, that makes it funnier.
This chick's
Here's how.
fucking
So in both
SJW.
cases, the joke works. If you're saying, God made me a born again virgin, okay? Me asking, did God give you back your hymen? How in the world would that be offensive to SA victims or prostitutes?
Why would you say that to an essay victim?
He didn't.
I didn't.
though.
I
know.
She's
I know.
reaching.
He asked a question.
She's
yeah,
fucking
why-
reaching.
so my
Clear
question
difference.
is, why would that actually be offensive to one though?
If you did say it to an essay victim, it actually would be offensive.
Why?
If you didn't, so it's not the
Yeah, but
situation.
why? But you're not hearing me.
Because an essay victim
Asking
didn't
if
choose
God
to
gave
have,
it back to you, how could that be offensive?
because they didn't choose to have it taken away.
I
from
get
them.
it, but what does that have to do with God giving it back to you?
I don't even feel like-
Like, I don't even understand where you're not just
Andrew,
These men
I don't
also
see
don't
it.
believe
Hold
women.
on,
Women
hold
being
on.
in therapy
You
is a
didn't
red
say the
flag.
joke directly to her, so that's not the situation. But if
Well, I
you
didn't
did
say
say
it
it
It wasn't
directly
even
to
about
wasn't about
essay
essay at all.
I know.
I don't even feel like it's worth engaging on their level because your joke wasn't even about essay.
No, it wasn't.
She's reaching.
But it's still, but
And she's trying to deflect from the conversation about how does she reconcile your relation. If you consider yourselves
I'm a nun.
Christians, if you guys consider yourselves Christians, it's a fair question to ask. How do you reconcile that with your faith? That's a fair question.
I mean,
If
a
you
lot
want to
of
like,
Christians, though-
if
a
you
lot
want to
of-
deflect by like bringing up this is a really bad faith thing where you just try to like deflect 100 different things.
She
His
answered that
joke.
already, though.
I answered the question.
No, she didn't, because she immediately went, well, what about Christians who do X, Y, Z? That's not actually addressing his point.
I'm not saying that I can have a relationship with a woman because other people are sinners.
Okay, great. So then how do you reconcile the fact that you're in a same-sex relationship and consider it a relationship?
You said we're just best friends.
Yeah, no, I
We're
asked
just
you that and
roommates.
you said no.
You said we're just roommates. And I said, yeah, we can be that.
I said, well, that's
For
what
you.
it sounds like, but you said no.
Yes.
Yeah, so then that
I
would
answered
be
to
no.
God, not to you. It's
According
fine.
to her, it's not. She doesn't view it as roommates, but for your definition of what roommates would be, you can apply it to them.
Yeah.
All right, I have a question then. You guys are, I'm a little confused because you guys said you were maybe waiting for sex until marriage.
No, we
No,
didn't
we didn't.
say that. You.
Okay, maybe I
That-
misheard.
you just-
Maybe
yeah,
I misheard.
definitely
then.
do that a lot.
But you're not you guys have had sex though, which is a
This lady said for you to fix that one little hanging piece of hair that you have.
So anyway, yeah, back to this.
I just asked you a question.
What did you ask?
Did you guys come on to troll?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, you're being a bit too belligerent for the otherwise good faith question that I'm asking
What's your
you.
good faith question?
The good faith question.
I literally
still trying to figure out how you
just
make this
asked you to-
reconciliation.
Well, let me. Okay,
No,
so
he said he
He
asked
said
something. That
something
was what
else.
you asked.
Sex until marriage.
Nick, just
it was something about
you
that.
show it
Something
and
about
then
sex
hide
till
it.
marriage.
Don't leave that shit
And we
up,
said
man.
no. I literally answered your question about the sex till marriage,
But you guys, if I recall correctly, you guys did have sex
and we don't feel
previously,
right about it,
you
and we don't have
and
sex.
you don't do it anymore.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
But are you guys desirous of getting married?
Honestly, I'm not. I don't even know, but I just want to be. We
Okay, you
are
guys
life
romantic-
partners,
yes,
business
you're
partners.
romantically involved.
Yeah.
Are you desirous of potentially one day getting married?
I would want to get married, but I mean, at the end of the day, it depends on what God wants from us, and I'm not going to do
Okay,
anything
and
that
so
He wouldn't
do you?
want.
And so you guys, do you want kids?
To
we will
foster.
Foster kids. Okay.
Yeah.
But so you're not desirous of having sex with each other
No.
or potentially sex with other partners
No.
No.
moving down the
I
road.
feel like
No,
you
we're
waste
not.
a lot of time if you focus your energy and mind on sex. You can do a lot more with yourself if you just open yourself
And
up
when you
to
find people
real
that someone
life
that has a
experiences.
complementing or like, an opposite traits of you, so that you can come together and create beautiful things, beautiful work, beautiful business, beautiful life.
So
And
I'm
hold on, if I recall correctly, if this is my understanding, one of the reasons you guys don't want to have sex is for religious reasons. Is that correct?
And I just don't really like sex. Kind of
Okay.
grosses me out, all the stuff.
Is it the same for you, or is there
Yes.
is there a religious component to not
Well-
wanting to have sex?
I mean, the religious component is kind of in the back of our mind. It's a yes, but at the same time, we don't feel right. It's a very icky thing to do, and we feel convicted. So yes, at the end of the day, it is a religious thing.
And I feel the same way having sex with men, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But we are not here to troll.
Yeah, I didn't like having sex with men either. So,
Do you
it's
ever
the same
think that
for
it was
me.
maybe the person that you were having sex with was just a bad, it was a bad situation?
No.
In some cases,
Sex is
for me,
gross
yes,
and aggressive
but
and painful.
I also had some good men.
Here, hang on. I hear you out because you're saying it's gross and aggressive and painful. Those are all words.
I don't like the bodily saliva thing. And I feel like you're supposed to have sex when you want to procreate. We just have sex to have sex. And that's kind of why I said if you can't control yourself, yeah, take your husband,
I know,
take
but
your
you
wife.
have,
So
you
wait, you
have
think
been in a
only-
situation with SA, and so I feel like for you, you're viewing sex from that viewpoint, from I was attacked, I was abused.
Sex isn't only for procreation. Do you think that husbands and wives should only have sex for as many times as they want to have babies?
Then why do you not
I
believe
think,
in premarital
yeah, they should.
sex?
That's not what I said.
If sex is not only for marriage.
Nick, can you close the
I mean, sorry, if sex is not
back
only
door
for
open?
Yeah, we're
babies, then
talking
why
about
can't
it
you have
through a
premarital
religious
sex?
prism, though.
Because God
So
tells
we're talking
us that
about this
sex is just
specific
between a man and a woman.
Yeah, but we're
No,
talking
a
about this-
husband and
Why
a
can't
wife.
you
I'm
have
sorry, a
that?
husband and a wife.
Why can't you have
Okay.
premarital sex in general?
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, but you have a worldview conflict. So we're trying to speak within a worldview that she claims she has, I claim that I have, that you do not have. So within this worldview, she
But ours are
just
slightly different because you're Orthodox.
she just said
and I'm just I'm
yes,
a follower
but
of
the
Jesus
adaptation of the worldview versus secularist would be much harder for them to understand it than for you to understand it. So within the confines of this, you say sex is for procreation, right? Yes, I agree, but you would not agree that.
But in Genesis,
But
that's
hang on,
what
hang on.
it was
let me,
for.
Let me
to
finish the
multiply.
question. Let me finish the question. But you would agree that inside of a marriage, having sex external to only having children is not a bad thing, right?
If the man and woman desire it, then yes. But I do believe there's several people, even who haven't been sexually assaulted, that don't have the desire to do that. They just don't.
Yeah,
I think
but
there's
that's
something underlying for
but
that.
That's, I mean, but come on, that's not very common. Most of the time, married couples and couples
What about
in general have
nuns?
sex.
Did they all get sexually assaulted?
Again, that's a totally exception.
Bro, what
exception
is
to the
up
rule.
with
Wait,
you
you
and
can't
sexual
go from
assault?
like
Holy
a
fuck.
few
was
women
bringing
don't
up
like
sexual
sex.
Because she
So
just
it's
was
not
bringing
just
up
her.
sexual assault.
Yeah, but I wasn't.
Are you? Have you done something?
She's not just answering the
What? What?
What?
I'm just saying, why are you so offended by that? Like, honestly,
because of the graphic nature of it.
Well-
You have to be very careful about how it's phrased on the channel.
I said sexual, so I didn't ever say that.
yeah,
You
but
told me
just
the words
use
I couldn't
essay.
say.
Use essay
Okay,
instead.
essay.
Okay.
But he's still gonna say, "What the fuck
was
is
the-
your problem with
What
that?"
was the false accusation you were about to make?
I wasn't gonna false accuse you. I was.
What
a
were you
question.
about to say?
There
I was
was an
about to say,
implication for
What
sure.
were
Why are
you
you
about
getting
to
so
say?
defensive about sexual assault?
What were you about to say? No, that's not what you were about to say.
It's not.
Can we
No, it
rewind the
wasn't.
tape?
I know.
So
I
what,
know.
What were you
This is
about
why
to
the
say?
podcast takes 6 hours.
Yeah, I know.
No, because you're about to throw out a very fucking serious accusation.
No, it wasn't an
Yes.
accusation. It was going to be a question.
No, you were about to ask, have you ever done X? Right, that's what you were about to say.
Have you ever made a girl feel uncomfortable is what I was about to say. And is that why you are so offended? I'm just wondering why you're so
Have
offended.
you ever made a man uncomfortable?
Yeah, totally.
Do you do it a lot?
Maybe.
So you're the perpetrator?
It's not on purpose.
Oh, it just
I think men
happens?
feel uncomfortable when women
Just
question
happens?
them.
It's just by accident?
Sure.
No, okay.
I don't just sit there and go, oh my gosh,
Sounds
a
like
man.
Sounds like you're the perpetrator here.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Sure he wanted me to argue with that.
Don't need you to argue with that. I'm happy with that answer.
How did we all get
I know.
speechless? How did we all get speechless on this topic? I want to go back to the
I mean, if you bite
generalization
that bullet, there's
hold
nowhere
on,
for me
you
to
are
go.
like the king of talking over everybody.
That's good because most of you have nothing good to say.
Listen,
Because
I
we're women.
am.
Because we're women. No, no, they
Listen,
literally
Not
do
'cause
not
you're women,
respect
because you're
women.
dumb. That's why.
I'm not dumb.
Wait, that
What?
wasn't cool.
That's
No,
fine.
that was
I'm not
very
dumb.
so
You're like
mean.
an actual
Watch
dick.
your words, bud. You're gonna
Yeah.
get canceled real
You're a
quick.
bigot,
Not
and that's
cool.
all.
If every
I'm
single
going to get
female at this
canceled
table gets up and
by
walks
who?
out,
The
there's no
Rainbow
podcast.
Pride Parade? What are they going to do?
There are different levels of being smart. You can be.
Okay,
Your behavior is actually you're
Brian.
acting dumb and
he's
uneducated.
trolling. He's
You're so
trolling.
educated, but you act like a little boy.
Oh, really? The cancel culture queen over here? I'm the one who's the problem?
I mean,
I'm not. I don't
apparently-
cancel anybody.
Listen, you're
You got offended
apparently
over
like
a
a
joke. You got
God-fearing
offended
man.
No,
but
I
you're acting-
pointed out the joke as his character.
I know.
He has bad
I know.
character.
It's okay
He's
for
such
you
a
to be
godly
combative
man,
and
he
a brat, but
makes
if I say a
jokes that
word
like
about
that.
it, I'm the evil villain.
You're not an evil villain.
Yeah, good. Then stop whining and let's have the conversation.
We're having a conversation. Who's
No, all
whining?
you've been doing is whining.
I've been
and
keeping
crying,
the
and
same
she's
tone the
gonna
whole time.
cancel me.
You're literally
pause.
just a
Why do
sexist
you
man.
think
I
she's
was gonna cancel
whining?
you.
What
I
state?
said you're
in
gonna
the
She's
story?
literally
What part
been-
of it makes it sound
because
like
she's whining about a
Because
joke he made a
often
few
what
episodes
happens
ago.
is when women are made to feel uncomfortable, they have two options. The first option is they could argue, but they suck at that. So they usually go to option 2, which is to whine and complain and be brats and talk about fucking nonsense.
What is
How long have you
grinders
been
about
married
you?
for? Oh my!
That's what I'm
this is
saying.
Wild to me.
Thank you.
Dude, his
he
wife
is not a real man.
Did you just?
He's not.
He is not, and
I
he is
agree.
not. He wants a woman to do whatever they want.
Not a
Like,
real man.
He's not.
You
Where
tuck
did
it
you
in
find
bed
this
with a
guy?
chick.
You're a
What are you
you're a
talking about?
biological man.
Yeah.
But
Hold
your
on.
brain
Stop.
is
Shut
little
up.
boy.
Hold on. Stop. Everybody cease with the ad homs. Everybody stop with ad homs. We're going to try to get through this podcast without it having to devolve into like personal attacks every 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, speaking of personal attacks, I would like him to go around the table and tell us exactly who he thinks is dumb on this podcast, because I've barely spoken.
I've literally just tried to move things along. Just drop it. I told everybody to
I like
stop.
the question.
Hold
If
on.
we question
Bro,
them, we're wrong.
stop,
They can question
stop.
us. We have to answer all their questions. If we ask
Spencer
them, it's your private
donated
life.
$200. Andrew Wilson, get
I just didn't
cancelled,
realize you guys were actually this bad.
Anyway, my
It's insane.
sprinkler goes like this.
I
I'm
agree.
trying to.
Thank you.
I agree with the
Jesus
comment.
would not agree, and I'm very upset, and I'm sure he is too.
Comes back like it.
Tell it to your priest who marries your preacher or whoever it is.
Okay.
No, my priest just
We're not
understands
gonna
that he doesn't have
continue.
enough knowledge of the Hebrew language to
You need to stop.
act like you.
You need to stop.
The Hebrew language?
You guys need to stop. We're going to stop devolving into ad homs. We're going to stop having meta conversations. I tried to move things on. Why are you bringing it back to a meta conversation and trying to like let me move the conversation on so we can have a show?
By the way,
Wait,
Don't
so
ask him to
I didn't-
go around to
I
every
didn't call
table
you-
and state
didn't
why
call you
everybody's
guys
dumb.
dumb. I only called the person I was
let
arguing
us.
with.
No,
though.
you
You
can
I
ask
told
them.
everybody
all right,
to
that's
stop.
what I wanted to hear, is that you, because you generally
I
said because
told
you all are dumb. I
everybody-
wanted to hear that was,
Yeah.
We're going to stop having meta
I'm not.
conversations. We're going to get into the actual content of the show.
this is the content.
No, it's not. Okay.
Act like you don't want all the drama.
Not really. Not really. Okay, did you have a different question that you wanted to ask?
No,
Or was that
no,
it?
nothing at all.
Okay.
This all started because you made.
Yo. Did you not just hear what I said?
I just wanted to
cease with the
context.
meta
Okay,
conversation.
sorry.
Do you know what a meta conversation is?
No.
Andrew,
It's a
explain what a-
conversation about the conversation.
We're going to
Okay,
cease
got
having
it.
meta conversations. Let's actually get into the content.
Okay.
Okay. God damn. Holy shit.
That was just an intro.
Man of God.
He's not. Not
Okay.
no.
I've heard him say it,
That's.
which means he's
not,
an
he
insult.
doesn't identify as a Christian.
So don't
Look.
say you're a man of God. Then.
It doesn't matter.
He doesn't.
He has. We
He
could go
called
back
himself
to
a man
this.
of God with her parents or whatever.
Wait, so hold on. Now you're saying that, well, hold
Whoever
on.
the
I'm,
frick was sitting
I'm
across the
questioning
table.
you. I'm questioning you because you took the Lord's name in vain. Guys, please don't fucking high horse on this. Like, come on, you guys are not.
We're not high
abiding-
horsing.
guys
You
are not-
high horse as well. If you want,
You guys are not. You guys yourselves
We're
are
just
not
not on the same
abiding.
level of
Yo,
men, so we can't
if I'm
act like he
talking,
hacks.
Stop interrupting.
I'll submit to you.
Yo, you've got a fucking really nasty attitude. For this show to work, you can't be interrupting. You can't be having meta conversations. You can't be like throwing out these little quips and jabs. Do you understand? What are you doing?
So we're allowed to be interrupted, but by him?
As the host. So first
not
off,
by he's not the host, correct? Is that correct?
okay.
You interrupted
you're
me, I interrupted
you're
you.
interrupting
No, you
me now.
interrupted me first.
I'll
I
try
just wanted to make it clear. You're the host. We yield to you.
I will try to limit interruption from everybody. But I was in the middle of talking and you were interrupting me.
This time, yes. I'm done now.
Bro, you got a bad fucking attitude. Holy fuck.
You immediately started. No.
Yeah,
You
man.
also have a bad attitude. Let's
No,
keep going.
I don't. I've been trying to get this back
so normal.
back straight, but you got a bad attitude.
What's the next question?
Can I talk about my 12-year marriage?
No.
Not juicy enough.
Can I talk about my virginity?
Nick, what's the first thing that we're gonna let's do some of our reacts first, if we can. Hopefully we can try to
You want that Instagram first, right? Just talk about
We're all gonna be okay.
Oh, I'm totally fine.
You too.
Look at Noah's comment.
Kumbaya, my love.
Okay.
That's funny.
Soccer player Kaka's ex-wife, that's a weird name, but says she divorced him because he was the perfect husband. Next, Nick. and this is apparently a quote from her, and I've seen this all over the internet. He says, Kaka never betrayed me. He treated me well. He gave me a wonderful family, but I was not happy. Something was missing. The problem was he was too perfect for me.
She needs therapy.
So, treated me well. This guy, I assume he was a soccer player. He's probably rich, successful. Gave her a wonderful family. But she was not happy. Something was missing. The problem was he was too perfect for me. So I want to get the panel's reactions on this. Do you think that, ending a marriage that especially involves children because she wasn't happy because he was too perfect, do you think that's good pretext for a divorce and the end of a breaking up of a family, ending of a relationship?
No, I just think people need to have their shit together or whatever before they step into a marriage, honestly. So I don't agree with where she's coming from for not being happy. You can't just walk out after having kids.
If that's really what she said, I feel bad for the man.
I have to agree. I think she probably needed some therapy more so than just leaving the family.
Correct. I think people, both men and women, are too quick to decide that minor issues and not being being perfect is not a minor issue. It's not an issue at all. People are too quick to toss away the beautiful arrangement that God has made, which is man and wife and children and a nuclear family. So shame on her. If it's true, right? This is the media. We don't know what is and is not true, or what there is behind closed doors, or
Absolutely.
the truth.
But that quote sounds terrible.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's her quote. That was she could have made something up at least.
For real.
Yeah, we could have validated, but no, leaving a man for being perfect is
Bad.
disgusting.
Wrong.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. If that is what she really said, then I don't agree with it, just because everybody goes through stuff and you can work through it. If it's a family that you're talking about at the same time, you should, think about your kids first and try to work on it.
I'm going to go a different route. I think it sounds like she's struggling with something. So I feel like, this is a big accusation, is she feeling like guilty for something that she did, and she feels bad because her husband is a great man and she doesn't want to pin him in a bad light. So she's like, I'm just going to dip out now, but he was a great guy.
No, I like that you brought that up, just because I feel like a lot of women feel like they have a really good man, but they are missing that spark. And it's unfortunate now that she has children and kids also, and that brings a whole different thing. But she should have probably figured that out before they got married, and she probably had something in her head that said, I should not marry him, but he's a great guy. He probably has a good job. He's probably showering her with all this attention, not talking to other people. And it's poor because he just picked the wrong woman at the end of the day. But there was probably signs somewhere in there between.
Yeah.
Can you move your mic to the corner, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew, your reaction?
It's all but too common. So oftentimes we see this happen over and over and over again, where we'll see these women, especially with high profile men, say this kind of stuff, right? Oh, I just don't like him anymore. Conveniently enough, they also happen to not like him and walk off with millions of dollars of his money. So it makes me think maybe there's an ulterior motive behind it, other than saying, sure, he's the perfect man, now give me the millions, but...
I mean, I'm sure the money doesn't hurt.
I'm sure it doesn't hurt.
That's the reason she would have walked away from a whole family.
It could be.
I mean, if you had to guess, if somebody said, he's perfect in every way, I just adore him, but I'm going to leave him and take millions of dollars of his money.
I'm saying, I agree,
Wouldn't
the
you
money
think?
doesn't hurt, but I think the reason she doesn't want to stay is probably because she
wants
needs
his fucking money.
Well, no, she needs therapy. I don't think she's happy with.
Well, how's she going to pay for it?
We're not sure if they might have a prenup. I feel like a lot of celebrities and high profiles have prenups put in place as well. So we don't know what they end up signing.
You should if you're worried so much about that.
I think
but even with
surprisingly far fewer than you think.
Then that makes them dumb, right?
You do, but I mean, when you get married,
I don't disagree with that. This is pretty dumb.
At the end of the day. So I think if anything, they should sign the prenup based off of whatever you make after when you are together.
Keep in mind, you guys, she's probably not walking away from her family. More times than not, the women get the kids. So she's leaving her perfect husband, possibly penniless and childless, probably fighting for rights just to see his children. And the only thing she's saving him is not slandering
guys are
him.
acting
He has
like
ha-
this is
she-
such an
he
easy
still has
decision
half
for
of
her to
his
make.
money.
It's still not an easy
Oh, poor
decision.
her.
He's
for
not
her.
penniless.
No, I'm.
Poor,
she's
that poor
wrong.
girl.
She
She's-
is wrong.
I just
but
can't
it's-
believe it. I feel bad for her. It's terrible.
Okay, so she is wrong. I'm not saying that she's not wrong, but
She
it's still
did
not
say
an
that.
easy decision for her to make. Like,
Why
she's
not?
making it because she needs help. She doesn't realize that she's not happy with peacefulness and content. She needs some turbulence in order to feel like she matters or whatever.
Yeah,
the
so
heck.
she's a psycho.
So she needs
No,
some
she just has
therapy.
traumatic experiences, most
She
likely.
needs therapy. That's it. But I don't
Oh,
think she
man, she
made the
needs
decision.
therapy.
I don't think she made the decision
Cancel.
to leave her family because she was like, I want money. Let me just go get money.
Well, then
and
why,
give
you
to
tell
my
me,
family."
why would you break up your family with your kids?
Because
hang on, with your kids, the kids being the primary thing here, walk away from the family, break it up, destroy the lives of the kids, and take the money.
Because in her mind, she's thinking, I'm not happy here.
Right.
This is going to be the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And she doesn't want that.
Oh, too bad
it's
for
not
her.
necessarily
What
about
about
the
duty?
money.
She's not saying
My
it's
point-
good. You're
yeah.
arguing with her when she's just giving another option of what
You're
could be
trying
going on.
to fight me on a point that I'm not fighting you
Yeah,
on.
but
I'm
what
not
about
saying
her
she's right.
duty?
What do
What do you
mean?
think her duty
I'm not
is?
I
saying
think
that
her
she-
duty, even if she's unhappy, he's not doing anything wrong. She made the vows to have children together,
with
so
you.
stay.
I agree with you, but I don't
Literally.
think she leaves only because of the money. I think she leaves because she needs therapy. The money is just a bonus.
You are
She leaves.
so obsessed
She's
with
not-
women
She
taking
is
your
not-
money.
She
Calm
is not
down.
saying
One
like
at a time.
She's not saying like, oh, I don't like him because he's so amazing, but the money was just really, really, really tempting, and I just like the money more than him. That's not what she's saying. She's saying he wasn't enough, despite him being perfect, because she's not enough and she needs help. The money was probably a bonus. It didn't hurt.
You both
Definitely
agree.
not.
Both agree that she should not have left. You're just
Yeah,
saying shame
but
on her, and she's saying
You're
she needs
saying
help.
she left for the money.
but
I'm
don't
saying
need,
I
don't need the
disagree with
bridge.
that. Like,
I
we
just
can
want
move
to
on to
dive
the
into
next
this.
thing.
Why do we immediately assume that it's therapy and she's not just a selfish bitch?
I mean, that is. I mean,
Which you need
if you're-
therapy
Yeah,
for.
if you're a selfish bitch, you need therapy.
Why?
Because people can
That's how you
actually
fix
change.
yourself. What
How
do
do you
mean?
know that that's gonna
because
fix
you think a
anything?
selfish bitch is gonna sit down there and finally have some self-awareness to be like, you know what, I'm a selfish bitch. No, sometimes you need to go to a therapist and have a therapist be like, you're a selfish
Here's
bitch.
the thing that's funny.
You're
talking about
anti-therapiness?
Calm
What is
down.
wrong with you?
Are you going to jump in every time I have a conversation with anybody?
I thought we were allowed to disagree.
Yeah, but can you calm down till we're done having at
Sure.
least our back and forth? Is that okay?
Sure.
Are you sure?
For you.
Okay, thank you. It's very kind of you.
You're so welcome.
So anyway, when you talk about therapy, a lot of times therapy will exacerbate situations like this. In
If you
fact,
have a bad
and I
therapist.
wouldn't surprise me if the reason she left is because she had a fucking therapist who said, "You got to do what's good for you, girl. You
You're
got to
making
do
a
what's
lot
good
of
for
assumptions
you."
here. Do you
So are
understand?
you. You're making a lot of assumptions too about
The only
therapy.
thing I said is that she needs therapy because she left a
How do you know
perfectly
she's
happy
not in
marriage.
therapy and her therapist didn't tell her to do it? That's an
Therapist-
assumption.
If she is, then her therapist is bad.
That's an assumption, though.
No, it's not. I said she
It
needs
is.
therapy. That is not an
Yeah,
assumption.
but if the therapist says to him, "Okay, you know what?
then
you
her
should do you."
therapist is a poor one. A therapist
Yeah,
is still
but
a
wait, who are you
human.
to qualify what's a poor or not a poor therapist?
There are a lot of bad therapists.
I feel like we're now arguing about the therapist, and the whole comment was about what she said, and regardless of why she said it, she's leaving her spouse, which is a horrible
She needs a
situation.
therapist. No, a good
He asked
therapist.
what our
No, a
take
better
was
therapist.
on
I think
the
the problem
statement.
here is that you're just assuming that she left solely because of the money, which I think is like a really weird thing to think when people don't genuinely think like that, right? Maybe the money is like one factor, but they have a whole family. You think a woman's not going to think about the entire family?
That's exactly why I think she has an alternative motive. Because if you were actually thinking about your family, the last thing you would do is leave a man who you say is a perfect man and break up his family, break up your children's
Her
relationship with a
ulterior
father,
motive is
and take a
herself.
bunch of money, unless you didn't actually give a shit about that.
I completely agree with him. I just disagree with the way that he's saying it.
I don't.
The
my
tone.
God,
It's your
the
But I
tone. The
completely
tone.
agree with you.
I
The
disagree
reason
with
why
the fact
it's
that
so
the money is
frustrating to
the-
have
is the motive.
women inside of men's spaces immediately is because it's always tone policing bullshit.
And
right?
you agree
What
with
tone
him.
Who
policing?
cares
100%.
about
That's
tone
crazy.
policing?
Why do you think tone
Why?
policing?
Who cares about tone policing?
Because it's about the approach on how you talk
No,
to
it's
someone.
not.
'cause
It's
it
about
only
what's
shows
being
disrespect.
said, not how you interpret it.
No,
I
no,
just
that's not
disagree
true.
with
Actually,
Yeah, that's just a bunch
intention lies within your
It's just a bunch
tone.
of feminist bullshit.
And
I'm
but
not gonna
but
say-
on
Not
the
even- No,
plus
no,
side,
I'm not a
we
feminist.
care about things differently.
Then why are you
You
tone
already know how
policing?
I
One at a time, one
Not what
person
God
at a time,
means.
one
Why you
person
tone
at a
police?
time.
Why you come over and go, now, Johnny, it's about how... Fuck that. I'm going to say it exactly how it needs to be said.
Hold up. Go around the table. Raise your hand if you're a feminist, because I'm not.
Oh, we'll get to that in a minute.
Proud feminist.
Okay, so by us saying that we tend to want to agree with you, but if we could just deliver it in a way
If
that
we could
actually
just get you to do it how we
Oh,
want.
I'm sorry. There's no interrupting, right? Remember, there's no interrupting.
If we're having a conversation with each
If you
other.
could say something and we can agree with you, but let's say it in a way that actually makes a difference, then you're tone police, tone police.
Okay, but
We're
I
not
disagree
tone
with
policing you. We're saying we
How could
agree.
it not be
Your
a tone
delivery
police
matters.
if you literally are saying to me, I agree with what you say, I just don't agree with the tone in which you
That's
say
not how
it.
she said it. That's not how she
I said I
it.
agree with what you're saying. I don't like how
it's being
you're
delivered.
delivering
Right.
it.
You don't like the tone. It's literally tone
What did you
policing.
say that was?
Nothing. They all agree with
Oh,
me.
it's
They
I
don't.
disagree.
They don't like the
No, we
delivery.
didn't fully
delivery.
say that.
Yeah.
We didn't fully say that.
No, I just don't like the delivery.
Who
system.
You think women only
I
leave
didn't.
because of money?
This one and this one.
No. I think why would she leave because of money? If he really was perfect, she would stay because then she has the husband, the kids,
Yeah,
the house,
exactly.
and the money.
Exactly.
That's more of a win for her to
But
stay.
why do you think she's just leaving because of money?
So you don't agree
But that's
with
what
him
he's
then.
saying.
Yeah,
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
agree with him.
No,
then.
what he said, and tell me if I'm wrong, what he said was no
I agree.
woman should leave her children, a husband who's supposedly perfect, in any situation. I don't care if she needs therapy or not. She shouldn't be
That's
leaving.
not what
But
I
that's not what
said.
he said. He said
He is
it was
saying
only
the reason
it's
she left
yes.
is because of money.
No,
No,
I
he
said
didn't
that
say
the
that.
alternative motivation, if you're looking at the alternative motivation, if you're looking at the evidence that's in front of us, you literally agreed with me. If we say, she goes, well, the husband's perfect, everything is great, it's just that I just have to break up my whole family and walk away with millions of dollars of his money. You said, yeah, I could see that being
she
the
could keep
motivation as
retaining
well.
more
Hang
millions.
on.
I didn't say
Then
that.
you moved
You
over
must
to.
have heard somebody
Then you
else
moved over
say
to
that.
she needs therapy. My
I
counter to that
literally
was,
didn't say
well, maybe
that.
she's in therapy. Your therapist told her for all you know.
I did not say that.
You didn't. So it's not.
What
It
did
doesn't
you
sound
say
like a
then?
powerful motivator.
Money,
He's gonna put
no,
words
not
into
if
her
you're
mouth.
already with a person who's making you perfectly happy, like she just said, and already has all the money in the world. Why would you need to leave him and then take some of his money with
Because
you?
you want to go find yourself, girl.
That's not
Want
money
to be a
though.
boss bitch.
That's what she thinks,
Right, yeah.
And that's why she needs therapy.
Yeah.
But that's not exactly. So you
If the
agree with me, it's
alternative
not the
was
money.
not for
He's
money,
very
then
judgmental. He's
it would be great if she
basically
just
God
left
in
it
his
with him.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a feeling she's not going to
still
just
gonna
be like,
take-
well, I'm going to leave and not take any of the money.
She's gonna take the kids with her.
Maybe. Or maybe
So
they got
she
joint
shouldn't-
custody, but I guarantee he's going to be paying a lot of money.
So you don't think he should be paying any child support?
I think that if
Did she
you
cook,
go,
clean, rub his
I
back,
think
rub his
if you
feet for a
go
lot of
you
years, and
break
take
up-
care of the kids?
Oh my goodness! First of all,
That's a whole nother.
who gives a shit if she did? She's sitting at home on her pampered ass while her kids are at school getting taken care of by other people. Who gives a shit?
Pampered ass.
Yeah, pampered.
You don't know exactly what she's.
You don't
going
even know
through,
what
so-
women
Oh
actually
my
want
goodness!
in
I don't
love.
know what women go through.
That's not what
If
it
she's
You didn't even let me finish my sentence.
Go
You
ahead,
started
go
saying
ahead.
something.
Probably pampered.
No, that's
Hit me.
probably
No,
something.
that's what I thought. So anyway, back to where we were at.
The man statement.
remember where
He's
we
so
were at.
ugly inside. What the fuck?
I honestly
Okay.
lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Andrew's trying to be a good sport here. You just, again, did an ad hominem.
Do you see every woman good sport? You
Okay,
should. You
hold
should.
on.
You don't
Hold
even
on.
know the definition.
Hold
of
on.
good sport.
What's the definition of good sport?
Oh my God, bro. I'm trying to bring things back to level, and then you just want to object to it immediately and then start attacking me, which is not going to be productive. So here's how this is going to go. I've been sitting here for the past 3 minutes. Andrew, I haven't heard anything particularly objectionable from Andrew. However, you came in and said, he's really something along the lines of, wow, he's really ugly on the inside. That's an ad hom, totally unproductive. That's why I'm checking you right now. Do you understand?
Sure.
Did you say that?
I said that.
So that would then invite Andrew to return fire with fire, which will
Okay.
just devolve again into insults and personal attacks. So you both need to refrain from the ad homs.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
You do realize that you're contributing to the very belligerent nature of this conversation, though.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need to make these little quips under your breath to her, or even directly to him, or to myself.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Okay.
Do you agree to cease with the ad homs and the personal attacks?
Yes.
Okay, everybody here, moving forward, can we agree we're going to cease with ad homs and personal attacks?
Yes.
Does everyone agree? Because I think, look,
Got it.
even if we disagree on shit, I think it's not going to be productive for the conversation. Can we all agree on that?
Does that include calling us dumb?
I just
All
agreed,
ad
yeah.
homs,
Okay.
all ad homs and personal attacks.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be
making sure so you
productive
don't
for
say
this
that again.
conversation. Yeah, we all agreed. All is
Perfect.
well.
That's amazing.
I'm going to read
From here
a
on.
chat here that's relevant. Her sentence is true and was published in our newspaper in Brazil. Kaká is one of the greatest players in the history of Brazilian football. 5-time world champion, has never been involved in any scandals.
Poor guy.
Which is a miracle for the world of football. Raphael, thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then we have No We Are, a trig rapist and hypocritical Christian lesbians. This episode is baller.
At least they like it.
Yep. We have Daniel W. Many therapists are not even PhD holders anymore. Therapy can be bad and is oversaturated today. Divorce is abuse towards children. These women fail to realize their arguments normalize and praise divorce, create social stigma around it again. Views on child support. Okay. Views on child support.
I support it.
I think if a woman makes more than a man, she should pay child support. If a man makes more than a woman, he should pay child support.
Second it.
I think if there is a joint custody and a woman was not having a job within that partnership because the man didn't want her to, I feel like it's his fault for not letting her, or her fault for not having money of her own. I feel like women should have money for their own for this reason. I don't believe you should ever leave your husband and wife. Your husband and children. I think that's sad and wrong unless there was cheating.
What? Don't you think it's the most optimal system to have a woman staying at home with the kids?
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's the natural design.
But once they go to school, what does she do?
Well, that was my question, right? So why are we paying her child support again?
Because
that
you
all
make
she
stay home
does?
with the
What do you
kids
mean?
still?
She doesn't put the kids to sleep. She doesn't feed them. She doesn't send them to school with stuff. Like
She doesn't cook your
She
food.
doesn't
So-
clothe them. She doesn't.
so-
deal with
She's
them,
like
she
an
doesn't do anything
employee
with
to
them.
you.
I'll answer your questions. So if you're sending your kids to school, they're going to school for 8 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge block of your day where there's not kids around. That's one. Two, I'm not saying in the formative years that women don't put in a lot of work. They do, but it gets a lot easier for women as the kids get older. Even by 4, 5, 6, 7, right? They're going to school for most of the day. Women are not busting their asses anymore to take care of the kids. They're just not. It gets way easier for them. Men, on the other hand, still are.
But
they're still working the 12s.
Wait,
they're still
what?
working the 16-hour days so that they can support the family.
But people-
And now they have to do it even more. They have to work even more hours if the woman's going to stay at home, because now the system requires 2 incomes for you to survive.
It sounds
so
like-
you have to extend your hours as a man most of the time.
It sounds like you want the wife to stay at home and raise the children, but you're also holding it against her because you have to go to work.
No one's holding it against her.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, you're not really doing anything. You just stay at home, and I have to go to work.
No,
every
I'm
day,
saying that
so
my claim is it's not equally yoked. She's getting the better end of the bargain. So if you bring up, well, what about her housework, etc., I'm saying she still
getting
gets
the
the
better end
better.
of the bargain
She's still
later.
getting the way better end of the bargain.
later, but she has to put in way more
No,
work
she
in the
even gets it
beginning.
earlier.
No, she does not.
She does
I agree
too.
with him on
She
this.
does.
I'm sorry, but
In the beginning, when she has to raise the kids.
Till what? 3
I
years?
will say I agree with you on this
For
one.
real?
Yeah, so for 4
I
years,
think the
she's
woman
literally
needs to
like
be in the
breaking
household.
her back.
Oh, okay. How many kids do you have?
they just want
None.
to
Hey, who here agrees with me who has kids?
Well, I do.
I don't have kids, but I-
Well, but I wanna- I
all
wanna
the
put
people
it-
with kids agree.
I want to put it in a
Well, I know,
context.
I
I want to put it in a
for the first
context.
3 years.
But aren't you
right?
businesswoman?
Yes, I am, but I want to put it in a context that empowers women, which is, yes, women who get to stay home and raise their children while their husband works hard. That is a blessing.
Absolutely.
That is a blessing to the woman. And I have been an entrepreneur my entire life. And 4 years ago, I lost everything I had worked for. And God gave me the gift of enjoying my children at home. And I didn't realize how incredibly empowering that was. And
Well,
that was our natural role. And I will say this too
Did
as well,
God give
because
you
if
the
I don't
gift?
keep talking, you're just going to talk over everybody. I will also say this. Child support started on this concept that, well, because I stayed home all of those formative years, I wasn't able to, this is when people got married at like 20, I wasn't able to go to college and build a career. And now if we get divorced, I don't have anything that I've done for myself except for these children. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying that's how child support started. But now women and men take advantage of the system where they abuse and they hire the highest paid lawyer, and they want to get vindictive against their spouse, and they literally use government, which we shouldn't be using, to punish a spouse and get more money that they don't deserve, or punish people and not to give them money that they do deserve. But I will say, again, women do not work as hard as men. Doing the dishes and the laundry and paying the bills and running errands and raising your children is beautiful and it is a gift. But that's the job.
Some men and
men
women run empires together.
But if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the job.
Yeah, I was a stay-at-home mom for 9 years. I think it's where women need to be. I think we need to be in the household. I think we need to be barefoot in the kitchen, raising our children, and I am now working. I work with my husband and with Lindsay, but I don't agree with the child support and again, I think when you're taken, like Lindsay said, when it started, it was meant that way. It's a good thing, but at the same time, I feel like it should be completely off the table. We shouldn't even be discussing this. Why is divorce at such a high rate? And then we wouldn't need to be having child support.
I think I saw a statistic that divorce was actually down from 1980.
Because fewer people are getting married.
Oh.
No one gets married. That's Joe Biden's America.
I'm going to read a couple chats here. We have Living, the Walmart brand
He just became
Kiko
president.
ain't it. Thank you, Living Facts. We have, that's going to take a second. Living, thank you, man. Appreciate the messages. Thank you, everybody who's super chatting and sending in some Streamlabs messages. Appreciate it, guys. Like the video while you're watching. I'm just waiting for this next one to pull up. Hold on. Anthony Vasilati, hey, thank you, man, appreciate it. Andrew Y. Blank on therapy. Yes, girl with glasses needs a reality check about what's important in life. My girlfriend of 15 years passed recently. Sorry to hear that. I raised 2 kids. I'm on my feet today thanks to my psychologist.
Great.
Good
Well,
job,
I don't
Anthony.
think you would object to it in like someone who's trying to get over grieving.
People have
Somebody's
actual
grieving.
serious trauma, but women don't use therapy that same way. They'll use therapy for all sorts of
Why do you
bizarre
generalize
procedures.
all women under one body?
He does
Big
that.
statement to assume.
Not a big statement to assume.
I'm assuming you're going on. Is there statistics that you have for that?
Not only is there
Is that
statistics
why?
that we can cite for this, but we can look at psychology itself. Psychology itself is a soft science. It's not a real science. It's a soft science. Just like the medical field, it's a soft science. And so we can't reproduce most of the data which is inside of psychology. We can't reproduce its massive reproduction crisis.
So you don't believe in psychology?
Stop talking. I'm almost done. Up to 70% of the studies can't be reproduced in psychology. Sociology is terrible with the same exact problem across the board. The question becomes, with psychology itself and psychologists, they're practicing a soft science. What are the benefits that you're getting from a psychologist that you wouldn't get from a buddy? You would say that they have some sort of scientific training. I would argue that if the science itself can't be reproduced, then it's not scientific at all, and they're basically just renting a buddy. That's the way that I view it.
I think if you have a buddy, then there's a bias response that's coming.
I disagree with you on the sense that psychology is like completely not worth even considering because you can't reproduce the science or whatever. Because I do think it has, I do think it has basis in reality. But I do agree that obviously when you speak to a therapist, not every therapist is going to be a good one. Even if they have all their qualifications, they're still going to be able to they're going to give you wrong information.
Yep.
There are a lot of people who genuinely try therapy. They always will tell you that it's a matter of finding a good therapist.
Sure, but this makes my point, actually. So
Well, I
how
agree with you a little
can you
bit,
judge if a therapist is a good therapist or not if it's supposed to be a science, but there's no scientific standard from which we can judge them, other than maybe
trial and error
by results, right? I've got a 5-star rating or I've got a 3-star rating.
Well, it's a
So
very.
the question,
it's a very
hang on, almost done. So the question becomes, if we have no scientific standards, you're calling yourself a scientist, we know which ones are good and which ones are not good. How do you know that?
It's a trial and error thing. A lot of it is you find a therapist who works with you properly because they're able to understand you. Some therapists aren't good and some are. Some are good for certain people. Some are not good for other people. Some specialize in certain fields so that they're used to certain thought patterns and know how to address them accordingly. But it's a very nuanced thing. You
So
can't
if
just
it's just
walk into any
randomized
therapist.
and nuanced, I would argue
not
back that you might be
randomized.
able to get the exact same results by just going to friend to friend
I
to
would
friend
agree
to
with
friend
you as well, but
until you find the right one.
I would agree with that as well. However, you would probably need to find a very mature friend.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe an immature friend. After
No,
all,
an
you have
immature
psychologists
friend-
who are 23, 24, 25,
And then you'd
26
have
years old.
No, but that's what I'm saying. There are bad therapists out there.
You don't
right?
know
I
if
have
that
a
makes them a bad
48-year-old
therapist. That's the
You
problem.
could have a very, very mature friend who's able to understand certain behaviors
You
and
can do
why people
splits,
do
Nick. I don't
certain
think I've
things.
seen you doing
And they can
splits.
sit down with you and talk
Sure,
to you
huh?
and help you piece it out.
But
have
there's
not?
no scientific
if
rigorism.
they're-
Okay.
It doesn't.
So judging it would
You're
be just
basically-
basically judging it off of how you feel as a
So
result.
you just think the entire field of psychology is bogus?
Of course.
Okay, so then there's
It's a
no
soft
point in
science.
engaging.
If it's a
think
soft
that
science
says a
and
lot.
it can't be reproduced,
But there's
what could I use other than tales of people saying it's horrible and tales of people saying it's good? These are not
Because there's-
scientific ways to evaluate
there are
that.
certain
It's all just
archetypes that
depending
people
on your
fall into when it comes to their personalities because of the way they were
Yeah,
raised.
yeah, yeah.
because
Hold
of
on,
their
hold on.
household.
Stop right now. She's talking. You guys were specifically instructed before the show, no fucking sidebar conversations. Please, kindly, if somebody's talking, don't have a sidebar conversation. It's rude to the audience and it's rude to her. Let her speak. Don't be fucking talking when she's talking. Go ahead.
I don't remember what I was saying. My train of thought is
Okay, well, we're going to move on because it's kind of
Okay.
not even that interesting. All right, we have a chat here. Patriot Barbie fan. Hi, Lindsay. Love you so much and follow you on IG. Saw you meet the President Trump on Sunday and that he pulled you up in front of a crowd to talk to you. Andrew, stop being a dick. To her and Kendall. All right.
All right, thank you. Yes, I met President
hide
Trump.
that. Scott, let's cut the crap. This woman left her husband, broke her vows in the family. No excuse. Black chick with the pink hair. STFU and respect the platform. I can't imagine a man coming home to your BS.
Too bad.
With a man.
I
It's
think-
fine. She's with
I
a
think
woman.
I can't imagine. I
think
mean,
the chatter
you'd have to change the gender, I guess.
misunderstands.
We have no therapy. Just God coming in here. Oh, shit. Feminist preaching to the choir, deflecting nasty attitudes, giving out hypothetical outliers as evidence to an argument devoid of any, do you mean logical thought? Poor me victim attitudes, allergic to the truth. Hey,
He
thank
meant illogical thought.
you, man. Appreciate it.
Also, I thought I was the only feminist here. Am I not?
I
It
don't
doesn't
think
seem
so.
like you are.
They
Nick,
just think
let's
that
pull up the
women
other
respecting
tab.
themselves and having their own opinions
Well,
is
let's-
feminism.
Let's
the
define
definition?
feminism.
There's
What's
another
that?
clip
let's-
there.
let's
Let's
There's
define
another
feminism.
What,
actually.
yeah, what is feminism?
And also
to
a
you guys?
straw man. Well done with the fallacious argumentation.
What's the definition of feminism?
Yeah, because I
Hold
feel
on.
like I'm
Men
being
and
put
women
in
are
that
equal.
box.
Yeah, I would say
That's
it
my
would be the
definition.
movement towards the egalitarian nature of men and women.
Can you say it a little bit more?
Men and women
Less
are equal.
egalitarian.
Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about egalitarianism, you're talking about equality and equity.
Okay.
So it would be the movement towards the equality and equity between men and women.
Oh, I think men and women are uniquely very different, and we are not equal.
In what ways?
So many ways. I mean, I have XX chromosomes. You have Y.
No, I don't mean biological ways. I mean, in what ways under the law, purview of the law, in the way that you would want to see laws of the land structured, would you say that men and women should not be equal?
Think like God's rules for men to be strong, protect, provide,
Yeah, providers and
be
protectors.
called into
whereas-
war.
Yeah.
Women are nurturing their children, tending their home, creating a beautiful nuclear family dynamic, that kind of thing.
So, like, for instance, let me ask you this. We'll test this real quick and just find out. Do you think that there should be female politicians?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
You don't,
Because
right?
because it creates a conundrum from the Christian worldview.
This is why I
You
don't
believe that
in
you should
religion.
submit to your husband, right?
Absolutely.
Well,
But
so what
it says
happens?
actually they should submit to each other.
To each
Is
other.
there anything else that I can help you with?
I think
or
he's.
can I finish my
think
conversation?
he's asking Kendall because
So, but I wouldn't want to tell him police. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Is it okay? Are you going to be okay? Okay. So anyway, if you submit to your husband, right, and you're a politician, and your husband goes to you and says, "I want you to vote this way," are you going to vote that way?
No.
Oh, well, that's not submission then.
Yeah, because I don't think you should submit to your husband.
I believe she should hear him out
I think
on
a
why.
husband and a wife should be equal.
you would
and they
say
should
you would
work
hear
with
him
each
out,
other.
right?
Oh,
No,
I would
I know.
absolutely hear
Wait,
him
question
out.
for you.
Exactly.
Who should pay on the
I feel
first
like you
date?
kind of
hold
backed
on,
me.
hold on. Who should pay on the first date?
man.
Well, you just said men and women should be equal, so how do you reconcile that statement?
Don't you believe in traditional values?
Yeah, but it's
What?
Your
Well, there's a
asking you the
different. Okay, you know what? I'll change my
You know,
answer. Actually,
you're a
I'll change my
feminist.
answer.
You're a
I'll change
feminist.
my answer.
You're a feminist.
I'll change
How
my
can
answer.
you say-
Listen, I'm changing my answer. If the woman asks the man out first, she
They
should
don't.
pay.
Women
Yeah,
overwhelmingly
that's why men should
don't.
pay.
Women, I know
Yeah, but
some,
it's this very almost
okay,
like
it's probably
willfully
men definitely do
naive
it more,
position.
for sure.
Guys, one at a time, please. It's a very willfully naive position to take that, well, whoever asks should pay. Well, overwhelmingly, men are the initiators.
Okay.
So your answer may, like, de facto, men are going to be the ones who are asking. So your answer might as well be men should pay.
Okay, but what
unless
does that have to do,
unless you're
what does that have to do with my belief that men and like a wife and a
You
husband
need to
should
tilt
be
your
equal?
mic down.
Sorry. What does that have to do with my belief that a husband and a wife should be equal in a marriage?
Well, how do you arrive at a marriage? Through the courtship process, right?
Correct.
Which is unequal if your
In the beginning,
position.
I do think that the man should pursue.
Why?
Why? I don't
Why?
because I just think he should.
Well, initially, and you seem to want to walk it back. Initially, you said, "Well, don't you believe in traditional gender roles?" But you're a feminist. How do you reconcile your desire for equality?
Totally.
It does contradict.
No, traditional values and feminism don't.
It
completely
100%
contradict.
Okay,
contradicts.
well, let's see if they don't. Let's just find out.
Like for example.
Wait, let me ask one question.
Sure.
So you do want the guy to pay for the first date, correct?
If he asks me out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's say he does. Do you want to get married one day?
Yes.
Okay. Will you take your husband's last name?
Yes.
Go ahead, Andrew.
You are not a feminist.
Why am I not a feminist?
Because you don't
Well,
want to be a
there's-
feminist. I think
Go
you
ahead,
want
go
to
ahead.
align with
Go ahead.
feminism, but I
When you
think
say-
secretly
when
deep down
you-
what you want is you want a man to court you, to take you to dinner, to treat you nice, to ask you to marry him, and to create a family. That's what you're saying. Kind of, right?
I mean, I think it should go both ways, but in the beginning, the man should do the courting, and then the woman should also be.
Well, that's a
giving it
gender.
back.
Isn't that a gender expectation?
Yeah, I do think that there are gender roles in society. I don't
So what
necessarily
would
think that
be-
means that men and women are not equal.
What would your expectations be in a relationship where you're both a feminist but also desirous of a traditional relationship?
He asks me out, takes me on a first date, and then after that, everything's normal. That's it. We just interact normally. We like each other.
You'll
What is
pay. You'll
normal?
go,
I'll split
you'll
on
go
the date.
50-50.
I don't care.
What's
Yeah,
normal?
the first date
You'll
should
go
pay.
50-50
After that,
from
you
there
want
on
to
out.
pay 50-50.
Will
I
you
really
insist? Will you insist that it's 50-50 from there on out, or if the guy continues to be like, "No, I want to
Don't care. I
pay,"
would probably
you'll
say
just
something.
allow?
No, I'd probably say something at
Okay.
some point.
So why this arbitrary? You want one singular date for
Not
the guy
even
to pay?
just because, like, I do think that the guy should be the one pursuing
Why?
in the beginning.
Why?
Because I do believe in traditional values. That's like to a certain extent, just
So
not
you
to a point where. It,
Okay. So you want.
I like the ones I like.
So for you, equality is a buffet. You want to pick and choose that which benefits you and disregard that which doesn't. So you want tradition
I guess
for the
that's a
man.
fair thing to
you want
say.
you want tradition for
So-
the man in these scenarios.
So then you're saying that women should be pursuing first? That's your.
No, he's
like
just
women
saying
should
that
ask
if
the
it's
man out on the
if
date?
it is your expectation, then it brings up the fact that there's kind of an ingrained hypocrisy there, right?
But there isn't, right? Why can't a man pursue and then still
Why
treat
are
the
you a
woman as
feminist?
equal? Because I believe that women and men are equal. I do think that women should be able
Are
to
you
vote.
talking
I
about
do
just
think
in
that-
marriage?
Everything. I think that women
Everything?
should be able to vote. I think women should be able to drive.
You think women should have to be
Women have been able to
drafted?
vote for a long time.
That's a great question.
Should women be drafted? I don't know. I'll have to think about
I think
that.
What do you mean you
equal.
have to think
Well,
about
if
it?
you
Equal.
I don't know.
I thought they were equal.
Wait, you did
I guess
say.
you're right. Yeah.
You did say that
they should be drafted.
You want them.
You want them
equal.
drafted? So if you were drafted tomorrow, would you go?
I'd probably leave the country.
Yeah, you wouldn't go. So much for that equality.
Can you stop playing with
Sorry.
that, please?
So much for that equality. You would flee. You would draft dodge.
Well,
yeah?
I mean, men could also leave the country.
Yeah, I get it, but from the equality standpoint, it's just kind of interesting that, well, wait a second. I guess in order to be
I personally
consistent,
don't wanna
I would
fight
have
any
to say
wars.
yes. I would have to get drafted, but if you did draft
You're
me, I'm
asking-
getting the fuck out of
You're
here.
asking me about personal questions. I personally would not want to draft in a war. I'd leave. But do I think that if men get drafted, women should be too? Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, but if you actually believe that, then you would have to accept the fact that if you get drafted, you gonna go.
Okay, that's fair. I'd probably
Wow.
try to leave the country, and I'm sure a lot of other guys will too. and
Actually,
that's
really
fine.
quick on the military.
Most guys
thing.
don't.
Really quick on the military
most-
thing
some
do.
is
They
this is actually what happens even for the volunteer force of women. If they're about to be deployed to to a conflict zone, conflict area.
They get pregnant a lot.
Frequently they tend to get pregnant, which would preclude them from having to be deployed. So even if you do get drafted, or even if you're a volunteer, a lot of these women tend to, I'll just get knocked up. I'll just get pregnant so I can avoid
having to get to,
and also typically they get assigned different, like not frontline combat positions anyways. So even if they do get deployed, they're typically much more safer than their male counterparts in the military. We have another thing to react to, Nick. Why don't we get... This is Megan Fox. She had a video go kind of viral recently. Can you play it?
Got a lot of single ladies here who, they're having a single summer and they need some advice from you.
I don't know if I'm the best person to give advice, because my advice is like, just learn a skill or develop a hobby and do not waste your energy on boys.
Honestly,
all they're gonna do is drain you. Just move on. Invest in yourself.
We've got a lot of single ladies
You
here.
can pause it. So that's it. Not much there, but she does say that they'll just waste your time and drain you, men. Do you think that there would be an uproar if a male of her status were to say the same thing, but just swap the... No, I don't think if like Ryan Gosling were to say, what was the first thing she said? Nick, just pull it up one more time. What was the first thing she said? If Ryan Gosling would go on an interview and say...
Who, they're having a single summer and they need some advice from you.
I don't know if I'm the best person to give advice, because my advice is like, just learn a skill or develop a hobby and do not waste your energy on boys.
Do not waste your energy.
All they're gonna do is drain you.
So if Ryan Gosling... Huh?
This is like advice that men give to other men. Like, don't waste your time on bitches. Like, make sure you develop a hobby, go find a job, like work yourself, be worth something. Don't waste your time on hoes and bitches.
Yeah, but that's because of the value difference, right?
Oh, so now there's a justification.
I believe she's saying that
there is a
people are going to come.
Well, wait. There is a justification for it.
Standard here.
There's no double standard.
Okay.
Because I don't ascribe to the fact your egalitarian worldview of equality.
Right.
So let's throw in that
so in
there
that case,
there is a distinction in standards, because there's a value distinction. The value distinction is that...
I disagree with you.
Well, okay, you don't even know what I'm going to say. Why would you disagree with me?
You think there's a value distinction between men and women?
You don't think there is?
I think that they're different. I don't think that they're valued differently.
No?
No.
Okay, so then you would say that they prefer the exact same things?
No.
Okay, so then there's value differences.
No. Okay, they value different things, but they themselves are valued the same.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about their intrinsic quality or rights yet.
Okay.
I'm talking about the things that they value
yes,
are
they
different.
Value different things.
So if men are valuing, for instance, physical beauty standards, youth for children, things like this, they don't really give a shit about women's income. Women, on the other hand, do care a lot about men's income. So if men are giving the advice to focus on gaining a lot more income if they wanted to have a good, stable relationship and have a woman stay at home, take care of their kids, that really is good advice. For women, them having a skill, long-term skill, and wasting their youthful years doesn't seem to me to be great advice.
Yeah, when you're a woman, I think maybe you'd understand. But if you waste your entire time...
No, if you were a man, I think you'd understand.
Probably. But
Yeah.
if you waste your entire time trying to please men your whole life, you do waste yourself away.
That's not what I said, though.
That's what she's saying. She's
No, that's
saying
not what
don't
she's
waste your
saying.
time on boys, find a hobby, develop something interesting, because if you're obsessed with boys and that is your hobby, you're going to have a problem.
Okay, women have X amount of years where they have strong fertility, and that's in their 20s.
Okay.
That's their strongest years for fertility.
Okay.
So if they're busy out developing a skill and not wasting any time on boys in their 20s...
You're misunderstanding what she's saying.
I'm not misunderstanding what she's saying.
Yes, you are, because you're not a girl.
Well, then let's steal
When she's saying don't waste your time
in
on
that
boys,
video.
she means literally don't make your entire world revolve around boys. She doesn't mean...
No, you're just
she
setting
doesn't
that
mean-
in. That's not what she
because-
said.
Yes, she doesn't mean never ever talk to a boy. She's literally dating somebody. She has a boyfriend.
So
She's saying work on yourself.
She's literally
That was
just
the
saying,
main
yeah,
thing.
she's
work
literally
on
just
yourself
saying,
instead.
don't drain
It will
yourself
come
on
to you.
boys.
No, I
Find a
think what you're
hobby,
doing-
find something else that
I
you
think
like.
what you're doing
Don't make your world revolve
is
around
you're not
men.
taking what she actually said. You're just mapping what
She's
you
literally
want,
dating
what
a man.
what you want it to sound
She's
like.
literally dating a man right now.
But just
You're
like
the one
just like
who's
with
taking
almost
what
everything
she's
I say to
saying and
you,
wanting to interpret
just like
it in a
everything I
certain
say
way.
to you, you reinterpret it to say something
You're
I
the one-
didn't say.
you did
That's
it-
what's
the-
happening here.
You did that before with the other girl. You said, "Oh, she left because she only wanted money and she only wanted this." You made so many assumptions, and then
No,
here
you
you're
made
doing
those
the exact same
presuppositions.
thing.
I challenged them.
No, here
Yeah.
you're doing the. I literally
She
only
needs
said,
therapy. That's a presupposition,
Does she
lady.
not have issues? Can you not agree with me?
but
You
but
agree
the
with me that she
whys,
has issues.
the
You
whys
just
are what
think there's a
matters.
different way
She
to
could have the
solve it.
issue from the therapist.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
The point
She just
is
needs a
we-
better therapist.
The point is we agree that she has an internal issue. It's not about the money, and you're just assuming. In this case, you're also assuming that she means never, ever, ever talk to a man when that's not what she's saying.
That's
and
what
as a
she
girl,
said.
Two separate
Yeah,
points
as a girl,
here.
it's very obvious to know what she means because there are a lot of girls
Because you
who
made
do
it the
get
fuck
boy
up.
crazy.
You just
guys
map
are
what
like,
you want
No,
onto
because
it.
girls actually go boy crazy, and they actually do revolve their
What, like-
entire lives around men.
What does that have to do with what she actually said
Because she's
versus what you
literally
are
trying to
mapping on to what she said
She
because you
said-
want her to have said that?
She has a boyfriend.
So what?
Okay, we
So
got one
we're
of our
going around in
opinions.
circles.
Let's
We're
go.
going
You
around
guys
in
are going
circles.
circles.
If she
She
has a
obviously
boyfriend?
has a girlfriend. Stop. She has a boyfriend. I get that. I get your point that I can see most likely
Did they break
what
up?
she meant was, hey, don't waste your time on boys, really focus on yourself. But I get what you're saying in the sense that for me, when I went
Yeah, they
to
broke
college,
up.
I went to college to get a degree, but I also went to college
No
to find my
boyfriend.
husband. I was
Didn't
looking
matter
for
anymore.
a man. Are you for
Wait,
real?
why is he getting scolded for side conversation?
What?
I would love to
What I
hear
missed?
your point.
Everyone gets
'cause I
yelled
think
at for
you had a
side
really good
conversations,
point.
but she was
So I
talking
would
about
love
there
to
was a
continue
side
hearing
conversation
that.
going.
Directing out of the side to him. Sorry.
My point was, I
Just
agree with
allow
you in
me.
the sense.
Look. You've just got. Your interruption is now greater than his minor sidebar. I don't always catch every single sidebar that's going to occur, but now I'm having to respond to you because you've just totally interrupted the entire thing. Let me host, okay? If I miss a sidebar, blame it
How
on
does your
me.
husband feel about that?
What?
How's your wife feel about it?
She's not married.
I'm not married.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
She is.
Go ahead.
To a man.
I went to college to obviously to get a degree, but I also had a goal to find myself a husband. I agree with you that women have prime years where we are to find a husband, to have children. And I think it's sad that in today's society, women are focusing more on themselves. It's a very me-centric society right now.
I disagree.
And in turn, they're going into the workforce and they're not having children.
That's
and they're
true.
not getting
I-
married.
I
and I
think-
think that's a really sad place
I
to
think
be.
the reason for that, the reason why giving women rights makes them decide to be more independent and not want to marry in order to participate in society is because they aren't happy in their marriages, because men are used to acting, no offense, like you, respectfully, and
Or bitches like you.
yeah, that's fair. Respectfully.
You should have said dick, 'cause
And
he just called you a bitch.
no, that's fine. I don't care. I don't need this throwback. But just they act in ways where it's like the woman must submit, the woman must live for me, and unfortunately, women are people too. For you, that's unfortunate, and we don't necessarily
Straw
want to
man.
live just
Every
for
time.
a man. We want to live for ourselves as well. And if a man can't understand that, then we don't want to be married to them. And there are a lot of men who cannot understand that. So a lot of women no longer want to. Why should we try? Why should we waste our lives away for a man to just be like, good, stay at home, do this, let me not respect you, let me act like I'm doing you a favor.
Hang on, that's not the right kind of man. You're not finding the right kind of man.
But there's a lot of men like
There
that.
are, and so you
He's
got to
one of
seed
them.
them out. You got to look for the right kind of man. Because I'm telling you, the man that I am married to loves and respects
100%.
me. And I feel like
I
women
agree.
are. I do think women put men down way too often.
I think it goes both ways.
So,
Yes,
so,
absolutely. It absolutely does.
So moving back to this, let's test this and see if this is correct. You think that women are staying away from men and trying to go towards relationship because men are just big meanie heads?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you said, right?
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
mean, if you want to make it sound stupid, go
Can
ahead.
you
but that's what I said.
can you explain though why you think that?
If women were happy in their marriages, then giving them the right to participate in society without marriage wouldn't have an impact on marriage. But it does, because they don't like it.
They don't like being married.
Because they're not being treated well in marriage, right?
Oh.
You have.
What about the incentives that they have
Kendall
to get
right
divorced?
here, she's very happy in her marriage because her husband treats her nicely.
What about the incentives they have to get
respect each other.
divorced, though? They have incentives to get divorced.
Yeah, but if you actually like your partner, you're not going to want to get divorced,
Yeah,
right? I'm sure
if you
Kendall
have
also
incentives,
has an
you may.
incentive. No, Kendall is not going to divorce her husband just for the money. She likes her husband.
Yeah, so what? Kendall's not every woman. When you talk about
Can you please understand?
incentivizations, when you talk about incentivizations back the other direction, what you're saying is there's no possibility that there could be incentivizations the other direction, which could convince a woman to leave her husband. That's what you're saying.
If she doesn't like him, yeah, there are a lot of incentives. But if he's treating her perfectly well and she is perfectly healthy as an individual as well, then there should be no problem. She would have no reason to leave.
So hang on.
Why would Kendall leave
Got
a
it.
perfectly
I understand
happy
what you're
marriage?
saying. I just want to grant it. I want to make sure I'm not straw manning you, so I'm going to steel man it back to you. If a woman's happy in her marriage, even if there's incentives, she's going to stay. Or the problem is either that she's actually miserable because of the way he's treating her, or there's something wrong with her.
Correct.
Then the logical extension of this would be then that you actually believe that women are initiating most marriages because there's nothing wrong with them, but because it's men's fault.
No, I think a lot of women get married too soon.
So it's their fault?
I don't think women
it's
get
both.
married soon enough.
It's both?
Yeah.
Then
it is
why,
both.
if it's
Why is it
both,
only
then how
gonna be
come
one
men aren't
person?
initiating those divorces as much as women?
They do as well.
They don't.
They do sometimes.
Sometimes,
but, they don't.
but why aren't they as much as
For the
men?
record, wait, pause. Okay,
It makes
for the
sense
record,
for them not
wait,
to want to
wait
initiate
one
divorce.
second. Well, please, wait one
Because
second.
they actually do. Hold
Women
on.
really love to romanticize love. On the flip side, men are very logical thinkers and they're okay with going with the problems. When there's a problem after problem, most times women are like, I'm out, I'm done. It's because of this. We want to get married because we want the big wedding. We want this idea of love instead of actually knowing what love is. So I think to go along, someone had said that people are getting married too young. I think someone said that. I think you said that, Lindsay.
I did not.
I said that.
Oh, you said that. Or getting married too young. I think I have a lot of friends that are married, and in my opinion, I think they are too young. But I think that because I see all these people that get married young and then they get divorced, but it's because they haven't found themselves. So I think if we taught our children to learn how to be to be themselves and how to actually find who they are inside, we could promote us actually getting married early.
Well, then I wonder if that's
agree.
true, if you can respond to this, if you think it's due to youth. Why is it that, from the Christian frame, if a person and two people marry as virgins when they're young and they're Christians, their likelihood to divorce drastically decreases? I mean drastically.
Well, in my opinion,
If they're
I believe it's because of this hookup culture in general. When you are virgins to begin with, you don't know really what you're missing out on, is what I view it as. So once you have had sex before, outside of it, then you're gonna want to continuously have it.
I want to I'm going to speak to this because I was a
disagree.
virgin on my wedding night. I'm going to speak to this, and I got married young. I don't think me not experiencing other men is the thing. I feel like I was able to connect with my husband on such an intense level because we weren't physical with each other, and we got to know each other, you know,
100%.
emotionally, deeply. Yeah. That's what you two were talking about earlier. But I also think I wish that people got married younger, not necessarily sooner. Like, you're not dating for 2 weeks and you get engaged, but I wish people would get married younger because you grow together. Whereas opposed to these people that are getting older or getting married older, you have all these separate
30.
finances.
Yeah.
And like,
you're not able to build.
I have friends who the wife pays the husband the mortgage every month. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. That is crazy.
And so what the data shows is that, yes, if you are virgins, and yes, if you get married young and you're Christian, yes, your divorce rate's
But that's
drastically.
because they're Christians.
Yes, it is. But
Well,
I thought that your
that's the reason why
primary
you would
thing
get
that
married,
you
in my
wanted was to
opinion.
reduce divorce.
I do, but not
Well,
because
if you do-
because they believe that God thinks divorce is bad, but because they're actually happy in their marriages.
They report
not
their
the same
wait,
thing.
no. This contradicts what you just said. You just said that women are leaving their marriages because they're not happy
No, I said women
inside
are
of their
not.
marriage. I literally made sure to steelman it so that you would agree
But
to
you're
it.
saying it wrong. I said women are not getting married because they don't want to be with somebody.
No,
for the
you,
rest
no,
of
no,
their
no, no,
life. You
no.
said that-
No, here was the
that
steel
is
man.
what I
I'll give
said.
it back to you, the steel
Okay, I
man.
mean, it's
Here's
good that it's
exactly what
recorded.
happened, and you can replay this if you don't believe
Okay.
me. I said, so you're saying women are initiating these divorces because the men are mistreating them, or in some way something...
Or there's something wrong with
something
them.
wrong with the men. And you said, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, then that would still be the case, even with these Christians. So are these young men just way higher quality
No,
men?
because Christians, especially more devout Christians, don't believe in divorce.
So, but
it's a very controversial
they can
thing,
still get
especially
divorced.
in your own community.
But
if
they
you
can
get
still
divorced, it's
get
sudden-
divorced.
But it's not socially acceptable. Like, you can say that, but it's not.
I don't think it has anything to do with
It
that
does.
because my husband and I are
come
not
from a
staying.
very-
My husband and I are
You don't
not
come from a
getting
Christian
divorced.
community. Don't be full of
I
shit.
come from
I
a
would
Jewish
love to
community.
That's not a
your
Christian
comment. But I
community.
would love
It's
to hear your
similar in the
comment.
sense
It's
that
not similar.
Everybody's extremely orthodox. They get married very early. They stay married for a very long
They
time.
don't give a shit about divorce. It's not a big deal in those communities. It's
you-
not a huge
I
deal.
love how you're talking like you know.
I love how you talking like you do. I'm telling you, in a Christian
I'm
in
talking
these
about a
Christian
Jewish
communities,
community.
in these Christian communities, which you're speaking on, just so that you understand, they are reporting their happiness levels much higher. They have less antidepressant use. They go to therapy and therapists far less. They have far less of these societal issues
But
that
that's
you see.
because there's
Stop
less
talking. Almost done.
documentation of this,
Until
because they're
yes,
not
there
doing
are
it.
documented.
No, there's less antidepressants prescriptions because there's less therapy because they don't believe in therapy.
Then
because
why
they-
is it
Hang on. My husband and I go to therapy. We are actively in therapy.
Then how come the
because-
unaliving rates
hang
aren't higher?
Hang on, let me finish.
about
Because
what?
we believe in marriage. I am not going
She's
to
in
divorce my husband because of the fact that because the Bible says don't get divorced. I mean, that's part of it. But I feel like I want to work on my marriage. And so I do go to therapy and we do work hard on it. And it's not because strictly the Bible tells us not to, but
Okay, but
it,
a lot
like
of
good things
women-
take work.
A lot of women, especially if you're in a very religious community where your social points or whatever is dependent on how well you're doing in life, a lot of women don't necessarily want to divorce even if they're in a bad marriage or they're unhappy because they don't want everybody else to say certain things or they don't want to take that step with their life. They're very
Wouldn't that
scared,
lead to
whatever
poorer
it is.
outcomes?
It would lead to poorer outcomes.
Well, then where can you demonstrate the poorer outcomes? Because all of them are reporting that the outcomes are better. Not only are they getting divorced less, hang on, their kids are far less prone to get into any type of criminal activity at all. Their kids are far more likely to be stable in life. They're far more likely to graduate from high school. They're far more likely to do all of these things.
I don't
And on
necessarily
top of
think
that,
it's because of religion.
and on top of that, well, you just got done saying it is. You just literally got done saying that's because
You're
there's
naming
all
a
these
bunch of
incentives who
different
keep them together.
symptoms, and then you're saying that's all because of religion when I said one thing was because of religion.
Yes, but no. I just asked you, wouldn't they have worse outcomes? And you said yes, but when we
If
look at
they
the
were
outcomes, they're not
unhappy,
worse.
Not just because they're religious.
But they don't report they're unhappy.
But that's because they're not doing anything that would, like, how are they going to report it, please? If they don't go to
If
therapy.
a Pew researcher, yeah, exactly.
No,
A Pew
literally,
researcher
that's-
could call them and say, "Are you unhappy?" And they would say yes.
That's not how it happens.
It
That's
is how it
not-
happens.
No, that's not how it happens.
How is data gathered?
You do studies. You take a sample
And in the
of a
study,
random
how do they gather the data?
population. You take a study.
How
of
do
a
they
random
gather the data for the study?
But I'm saying in this study.
How do they gather the data for the study?
The population in question, sorry. the population in question here, they're literally not going to therapy. They don't go. They don't.
They don't
believe in all
have to.
these
Yeah,
different
that's 'cause
things.
they're stable.
They go to their priests. They do their whatever.
Yeah.
You're saying they're stable because that's what the stats show. But
Yeah.
They're not actually saying like they don't have.
They
any
do.
basis.
They literally
How
use
did- okay,
polling data.
how
They
did
use
so how
polling
did they do
data.
that? They just called them up and they were like, "Hey, are
the
you
same
happy?"
way that they do for secularists.
No, that's not.
But yes.
No,
They
because
tell
for
me how they do
secularists,
it.
They have therapists and they have antidepressants.
And
they
for
have
the religious, you have the priest and you have the infrastructure.
Okay, so are they going to the priests?
Yeah, sometimes they talk to people who are in the church, but just like with secularists, they'll also just call directly to the housewife.
They don't do that.
They do that. As part of a sample size, Pew will call people and literally ask them a series of questions to make a determination on their answers. How many people give similar answers to come up with data? Of course they do.
Okay.
Okay, then give me the alternative for how this is done.
You figure out the stats on how the doctors are prescribing antidepressants. You figure out how many people are starting to go to therapy compared to how many were years ago. You do all these different.
Yeah, but how would you
stats.
determine individually who's unhappy and who isn't?
How would you determine individually?
By
who's unhappy
asking
and-
them like they do.
Okay.
I will say,
I don't really understand where you're going.
My
with this.
point
Like,
is
what
that
your
if we
point?
look at the outcomes, you speak out of both sides of your mouth. You say it's not because of Christianity, but it's because of Christianity. Then when we look at the outcomes, I say the outcomes in this group far better for everybody. You say, but that's not because of the religion.
It's almost like not everything's black and white, and there's nuance.
That's
right?
why I'm happy to get in the nuance.
Might be because of Christianity, and other things might not.
Well, which things do you think may not
right?
be?
I think the fact that the stats show that they're happier, and the fact that they're getting divorced less, I think that is because their society, and a very, very Christian one. I'm not talking about a very secular society where there's some Christians.
Sure.
I'm talking about a devout Christian society where everybody is practicing very devoutly. Okay, in that sort of society, they're not.
Deplorable dude donated $199. Hey dog, you're 100% right on all. But criticism, you're talking to low IQ children focused only on emotion. At home/laughing will not teach them, even if their opinions are laughable. Just my 19,900 cents.
Thank you for those 19,900 cents. But
Remember that
those
this audience
communities-
is also full of simps, and they don't like seeing women uncomfortable. But anyway, go ahead.
Whatever. This community is filled with people who believe in very similar values, and those values tend to be no divorcing, no therapy is bad, no antidepressants, these things are bad. And so all of the other stats that people would usually be able to base off in order to determine, is this community
Which stats?
happy
Hang
or not?
on. Wait,
The
are
amount
you
that they're
saying
going
that
to therapy,
the Christian
amount that
community says that
prescription-
it's bad to be on antidepressants and it's bad to go to therapy?
More devout Christian communities believe that, from my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think that's
absolutely
right.
not.
That's
But
absolutely wrong.
I will say that when you do accept Jesus into your life,
But are you guys
you're
devout Christian?
I mean,
Yeah.
you're actually right. Just so you know, yes, it is true that they often don't have to go to therapists because they have the infrastructure of therapy there. They have their priests, they have their community. They need it less.
Okay, so maybe
And
they
what
don't
ends
go to
up happening is, yes, you can make these determinations based on what these people are self-reporting, and you can look at their outcomes versus the rest of the population. That's how you would do the happiness index globally. You would look at the outcomes, who has the houses and who's living with food in their belly, blah blah blah. You would add all that to a happiness index. Why wouldn't you add that same type of thing when it came to outcomes for individuals? Of course you would.
For individuals, I just when you're talking about individuals, it's like a little bit hard. When you're talking about a community, that's different, right? If you're talking about a Christian community versus like a regular secular community.
Yeah, but it's made up of individuals.
Yeah. But
so we're just looking
when
for
you're-
averages.
Well, when you're talking about one individual, you can't.
I'm not talking about one individual. We're
Exactly,
talking
so
about
that's
an
why it's
entire. We are talking about the community. That's the point. But the point is, within this community, these individuals seem very much more well-adjusted than other individuals.
Some of that, I think, is because, first of all, Christianity, but other
Yes,
things is
because
also
of Christianity.
No, but I'm saying because Christianity denounces certain ideas like divorce and therapy and whatever. But also, I do think that because Christianity promotes the nuclear family, which I actually do think is a great thing.
Yeah.
That also helps a lot.
It's too bad that feminism doesn't.
I don't necessarily think that's true. I think feminism just promotes that men and women are equal.
Would you like me to read the quotes of the famous feminists who say that the nuclear family needs to be destroyed and eradicated?
Taken it too far, and I would disagree with them. But just because I'm a feminist doesn't mean I have to agree with every feminist take.
Yeah, but in order to achieve egalitarianism, you'd have to remove the nuclear family because the nuclear family requires patriarchy.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so the nuclear family does not require a mom who stays at home and a father who works.
Even if it does, that's not patriarchy.
Well, then what is it?
They can still treat each other with respect.
Respect has nothing to do with patriarchy. If you were in charge of a family,
what do you consider patriarchy to be?
All it means is home of the father. It just means a society run by men.
Yeah, patriarchy means a society run by men. It doesn't mean your house can't be a man can't be a head of a household. Yeah, he can.
Then it would be a patriarchal household.
No, it wouldn't.
Then who runs it?
The man can be.
How can a man be a head of a household but not run it?
Because he's making all the money, but that doesn't mean he has to not take any word from his wife and just do whatever.
I'm pretty sure you're supposed to just lead the family closer to God.
Wait. I'm so confused. Is he in charge of the household?
No, they're both in charge.
Oh, they're both in charge. Okay, so then
But
inside
he has more say over certain things, and she has more say over certain
Okay.
things, right? They're both in charge. She has more say, for example, over the children. What should the children do? Should the children do this? Should the
So
children
you
do
think
this?
that if you think that the nuclear family,
he has more say over the money because he's making the money.
If you think that the nuclear family is the backbone of society, okay, do you think that?
I would say having two parents present is the backbone of society. I wouldn't necessarily say one has to stay home. I would think that it's better.
Well, it's optimal, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I mean, if
one
you're
stays home.
going off of what's optimal, if we look at the society in which the nuclear family was most present, definitely the men were in charge of those households.
I don't think it has to be that way.
Okay, maybe not, but they definitely were.
Okay, but it doesn't have to be
Okay,
that
but
way.
even if not, can you acknowledge that they were?
Yeah,
and
sure.
that worked great.
That was how history was.
And that worked fine.
I disagree. That didn't work fine.
So then you don't really believe that the nuclear family, you just want, what you want is some kind of bizarre equality family.
No, I agree I believe in a nuclear family. However, it only works if the parents who are leading the family are
you
both...
mean the father?
No, the parents.
No, the father.
Whatever. Are both well-adjusted individuals who are emotionally mature and respect each other equally. If that's not happening, then your nuclear household is going to be a toxic household where both the parents are just fighting all the time. And
you keep
the
on
children wanna
conflating
leave.
this idea of leadership and respect. This is very strange. So when you say respect each other equally, right, what do you mean by that?
I mean, respect should be going both ways.
Yeah, I
don't know
get
how
that,
that's
but I'm not
confusing.
sure what you mean by equally.
Like, how you expect her to respect you, you should be respecting
Like,
her.
for instance, let me give you just a quick, easy example.
Okay.
Say a man gets home from working and he walks in and his wife is leaned over a stove and he gives her a nice open palm smack to the ass, right? And she goes, "Don't do that." And he goes, "Shut up." And he goes and he sits down and he drinks his beer and blah, 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 right? Next day she comes in, she does the same thing to him, right? And he goes, "Don't ever do that again," right? Is that the kind of equality you're talking about?
I think in your scenario, if the husband properly respected his wife, if she said, "Don't do that again," he'd say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother
Right.
you," and then she wouldn't do that.
Okay,
right?
so then if they have a financial dispute and he says, "I want the money to go here," and she says, "No, I want it to go here."
He's making the money, so I think he should probably have the say. If they have a child dispute, I want my child to go to this school. You want your child to go to this school. I think
Got
she
it.
should
So
have the
she
say.
takes over the children and where they go to school, and he makes the financial decisions.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
they
so
could
then-
probably make those decisions together.
So
to be
she
honest,
gets an
both of
inheritance
them.
from her mother of $100,000. Does he get to decide where that goes?
No, that's her money.
No, that's her money, right? Well,
He is making the money. That's why he has to say. She's
yeah,
raising the kids.
right,
That's
right.
why she has to say.
That's her money. Why isn't it his money?
Why isn't the one money that he's making her money?
It is. It's
It
literally he's
absolutely
literally
is.
taking care of
It
the
absolutely
entire
is.
family with it.
Okay, then why shouldn't she get a say over it?
What do you mean? Because first of all, he can go to his wife and you can say to your wife, you
It's a
know, or
matter
she
of
can
respect.
come
Like,
to
what are
you
these questions?
with these various issues.
If you're with somebody and you're talking to somebody and you genuinely respect them, if they get $100,000 from their parent, you're not going to want that money. And if they respect you, they're going to want to share it with you regardless.
What if
right?
you do want the money?
I mean, if you want the money more than you care about them as a person, then you just need to work on
Well,
yourself.
I don't understand.
know.
If you want to keep the money more than you care about your spouse as a person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Respect needs to go both ways.
Well,
they
if
shouldn't
it
expect
goes,
to get the
but,
money,
but
and the other
nobody's
person
saying
should
that
share
the respect doesn't go both ways. But what we're trying to get to is if there's a dispute in the household, there's only two people. One has to make the ultimate decision.
Yes, but if two people
So
are
who
working
is
as a
it?
team, it's not necessarily so spiteful, right? There doesn't have to be.
I'm not saying it's spiteful nor adversarial. I'm saying someone has to make the ultimate decision. Which
Why can't
one?
they make it together?
Because they fundamentally disagree on something.
Okay, so give me an example of what they fundamentally.
Here's a
disagree
great
on.
example. So, husband says, "I want the kid to go to a Christian school. It's 20 minutes further." Okay, and she says, "You know, in the morning, I don't want to drive the extra 20 minutes." And he says, "You know what? It's super important to me that he goes to a Christian school. It's part of the faith of the family. I need you to do this." And she says, "No, I don't want to do it. It's too much work." Something like this, right? Who's the tiebreaker?
I mean, that's like unreasonable. Obviously, she's going to take the kid to school, right? Like if she's putting up a fight because she doesn't want to take the kid to school because it's just too far, like that's a little bit ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Okay,
She
now
doesn't respect her
he says
husband.
I want to take our investment savings and start a business, and it's risky. It's mitigated risk, but I still want to start the business anyway so I can follow my dreams. Does he get to do that?
Yes.
I definitely think they should make that decision together because if he fails,
But they can't agree.
Yeah, well, if he fails and he does it anyways,
Yeah, I know, but they
she's
can't
definitely-
agree.
Okay, so if they don't agree, he obviously can do it anyways. But if he fails, you understand she's
Yeah,
going to hold it against him.
I understand he can, but what I'm asking about is should. So what I'm saying is if stop.
Yeah.
If a person, if they cannot agree, they can't agree in this context. They're fighting about it. They're worrying about it. They can't figure it out. Somebody has to be the decision maker. In that case, do you defer to him?
It depends on the context, is what I keep
I just
telling
gave you the context.
Right, so in that context, yes, you defer to him. If he fails, it's on him. You can blame him for it.
But it does affect you, right?
Of course it's going to affect you.
Okay, so I don't understand where the equality is then.
What do you mean? We literally
Well,
just
if it's
went
always
through-
just a deference
you
to
gave
the
me,
man,
17
where's the
million
equality?
different examples in
Yeah,
which
I'm trying
we
to test the
deferred to
logic.
different-
Yeah.
It depends. It's a nuanced thing, right? A lot of these are nuanced. You have a very basic and collective take on everything. It's like all men are this and all women are this, and this
I'm
is
not
how
giving a
everything
collective
should be.
take.
When the real world is very gray, it's nuanced, it's mixed with black and white. It's not a very like this situation should
So
be
then
all
how
the
come when I
time.
give you nuanced takes,
I'm-
by
I-
giving you nuanced
I gave
hypotheticals,
you-
you complain?
I didn't. I just gave you
So
answers
then-
to
so
all
then-
of
so then
them.
back to
Literally,
this.
I'm so happy this is recorded. Every single one of them I gave an
Yes,
answer to.
well, this is true, but this comes to our ultimate question then. I can't figure out then what you mean by equal.
Equal means they work together. They respect each
Yeah,
other
but if
equally.
ultimately it just comes down to the man makes the ultimate decision,
That's not ultimately what it comes down to.
then how come every example I give you it does?
Because that's not what happened, right?
It is what happened, right?
It's not what happened.
E-
In every
Can you
example
give me the
gave
scenario where you said the woman makes the choice in any of the hypotheticals
Yeah,
I
in
gave
the
you?
hypothetical where you slapped her on the ass and she said she didn't like it. There you go. She
You
said
didn't.
she
You didn't
like
say
it.
defer to her either.
I said you should listen. She didn't like it. She
Yeah, you said
"Don't
you
do
should
that
listen,
again."
but not the deference. What I'm asking is who makes the ultimate decision?
What was-
Is it the
what's the
man?
decision
Stop.
then?
Is it the man or is it the woman? Every example I give you, it seems to defer to the man.
Depends on the context.
Yeah. Well,
What should
then
my
give me the
child
context where
What
the
should my
woman
child
should.
wear to school today? Should we put him in the red shirt or the blue shirt? Oh, I don't know. The wife will make that decision. What should we eat for dinner today?
Yeah.
Should it be pizza or should it be lasagna or should it be I don't know. My wife will make that decision. What should the house be done in this way or should whatever
So,
blah blah blah. I don't know.
let
The
us
wife will
assume
make that
for a
decision.
moment that he tells her, no, we're not having lasagna tonight. Should he be deferred to?
Deplorable Dude
That's like,
donated
what do you-
$199.
Hold on.
Not a simp, but prefer progress over the unintelligible cackling status quo. Anyway, panel question. If a family loses their home, does that look worse on the man or woman? Maybe reason for hierarchy?
It's worse on the man.
If the man loses,
Interesting.
He's asking like if it goes
If
into
a family loses their home,
foreclosure?
does that
Yeah,
look
foreclosure.
loses their home?
I guess he's saying like if a man
What
loses their home, is it the man's fault
he's
or
trying to
is it?
Well, if she's a
establish that the
stay-at-home
man
wife.
is the head of the household,
Yeah,
because if they lose their home, people are going to say that's the man's fault. They're not going to say, oh, the wife failed the family. They're
But
going to
if
say the
she
man
was
failed
like-
the
Very
family.
nuanced and situational.
If she's drunk on a Tuesday and she lights the house on fire, probably her fault.
Yeah, definitely her
Probably her
fault.
fault.
Absolutely. We can all agree there.
We were having, to the viewers, apparently this was YouTube-wide. There was some weird viewership glitch. Our viewer count was up at like 10,000, almost 10,000. And then it dropped to like 200. It happened a little earlier on in the stream. Now it looks like it's recovering. There was also some weird chat issue going on where people couldn't send messages in the chat. I was freaking out. My YouTube channel wasn't loading. I was like, oh fuck, did we get banned during the live stream? I think everything is okay now, but it did dip, went back up and dipped again. I'm hoping it's fully fixed now. Unfortunately, I think we lost a lot of organic viewers in the process, so I think it's all fixed.
Anyway, I just want to finish this exchange real quick.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out, in context, when the man inside of the nuclear family has a fundamental disagreement, when you think he should defer to the woman, and if he doesn't defer to the woman, right, is it worth breaking up the household over the fact that he won't defer?
So you're asking me what exactly scenarios he should defer to the woman?
No, I'm asking you inside of the scenarios where whatever they are that you believe he should.
Okay.
Because you're like, they gotta be equal, right? Shit, the lasagna is her responsibility. He needs to shut his mouth, right?
Yes.
That on that lasagna, but
That
he doesn't want lasagna. He doesn't want lasagna. He's more of a spaghetti and
Yeah, but
meatball. Hang on. He's more of a spaghetti and meatballs guy. More of a spaghetti and meatballs guy. He's like, no,
Okay, well, she wants the lasagna.
no.
But she wants
Yeah, I
lasagna.
know, but he says no.
And she's cooking the lasagna.
Yeah, I know, but
No, she's not cooking both.
but he
She's
walks
cooking
in.
lasagna.
He walks in. and He says, "Well, then fine, no grocery money for the fucking lasagna."
If she
Okay,
didn't
what are
work
we doing?
and
Are
he
we
worked
like are we
all
trying to
day,
hold
she
things
should
All I'm
against
trying
each
to
other?
figure
Food he
out.
wants.
I'm trying to figure out ultimately, right?
A relationship doesn't work when you're trying to be like, you do this and you do this and I'll do this. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I agree. I'm
should
not.
be a
I'm not
dictatorship.
disputing
It
this.
shouldn't be.
Yeah,
But what I
agree.
am saying is
Dictatorship
that
all the way.
if you come down to a tiebreaker, you have to have somebody who is the
I just think
decision
that
maker.
it depends. If it's the woman cooking the meal and she wants lasagna, she should be the one who's making the decision. If he's making the money and he decides he wants to go gamble his money away and risk it on a business and whatever, he's the one making the money.
I think
right?
the man has the ultimate say, personally.
So
when
you
it
think
comes
if
down
she
to a
wants to make
tiebreaker.
lasagna for dinner and he wants spaghetti, she should make spaghetti?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did he work all day and she was at home?
But why shouldn't he or she
But
make
also,
what he
but also
wants?
on a case-by-case basis, a good man is not going to come home and see that his wife has slaved away making lasagna and say, throw it away and make me spaghetti.
Absolutely.
A good,
But if you
respectful man
ask-
probably wouldn't do
That's
that.
not what we're saying,
True.
though. We're not saying that. What we're saying is ultimately, all I'm trying to get at is that inside of a relationship, you do, especially inside of a marriage, there are going to be problems that come up where there's going to be perhaps irreconcilable differences on decision making. It doesn't mean that a person can't consult you or you can't consult them or this type of thing, but somebody has to make the ultimate choice between the two of you.
Right. I just
Don't you think that should be the man if it's a nuclear family dynamic?
No, I think it still depends on the context.
Okay.
But like they said, ideally, if you're marrying a man anyways who's going to be respectful to you, then it doesn't matter, right? Like if you can treat him however he wants to be treated, and he'll give you the energy back because he loves you too, right? And then you'll get everything you need because you're being a good husband and wife, whatever, and she's being a good wife, right? But if he's being toxic and he still wants her to submit, then I have a problem.
Yeah, but that's a subjective metric for toxicity, right? So like the things that you would consider toxic would be basically anything that you just don't like. Right?
Not true.
What do you think?
What would be
abusive,
toxic?
controlling
Personally.
behavior would be toxic.
What do you think? What?
Controlling behavior would be toxic.
Yeah, but controlling
Insecure
how?
behavior.
Like, what's an example of controlling?
Like you tell your wife to make spaghetti when she wants to make lasagna.
Why would that be controlling? It's just a matter of your preference, right?
Yeah, but if she always makes dinner, let's say every single day, right? And then she wants to make lasagna one day because she's really craving lasagna, and you're like, no, you're gonna make dinner. It's like, what is she?
So
Does she just
where
exist
do
to
we delineate
make-
between preference and control in this sense, right? If your husband doesn't want you to go fuck another guy, is he being controlling?
No, that
Okay,
makes sense.
that would be an enforcement of preference, right?
Yes.
So where do we draw that line?
It depends on whether you're being.
It's subjective, right?
No, not really.
I think God
Then show
draws
me
the
where.
line.
No,
Yeah,
the
show me
line-
where.
The line is based on like your behavior, right? If a woman is being very, very promiscuous out and about, and then a man, her husband, says, "Don't do that," that's fair. I don't think
Wait,
he's
can
being
I give you an
insecure.
Yeah,
example?
but that you're not telling me where that line is between where it becomes controlling and where it's no longer controlling.
The part where it's controlling is when you're telling her to do something that no longer impacts you as a person, but
Your spaghetti impacts you.
that doesn't really impact you.
It does really impact you.
Come on,
Well, hang on.
you're
Let me
a
say
baby.
this. Let me say
Right?
this.
That's my
Being a
whole
baby,
point. It
it
does.
doesn't really impact
But hang on,
you.
but it does. But this is a point. If
I
we're
mean,
going
like,
from
impacts
the
you
limited,
emotionally, like, it
if
gives
we're
you some
going from
trauma
the
or something.
limited amount, well, that makes no sense though. That's because we're engaged in the conversation. We got hours of this. Relax. We'll get over
Well,
there.
I know we're all about to leave, though. Like, none of us are feeling it.
Oh God. Fine. We'll move it on.
Sorry.
Please and thank you. You guys just don't agree. We've
Yeah,
got
that's
that,
just-
okay?
we'll
And then
have
it
to
is what it
agree to
is at that
disagree on
point.
this one.
Yeah, I don't think
Honestly,
anyone's going to
over
be
both of you
changing
guys.
many of their opinions, so we can just say our opinions
It's not
and
for
move
you
on.
guys to change your guys' opinions.
We have Scott here, girl with the glasses. You think men and women should be equal within marriage, then sign a prenup
Yeah.
before marriage. Signing a prenup shows that what's yours
I
is
agree.
yours and his is his. I bet you won't.
Oh, you bet wrong.
Well, also just heads
Lost for
up,
money.
heads up to all the men who are perhaps being convinced into a marriage when it comes to a prenup. I'd highly encourage you to, one, research the laws in your state, in your country, and also I'd encourage you to consult with an attorney because even if there's a prenup, prenups get challenged, they get thrown out.
Yeah.
Also, that which, my understanding, even with a prenup, if I have my understanding of the law correct, it can only really address, in terms of the money that's going to be coming in, it can only address your pre-marriage money. Once you get married, it's all community property from there on out. I think that's my understanding. So if you get married and then you go on to make a fuck ton of money, the money that you made in the course of the marriage will, I don't think it's subject to the prenup. That's my understanding. You may want to consult with an attorney on that. We do have, let's see what we have here. Let's get into some of the pre-show notes here. Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Thank goodness there were no issues going on over there on Twitch, which would suggest to me that there was an issue on YouTube side, not on our side. But guys, if you're on YouTube, drop us a follow over there on Twitch, and if you have a Prime, drop us a Prime sub. Thank you guys, appreciate it. So we're going to get into some of the pre-show notes here, and there's quite a lot, so I want to try to get through it fairly quickly. The first thing I have to do, we missed 2 super chats previous show. I'm going to do them now. This is a question from Ian. He says, to the ladies, all things being equal, if a guy makes $160K a year, great personality, personable, but is vegan, would you consider it a red flag?
What is being vegan have to be a red flag?
Hey, yo, Marcus. Thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. So I guess, is being vegan a red flag? Would you date somebody who's a vegan?
Yeah, I totally would.
The tree hug.
It's not a red flag, but I would date someone who's vegan.
It's not a red flag, but it'd probably be a little annoying.
I'd say it's a red flag. Men need to eat meat and work out and be strong.
Fair.
I say it's not a red flag. I mean, like, do what you want. If you have to eat a specific way, that doesn't define who you are. But
That's a red flag. Going back to the lasagna conversation, if I'm going to be the one cooking the meals and I'm going to have to now go vegan, no, that's a red flag. And I like what Lindsay said. They're definitely providers and protectors, and they need to be fueling their body. I don't need like a soy boy, you know?
I don't think it's a red flag. I mean, it will be absolutely annoying, and that sucks. But ultimately, I mean, there's way worse red flags.
And then another missed super chat we had here from Kyle Kelsey. He wanted to resubmit as the following question: would you date a blue-collar man like a truck driver?
I don't think so.
Why not?
She only dates trees.
I'm more into like artists and stuff like that. So for me personally, I don't think that I would want someone like that.
Yeah, if he's a good man.
Or woman, if whatever your orientation. Blue-collar woman.
If he's nice and cute, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, yes, it depends, but yeah.
Absolutely, hands down, as long as he's hardworking and provides for my family, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. It'd be a yes, just depends.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a hard job.
Let's see. Where are we gonna start here with the pre-show notes? Why don't we start with our good friend Alien or Gertrude? So, also, I should have done this during the intro. You have a tongue split?
Yeah, I have my tongue split. Did you want to see it?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a
you can
hard
show
yes.
us.
Oh my goodness.
Damn, that's
sounds painful.
crazy.
Yeah.
The muscles still work.
Yeah, I
Well-
got it done during Christmas.
You.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like as a,
Deplorable Dude donated $199. Brian, you are right about the prenup. X. If you get prenup, then start a successful IT company post-nup, then get cheated on and divorce with no kids, you can still get screwed. Ask me how I know.
He's like
guy.
$600
How do you
in.
know
He's not that bad off.
deplorable dude? Deplorable dude.
This guy's
How do you know? Did you have a prenup? Did you start a successful IT company? Did you get divorced? Did she initiate the divorce? Was there, what was the reason? Yeah.
let us know for $200 more.
Now I will say, this actually, you could just avoid these situations entirely. This is where me and Andrew disagree a bit. You could just not get married and avoid the entire dilemma. But
You don't believe in marriage?
nope.
What the heck?
Well, hold on. The feminist disagrees with me on this. This is a bit confusing.
I mean, I like marriage. Yeah, I want to have a family. What does that mean?
Why do you want to
You
be
can
married?
well, hold on. So
I'm just curious. I'm like, it's genuine. I'm not trying to be
wanna
like
build a family.
rude about it.
well, hold on. So you're not
And
religious, right?
Do you think it's you only can be married to build a family then?
No, but I'd rather be married to my husband.
But
Why?
why? Yeah.
Because I want.
Me and
to
Ivy
have-
are a team right now.
Yeah.
I want to be like.
It doesn't make
I
sense
just
to
want it
me.
to be like a family. I don't know. Like it's not really a family.
Well, hold on.
But
It's
it can
like-
still be a family.
What's the difference?
I mean, I guess you don't necessarily have to get like married in a court, I guess, of law. But I mean, in my head, it's the same thing.
But you're not religious, are you?
I'm not religious. No.
So then, where would you get married? In a church?
No, I'm saying like if you just don't believe in marriage as a concept, but you want to like live together and raise kids, whatever. Like to me, that's the same thing. You're basically married and everything but the title.
Well, the only difference is, though, is if you do get married, one, there's going to be perhaps an expectation to spend tons of money on a ring. You're going to have to spend tons of money on the ceremony. Even if you don't, there still is the ceremony. And then there's the legal ramifications of the marriage.
So you want a family, but you just don't want to get married.
Yeah, but you haven't justified why you should get married. What would be the point of it?
I like all of that. I like the whole societal thing. I like the wedding and the ring.
Yeah.
And, yeah,
You
I
can
like
have a
all of
wedding.
that.
Who's spending the money?
The actual marriage license.
Normally, from my experience, normally it's the parents that split it, but that's because where I'm from,
Marriage
people get
did
married
start for
really
religious
young.
reasons, though.
Well, okay, so.
So what's the what do you get from marriage? Like I get what he's saying.
Yeah,
marriage is a
I get
beautiful
what
thing.
He's saying too. I disagree. I would want to get married. I'd
Right,
want to
yeah,
have.
that's fine.
I'd want to have that.
I don't actually.
Is it just because of the wedding? You just want the wedding?
No, it's just everything. Like I want it to be in. Sorry.
Posture check.
I want to have his last name. I want it to be like in paper that we're a
So
family.
you could have his last name.
Everything.
You could have all of that.
Interesting.
I mean, not legally.
Legally.
Yeah, you can.
You can have
You
his
could just
last
go
name.
change your name to his last name.
She did say
And
I
it's
want
cheaper.
everything on paper.
Yeah.
So that's legal. That you want a legal
Yeah, like a
certificate
legal
of marriage.
contract, yeah.
You want to be legally
When
bound
we file
to
our
him.
taxes, it should be
Yeah.
together.
You can file together.
You still can.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I just like
You
the
file
marriage
joint.
thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like the marriage thing. I want to get married
Why?
because I like it.
Do you think it's that's
But-
superficial?
So you like love?
Usually there's some reasons. You know?
No, well, with the marriage part in particular, there's not, right? That's just I like
Yeah.
it. But like the family part, I want to be in a family.
No.
The way you're viewing marriage, that's what I'm talking about. Right?
But okay, so you.
Deplorable Dude donated $199. I also disagree with a dog on this now due to most present day women. Don't worry about the $200 sleeves. I did the good parts again. That's not important though, just trying to help the tribe.
Did I just get
Thank
nicknamed
you.
sleeves?
Thank you, deplorable dude. Deplorable dude. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know if we got any details there about the whole marriage situation. I mean, I'm actually don't object to marriage from a religious perspective. In fact, I really think the only scenario in which people ought to get married is if they are religious. I don't really see the benefit, at least from the breadwinner's perspective, which typically tends to be the man. I don't really see the benefit there given the financial risk. So, I mean, look, you can still have your secular marriage, but to me, I don't see the point. And you can certainly still have a family because you could stay with one person forever, be monogamous, have children, never split up.
But then essentially you just don't trust them because you're not going to get married.
You just perhaps you have an objection to the state being involved in your relationship.
Well, that would work both ways too, right? You say, I demand that you marry me because otherwise you don't trust me.
No,
you
you can
say,
get the
I demand
prenup.
you don't marry me because otherwise
That's a
you
good
don't
point.
trust
That's
me.
actually a really good point.
So
really good point.
That would be the same thing
I
applied.
guess it's just an agree to disagree thing. Like you can, I'm sure, find a girl who doesn't want to get married, but I will find a guy who does.
That's totally fine.
Yeah.
That's totally
We're not taking away the preference. We're just
flan
looking
cake.
for anything that you might have had that might have been outside the preference, and it doesn't sound like there is anything.
What?
We
Sorry,
were just
repeat
looking
that.
to see if there's anything outside of it's just my preference, and there's not.
Oh no, it's just. My
Anyways,
preference.
moving on.
Yeah.
Starting with our good friend Alien here. Let's see. You said that you haven't really dated anyone since most people reject you because of your looks. Is that you get rejected a lot?
Yeah, I get rejected.
I feel
all
like
the
there's
time.
guys that are kind of there's tons of guys that got to be into it.
Oh yeah, totally. I have like my DMs are full, but it was like for the most part, like when it comes to like being serious and stuff like that, like people have this. They can't take me home basically to their families because most.
It might
people
be a
are
hard
religious.
pitch. Could be a hard
no,
sell.
I've had people tell me that.
Have you ever thought of like, wait, if you take those out, will they close up? Like you
Yeah.
have to keep them in like 24/7 basically?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Can I ask you what prompted you to do all of that?
Oh, I just like it. Like, I don't know. One day I got a couple piercings and then I was like, I'm gonna stop whenever I feel like they don't look good on me. And then here I am. I still have, I have a shit ton.
Okay. But it sounded like earlier when we were talking about your relationship status, you, I mean, I'm not going to talk about the tree stuff anymore, but you said you were kind of seeing a couple people, it sounded like.
Ish, yeah. I just got over being like celibate, basically.
You what do you mean you just got over being celibate?
Yeah,
Like,
I was celibate for a while.
how long?
Maybe 2 years.
Wait, hold on.
I thought you said 6
You
months.
were celibate for 2 years?
Yeah.
And when did your celibacy end?
It kind of like took a break here and there, cause.
What? Hold on. You can't claim celibacy. So it's like if you have sex, like you can't claim 2 years, but in between the 2 years.
Can I explain?
Okay.
Because like the first time around, I wouldn't have done it, but then I had a sugar daddy, and he was paying me more money for being celibate. So therefore, yeah.
Wait, he was paying you money to not fuck him?
It's so he gave
or
me
to not
money
fuck other men.
to not fuck other people, basically. Yeah.
But him?
Yeah, basically.
That's not celibacy.
Yeah, that's
no, it
me and her
was.
agree
I
on
was
that
celibate
one.
for a whole year. I was celibate for a whole year before he offered.
Wait,
me.
hold on.
Before becoming
If
a
a man,
prostitute.
by the way, too, if a man is giving you money to only have sex with him, isn't that prostitution?
I mean, it depends.
Yes!
It depends on the relationship.
Well, I mean, if I paid a woman to have sex with me, that would be prostitution,
it was
right?
a relationship. It wasn't just like a random thing.
What? But it's a relationship where he was paying you not to fuck other dudes and only him.
Relationships don't pay you for sex.
Yeah,
like, that it's not.
Usually.
I mean,
Sign me up.
I wasn't the one that was getting, fucked all the time. So,
Hang on. What do you mean? Explain that.
What? So, like, I had my sugar daddy was also like, he had other sugar babies, and then like, my friend was his other sugar baby, so she will always be there, and he would have sex with her, and I would just get extra money for basically being there most of the time.
So you became a pimp. You went from prostitute to pimp.
No.
Like I've done it with him a couple of times, but it's not like.
Did your friend know that you were making money if he would have sex with her?
Oh yeah, she knew, and I would always tell her like, I feel bad. Like I feel bad. Like
clearly
I'm getting like this amount
I would
of
hope
money.
so.
Yeah, I was like It's because he was having sex with her more. Like.
Hang on, you
than
were
me.
you were getting paid.
Yeah.
For your friend to have sex with your sugar daddy, so you were her pimp, and she
No.
wasn't getting a cut of it.
She actually invited me over to him.
So she was your pimp.
So you were getting paid to watch.
Damn.
I was getting paid to go
She was a
over there and
pimpess.
just hang out, basically.
While also
Like,
being
sometimes I did
celibate.
stuff.
This
What
is
the fuck?
crazy. I would
Like,
encourage
what
both of you to no
these
longer
people?
do that.
Okay. Wait. So hold on. You mentioned here you've had wild threesome experiences. Where you got? Oh, is this what you were just talking about?
No.
You said you got two friends who saw each other as bros to participate.
Yeah.
Oh, so devil's threesome.
Yeah, so we were at a party at my friend's house, and I was like, let's get fucked up. And then eventually I started making out with this guy, and then his friend was there as well. So I was like, I know you guys are friends, and I know you want to fuck, but if you're not going to have a threesome with me, then I'm also not going to fuck you at all. And he was like, begging his bro, like, let's do this, please.
Wait, the guy was begging his
friend.
male
yeah.
So
friend.
you put that condition down?
So they were
Yeah.
gay.
No.
No, so you put the condition down, I'll only do this if your friend has sex with me?
I'll only do a threesome, like.
Was it
Alien
like a
sugar
whole
daddy
threesome, or
donated
you just getting
$200.
by two men?
I like Ivory cause she actually ebony, but Alien was a freaky freak back in our day. She need to sit up straight though. It's bothering me that she has a hunch in her back.
Is this your sugar daddy?
Hi, Alex.
Oh, that's Alex. Okay.
Yeah, that's not his real name, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're in the sugar daddies in the chat. Okay. Interesting.
That's funny.
We have.
Does he have like all the weird shit all over him too?
Oh no, he's plain.
Oh boy.
He's what?
He's a plain guy.
Plain.
Plain?
Yeah,
Plain.
Wait,
he-
like of the guys that you fuck, like are they like their race, like typically white guys?
Yeah, for the most part.
I kind of got that. I don't know why. I just had this intuition that it's like, is it kind of like nerdy white dudes?
No,
Okay.
it's not because of like, that's who comes to me. It's more so the people that I reject, and they end up being the most that like are respectable to me. Sorry.
Okay. You also said that you've driven 12 hours to go see a man because you're scared of planes.
Yeah, so there was this guy that I was like in love with at one point. I drove like 10, not even 10. It was like 15 hours and spent like $10,000 to go see this man just for him to like be texting other bitches in my Airbnb. And then him get mad at me for talking to another guy when I found out that he was actually talking to one of
You
my
also
friends.
had a story of you kind of wrecking a marriage. What happened there?
Oh, yeah, I was kind of texting a guy, and his wife ended up hitting me up one day and was like, "You're a fucking whore."
You knew he was married?
Yeah, but it wasn't like we were flirting or whatever.
What were you doing? Hang on, no. There's like no excuse to be with another man's,
I wasn't
another
doing anything
woman's
with him,
husband.
But what were you texting about then?
Huh?
What was there to discuss, and how did you meet him? There's like so many aspects there.
I met him at his place of work, and he does a lot of traveling for work, so there was at a point where he had posted on Instagram like, "Hey, I need help," blah blah blah, and I went and picked him up from the airport, and that was all that happened. So she got mad about that and came and attacked me and the other girl that he was actually
You broke up a marriage, but you didn't actually do anything?
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
You picked him up from
But
the
I also
airport,
know
that's
that
it?
I was a part of.
But he was cheating. Another girl had.
Yeah.
He was with another girl.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Okay. Homewrecker. Okay.
You also said you wanted to talk about, as far as dating topics, how to manipulate a man.
Oh my God, no, please. I did not mean it like that.
That's what you said. That's what you said in your show notes. You said you want to talk about how to
Just
manipulate
forget
a man.
that I said that.
Why, we can't forget what. It's
Erase
the
it out
truth.
of your memory. Like,
we need. I can't do that.
Black or
Here
something.
now, let's
we gotta.
discuss.
We gotta. You know, stick to the
The less you
truth
wanna talk
here.
about it, the more they want to.
Stick to the truth. I don't know. I don't think I'm personally manipulative. I know that I can do certain things. You know what I mean?
Stop the cap.
I know, like, I got one guy to fall in love with me just because I started giving him a bunch of like love letters, just because I wanted to see if I could do it. But that's like,
I'd say that's manipulative.
Have you ever had
I'd
a
say.
relationship where you were emotionally invested in someone?
yeah. The guy, the situationship that I was just talking about, I spent like $10,000 on him, drove like at least 5, 6, 7 times, 15 hours just to go and see him. I knew him basically since, I don't want to say a kid, I was a minor, but like, he didn't know of me.
Was he a minor?
What?
It's because of his like place of work. But
What kind
It
of
was-
what value do you think you bring to a relationship?
me, I think I bring everything. Because
I'm not asking attacking. I want to know, you seem like you're just giving it away for nothing, and I feel like you need to have more value.
yeah,
in
and
yourself.
no, and I understand that. I have actually like, what is it called? I don't know. I have like neurodivergent stuff that goes on in my brain, so I have a hard time like being able to distinguish like value from people, which I was just actually talking to my best friend about this, because he helps me kind of gauge like how people treat me. You know what I mean?
Do you have
understand what I'm getting
Do you have
at?
a diagnosis?
Yeah, so they're looking for BPD right now. Other than that, I have anxiety,
Thought psychology was
depression, and I don't know. some
You're
other stuff,
nodding, but
yeah.
you don't believe in psychology.
Let's not
we go
rehash.
It's a soft
Let's not
science,
rehash the
yeah.
conversation.
But
Actually, wait.
I do believe in psychiatry.
But that's
Yeah, it's a bit
psychiatry is
different.
psychology.
Scans
It's
of
a bit
the
different.
brain.
Okay.
Actually, one
Alien
crazy
sex
thing.
life.
One crazy thing related to the whole therapy thing. On YouTube Shorts, BetterHelp, which is I guess a website for you can do online therapy or something.
They have bad stuff.
One of the advertisements for BetterHelp, one of the therapists on there is in the ad, and she's like, "I've been in therapy since I was 6 years old." Has anybody seen that fucking ad?
Yeah.
No.
How can you? Why? Like, unless some like crazy shit went down. Like, I think she was just like, her parents were like, do therapy. It's not clear to me if there's like some catastrophic trauma, but that's crazy to just like throw your kid in
I would
therapy at
agree.
6.
So the reason I asked that
I would agree. Ideally, you just raise them well.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question has nothing to do with my belief in psychology, psychiatry, or otherwise. The reason I ask the question is because I note that when I ask most women the question of if they've been diagnosed with whatever the shit is that they say that they have, they usually say no.
Got it.
Okay. Let's see. You also you don't want to talk about the manipulation stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm okay on that.
You do
little witchcraft.
Yeah, I do.
Little witchcraft involved in the manipulation. Little
not
black
on other
magic
people.
casting spells over there.
Not on other people, just on myself.
You
but
you
yeah.
do admit though. You do at least admit that you do manipulate men. We don't have to talk
in a
about
good
it,
way,
but
yeah.
that.
How do you define
I don't know
this?
if that makes sense,
I feel like
but
for everyone.
okay.
I don't think anyone can be manipulative. In
All right. You also you said that you
Is that a thing?
Get someone to go work out.
I don't know.
you said that you don't agree with most of the views on the podcast. Are there any that you specifically wanted to discuss
I can't think of it right now.
off the top of your head? Anything? I can come back to you, but you might have to remind me because
I guess
we have a lot.
transgenderism. I don't fucking know.
Okay, well, I don't really want to get too much down that one, but
How do you self-ID?
Me, I'm she, they.
Can we do pronouns really quick? Okay, fuck it.
She, they.
She, her. She, her.
Nope.
She, her.
Wait.
Okay.
You don't have pronouns?
I don't do pronouns.
No.
What do I refer to you as?
Well, pronouns. Look
Okay,
at you.
fine.
Look at me, and you tell
I,
me.
us.
It.
I, us. Go ahead.
That is a pronoun.
Yeah, I know. Refer to me as I, us. Try it. Let's see how you do.
All right. How are you, I?
Yeah, good us. Because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Wait. So what do you on this topic? Is it the dating related stuff with the trans stuff? Like, for example, the question I typically ask is, do you object to a man not wanting to date somebody who's trans? Is that where you object or disagree?
No, I.
You're fine with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Is it the sports stuff?
Yeah.
Like
then
trans women shouldn't be.
I'm gonna ask this just to ask, but what sex were you born as? Not gender, but sex.
I'm a female.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we're not gonna get bogged down on that one. You said that you had a sugar daddy pull out what on you?
Yeah, so I had 2 sugar daddies at one point. They were friends. I went over one of my sugar daddy's houses, and I thought that they knew about the arrangement between me and the other person. I ended up slipping and saying some shit, and the one sugar daddy ended up pulling out guns on me while I was sleeping. Yeah.
Well, you said guns plural, so you had like 2 pistols?
Oh, no. He, I woke up and he, called me out into this room, and there was, a whole table, just a plethora of
Was
guns.
he holding?
He picked up one, and, I believe he pointed it at me. At one point, it was just
You look really emotional about this. I feel like there's a lot in your life that you, haven't processed, and so you're physically wearing it.
Yeah.
Would you say that's right?
I don't know what you mean.
You when you talk about these things, physically wearing it emotionally, and I mean your piercings
Killer
that
of
you're kind of
Serial
taking out.
donated $200. For Alien, what is your origin story? What in your life has pushed you to the interest of leading that sort of lifestyle and doing vast physically cosmetic gymnastics to yourself? Who hurt you? You okay?
I'm fine.
I mean, it's just.
That's what I was getting at, though. That's what I was getting at.
So you're asking me if I think that I look I got these piercings because of the trauma that.
Yeah, instead of really dealing with
No.
the actual trauma, you're mutilating your body.
Has it
No,
occurred
they're
to
just
you she
attention
just
seekers.
might like piercings?
I just think I look cool. I think I look.
They don't
nice.
all, that's just that's what I hear all the time is that there's always an association whenever somebody's acting like a lunatic that it's because of trauma. But it's not really. Just a lot of
did
people.
I say that?
Not you.
Okay.
Actually, it's directed this way.
I didn't say that. I asked that.
I know, but what I'm saying is that it's a trend that I've noticed that people seem to think that there's always some kind of traumatic event.
Because there often is.
Well, I don't know. That's debatable, but I think that that the kind of what we would see as a loony behavior often from people just is look at me, attention, look at me, look at me, look at me, and I think that the trauma thing is really just a cope. I think that it's a lot of people just really want to have a lot of attention on themselves, and that's why
But that
they'll
comes from
clean their
somewhere
hair.
too, right? I mean, maybe as a child you didn't receive that type of attention.
Maybe, but I mean, I don't know. I think some people just want that attention, and they didn't have any kind of trauma. A lot of them seem to come from houses where they have two parents, and they say that, hey, I had a good upbringing, everything was great, and then they do all sorts of sleeve tattoos or body art or things like this because they want to get the attention on them. I think it's a misperception that I see a lot, that people think that it has something to do with trauma or abuse or something like that. And I think that that's a Hollywood angle.
I think to that extent it
Aileen?
seems like it. But
Why don't you tell us, Aileen? Normal childhood?
I just
loving
thought
parents?
it was cool, yeah. I mean, I have both of my parents and stuff like that.
Are they still married?
No, they're not. But they basically got a divorce later. I was like 17 or something, so it didn't really affect me. I don't know. Like I said, I just like the way that it looks. I know, like, as a kid, the internet was like kind of like just starting, and I was just always like Googling things or whatever and just seeing like what's out there. And I remember just seeing like people with pierced tongues or a bunch of piercings, split tongues, rib cage, like, removed and stuff like that, and I just thought it was really cool.
I mean, Andrew, I do think that certainly some people who enter these subgroups like punk or goth or whatever, I certainly think some of these people could be drawn to it could be trauma, but I actually agree with you that probably for some people it's just an aesthetic thing. They find it like it could be it's cool aesthetic, or they want to.
Well, and it draws a lot of attention.
For attention too.
Yeah.
So
It's not
we
for
do.
attention. I don't
That's
like
fine.
attention.
We have a chat here from Voss. I got so lost several moments ago.
What?
Wait.
I'm so
Wait, what? Oh, come on. You don't walk down the street and come on.
Yeah, I don't really
Feed
believe
me
that
some
either.
more bullshit.
No,
Come on.
I'm so dead ass. I don't like
I wish
attention.
nobody would ever look at all of my millions of piercings and elf ears and green hair. Come on.
Bones, like.
Let me explain.
Okay,
I'm
I can't
wearing
wait.
elf ears just because, like, I had a whole debate in my head about this, right? Because for me, it's like I want to get my ears pointed, like, surgically.
Mhm.
So I was wearing the elf ears just to be my authentic self. You know what I mean? Like, it's just something that.
So your authentic ears are actually pointing underneath the fake.
No, I
painting.
wish.
Oh,
That's
then
why
they're
I'm
not
wearing
All right.
authentic.
Well, which part of your authentic self is from Mirkwood?
Do you engage in witchcraft?
She said yes. Oh, you were in the bathroom.
That's Mirkwood.
Mirkwood. Can you?
That's like home of the elves in Lord of the Rings. Which part of your authentic self is the elf part?
All of me, I guess.
All of it, yeah. So I mean, this is what I mean. It's like, it's
But I wanna look
it's
more like
really
it.
super hard for me to believe. Super hard to believe. Okay, sure, some body art, some things like that, because you really like it. But the whole thing has nothing at all to do with wanting attention.
No, not at all.
And then coming on the podcast was for.
Huh? Because I'm cute.
Because
So you want people to
you
notice
want
that.
people to see you, right?
Guys,
I mean,
guys,
like,
let's
yeah.
not get bogged down.
I feel like maybe the thing that I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
It's my bad.
What? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say that I thought the reason that I mentioned the trauma was because of the tree thing. That's not for attention. That seems mentally unstable.
Seems like trolling. Just like trolling nonsense, you know what I mean?
I was so
I date
dead
this
ass.
tree that sometimes I walk over and kiss the bark.
There's
like,
no way you
Yeah,
actually
like
date a
I'm
tree.
so dead ass. Like there's a tree at the end of my road. I took a guy to go and see him, and yeah,
Cool.
like
Voss, I got so lost several moments ago. I understood a bit on both sides earlier. I think this podcast rocks. Don't have much, spend too much, but want to support you guys. Hey, Voss, really appreciate your patronage, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for the message, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Now, we have a few more notes here for you. You also mentioned that you made out with a racist.
yeah. Yeah, so there was
What?
this guy. I met him through not my brother-ish, but kind of, and yeah, like I just hit him up one day. I was like, "Do you want to hang out? Do you want to chill?" And we went out to eat. And we went outside. We kissed. We pecked. And then like later on, I was wondering like if he wanted to do sexual things, and he was like, "I don't think I can make myself do it because you're black." Yeah. Yeah.
Good times.
I was expecting a racial accusation without actual racial basis. I'm very,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
but wait,
that's sad.
is that racist, or is it just a preference that he has?
I think preferences are stupid. I think it's based in racism, honestly.
But how come? It sounds like it's just a. I mean, he didn't say any racial slurs or anything, right?
Personally, if your wife was black, right, would you not like want to be with her anymore because she's black?
Yeah, but if you had a preference, an aesthetic preference for somebody,
I mean, I don't have a preference.
Yeah, but you can understand that other people would.
It's like it's like a guy saying, I don't want to sleep with you because you actually have a penis, and you're saying that you're
that's
a woman.
Whole different story.
No, that's the same thing. And then someone's like, well, you're transphobic. No, then they're like, you're transphobic.
Body part,
you're saying someone can't have a preference to someone's like physical features when you're dating?
I mean, like, no. I mean, you totally can.
Ideally, you want to be attracted to the
totally
person.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So
but I'm just saying, like,
so if somebody,
when it comes to skin color, it just like that's a weird thing for me.
But
you know what I mean?
But if I mean. I just don't understand what he did that was.
I won't date a guy if he has like if I don't like his teeth, right?
Yeah.
But like I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna date you because you're fucking white or some shit.
No,
like,
I get it, but I don't understand if you have that preference, right? Why can't another person have a different preference and say, I just don't prefer?
I mean, you totally can, but you're just racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I don't think you can call the race card.
Part,
you can't call the race card.
It could just be a difference in culture, right? He
literally told me it's because I was black. Like.
Yeah, but I understand that.
It could be anything else.
Yeah,
like
that
I
is
don't know what
racist.
you're trying
I
to
totally
justify
understand
here.
that he said it's because you're black.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make that a racist remark.
You're saying he liked everything about you except that the fact you're black.
He told me that he didn't like everything about me. He told me that personally I was the most prettiest black girl that he's seen, and that's it.
Hate that comment.
And so yeah, me too.
Wait, so you guys just to recap
It's a bad
here,
comment.
you guys were like hanging out individually,
Yeah. Like,
and how far? Like you didn't make out or anything, right?
No, we just pecked.
So you did. Wait, he kissed you, but he didn't want to do more because you were.
I asked him if he wanted a kiss, and he was like, sure. And then eventually, I asked him if he wanted to do more because I know.
Well, it says you made out with a racist.
Oh, did I?
That's what you said.
Oh.
Okay, you packed, but he didn't. You're saying he didn't want to do more because he didn't want to do more because of your skin color.
Yeah, yeah.
So if
That's kind of weird. Like it's like,
I'm
why
not
even
sure.
get? Why even start?
Yeah,
you know, like I'll hang out with you romantically. We can kiss, but fucking is where I draw the line.
Maybe that
Why are
man
you
is
asking
inherently
me?
racist. I'm not saying that having a preference, not having a preference, or having a preference, but maybe that man is like battling something inside where he thinks she's beautiful, but he has these racist ideologies.
I've been with another.
But that doesn't mean like I'm not saying that you need to go like.
I don't know. Wouldn't that be the same as going out with like I don't know, a girl goes out with a guy who's way heavier than she normally would. She goes to the date, she has fun, but then she's like, nah, rethink it, right?
You're too fat.
Yeah, like I don't want to have sex with that.
Yeah, right. Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Well, skin a black girl isn't that, but yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
no. Hang on. No, I said
I
I
know
don't want to
it's
have
not
sex
that.
with that to the guy that's like 300 pounds.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
he can change that. I can't change my skin unless you want me. You want to buy me.
Yeah, I get it.
Like,
I mean,
I get it, but
vitiligo.
okay, so not fat.
There's
He has a
vitiligo.
hunchback. He has a hunchback. He's like the hunchback of Notre Dame. And I'll give it a shot, and you go out with him, and then halfway through the date, you're like, yeah, we're not going to be doing anything. You know what I mean? But, so I mean, is that them being, I don't know, is that them being mean to, disabled people or something? I don't
know.
Maybe,
like,
yeah,
I mean, if you're asking me personally if I would do that to someone,
Here,
then like, no.
we have a lot of notes to get through. I have a few more with her. If you guys have quick things you want to say to her, but let's not get too bogged down because I want to get to everybody. So you also said you hooked up with my friend's Tinder date.
Oh yeah. So me and my best friend, we were living together and stuff like that. She told me that she didn't like white boys, and typically that's the people that I talk to. So she was like, she just gave me their date basically, and we've been talking for the past couple.
Was that racist for her to say that? She doesn't like white boys?
I mean,
based off the logic you just said.
Yeah.
Oh.
I tell her all the time, like, why not?
Oh.
Like,
Okay. You also, I mean, here's another. Okay. You said you had a quote unquote boyfriend break up with you by saying he was a Nazi.
Oh yeah, so that was supposed to be my first relationship. I met this kid on the bus, and I would just,
as one does.
Yeah, I was like
the city bus.
Yeah, I was like 14
good
at
to
the
know.
time, and he was like at least 17, 18, and he was
Kind of, yikes.
yeah,
A little
he
bit,
was graduating and stuff,
pretty
and I
yikes.
thought that we were dating because I asked him if we were dating. He was like, yeah, and then he got annoyed that I was like texting him every other day, and eventually like his way of breaking up with me was being like, I'm a fucking Nazi, and yeah, he was like, I'm gonna come after your family, and I was like, dude, you're Mexican, like they're not even gonna
What?
accept you into that.
What?
You know what I mean?
Wait, so he was a Mexican Nazi?
Yeah. That's what he said. I don't think he was an actual Nazi. He just said that to break up
He
with
used
me.
that as pretext to end the relationship. Because were you being like super clingy and shit? And he was like, how do I get this chick
Possibly I was
away?
14 years old. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like the guys who like, they're trying to figure out how to break up with their girlfriend, so they'll just be like, yeah, I'm gay. Like, and I feel like it makes the breakup easier, maybe, I don't know. Let's see, you also said that, I think last thing for you, you said back to the disagreement. I disagree with majority of everything, religious views, body count views. Let's not get too focused on religious stuff, but sir, do you consider yourself atheist though?
No, I consider myself spiritual.
So you believe in a God?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Wicca, something like that.
No, I feel like my beliefs kind of align more with ancient Hermetics, you know, the Kabbalion type of stuff.
Of course.
Yeah,
okay.
of course.
Of
Crowley.
course, I get it.
Yeah. Basically.
So the one thing you do disagree on that we can go into, you said you disagree with our view, my view, I don't know, the views on body count. What specifically do you disagree with there?
Like, I agree with you because I
okay.
know that you say that you don't really care or whatever because you already have a higher one, or that you do care.
I've never admitted.
that video.
Okay, so I've never admitted my body count, and
Okay,
I
yeah.
do have an issue with high body count.
But you also said that you have a higher body count.
I just told you I've never said that.
You never gave like an actual number, but
I've
you
never
did
even
say
said it's
that.
high. I've never even said it's a high body count.
I swear to God.
Nope.
Okay.
Trust
whatever.
me.
From
I'm very
I remember watching, you definitely did say that.
No. As somebody who sits on this podcast week in and week out, I'm very precise in what I say, and I've never revealed my body count or even said that it's up there or it's high or any of that kind of language.
And I quote, I can't quote because I don't have the fucking video.
I can't quote. I quote, but I don't quote.
I quote, but
I promise this is what you said. Well, I can't promise.
Can't promise, but I promise.
That was epic.
I remember
Okay,
you saying
what did I say?
that you know that you would have a rough time getting married or having a partner just because you have like...
Never said that either, but okay.
Oh my God, whatever.
Go ahead. Finish your thing.
No, I already said it. I do blatantly remember.
Okay, but finish your quote.
That.
Finish your quote. What do you think I said?
What do I think you said? You said that basically because of your body count or whatever, that you don't think that you'll be able to get married or find a, I don't know, high value woman or whatever. I don't fucking know what I'm saying, but
Did I say this
And
recently?
It was. Did
I say it recently?
No, it was a while ago.
How long ago?
I don't know. Don't know.
Because I have a team here with me who not only just what I can tell you, but they can also, they probably don't memorize everything I say, but they probably have a sense of whether I've ever said that. And I've never said that.
I can tell you that you said it. Just
tell you, if you can find, I will pay you $100,000. Hold on, let me $100.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
No, I'll pay you $1,000 if you can find a clip of me verbatim saying what you just said.
Okay.
I have never said that, but I'll pay you $1,000.
Can you guys shake on that right now? Shake on that.
Would you like to shake on that?
I will.
It's on record.
Legally.
It's on record.
If you shake on it, does that mean that I have to give you $1,000?
You don't even have to pay me. I just know you can. I'll pay you $1,000 if you can find it. And I'll even say this is not only am I saying this in jest, legally this will be a legally binding statement. There you go.
Okay.
I legally bind myself to paying you $1,000.
We can't like dap it up or something.
If you
to,
find
like,
the clip.
actually seal it, like seal the deal.
I've already said I legally bind myself to paying you $1,000.
I'm not sure I'm gonna let him seal the deal with somebody who follows Crowley, right? You don't want to seal any deals
Oh shit!
with a follower of Crowley.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm too white to dab anyway.
Yeah,
So.
man, no sealing deals.
Let's see here. Okay, let's get into who do we have. We're gonna go to Madeline. Madeline.
Yeah.
Madeline. All right. You said. Now I think this is an interesting one. Your first boyfriend. Do you want to tell us the story there of your first boyfriend?
I mean, I can, yeah.
Yeah, do it.
It's just silly. Okay, so my first boyfriend in high school he was a little older than me. He was like 17. We met at a party. I sadly lost my virginity to him. And, you know, just for some context, back then I was not the best version of myself. You know, I wasn't doing things that were good for me. I didn't have a great relationship with Christ even, so that wasn't, you know, dictating my life. But, yeah, I lost my virginity to him at a party, and we started dating after that. It was not a good relationship, needless to say. He was a fighter. Found out after. He said, I don't know if this is true, but he claimed that he had killed multiple people. That was
wait, a 17-year-old?
I know.
Wait, was he gang? Was he in a gang?
Yes, he was in a gang.
Okay.
I mean, I lived in Ohio, if that says
The rough
anything.
gangs out there in
I mean,
Ohio.
I don't know in certain parts.
Columbus?
But at the same time, he could have been lying. I
Columbus?
definitely think that he could have been lying. But I know that he would get into fights a lot of the time, and he would go red. He would say blackout.
You saw him fight people?
I never saw it.
No.
But
never
I
saw
didn't
it?
spend too much time
Did
with
you ever
him.
see him with a black eye or his knuckles all fucked up?
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
But I don't know how it actually played out because I was never
Killed,
there.
how many people did he say he killed?
He never told me the number.
He said multiple, though.
He said multiple.
17-year-old?
I know.
I mean, if
really
he's
don't
in a gang, like, it's possible, but, like, what? I don't know. It's a bit dubious, but okay. So, and then what happened with your brother with him?
Oh, so my oldest brother, basically, the guy was threatening to fight my brother. And so he pulled up to fight my brother, and my brother ran out with a machete to scare him away. And that was the last time I ever saw him.
Okay. And you were how old again when you met him?
15.
And you said you met him at a party.
Yeah.
You met him at the party, and you were a virgin, correct?
Yeah.
And then so hold on, let's do a bit of a walkthrough here. So, from meeting him at the party, he was 17, you were 15. Meeting him at the party, you're a virgin. How quickly from meeting him to having carnal knowledge, sexual intercourse, what was the duration of time?
I can't even say, but I
You
know
don't remember?
that we were
Were you drunk?
talking. I wasn't drunk, but I know that we were talking for a really long time. It was definitely towards the end of the night. I don't have the specifics.
Can you
just
tilt your
because it
mic
was-
down just a little bit?
When he got to the party, was there still sun out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the sun was down. I don't see why this matters so much.
Well, I'm just asking a question. So,
Okay,
so you met him, you're talking for a while. I mean, what duration, what period of time elapsed from you first meet him to you guys were having sex?
I already answered that. Basically, I don't have the time frame. And
Well, you were sober. Most people remember their first time.
yes, but it was years ago. So much has happened in that time.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like most people remember.
Unless she wasn't her best version of herself.
What does that have to do with your memory? Can you give us an estimate? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, if you had to guess?
I'm not going to answer that just because I feel like it doesn't matter so much.
Well, I mean, it's just a dating-related question. It is interesting, the story of how one loses their virginity to their first boyfriend.
I would say that, yeah.
In any
It is
case, you did.
interesting,
Okay,
and
so
I
you did
don't-
say that night. You met him at the party. You guys had sex at the party.
Mhm.
Okay, so can we say anywhere from 1 to 3 hours?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and was he just super attractive, or were you kind of like looking to lose your virginity?
Honestly, yeah, I felt pressured into losing my virginity.
By friends?
Yeah, and
Female friends?
society.
Society.
Not just female friends, but, it was pushed on. I had, for a long time,
yeah.
like, guys that would try to have me, send photos of myself. It was just definitely pushed on me, and due to trauma that I endured at a young age, I also, was looking for validation. And part of me did see him as an attractive man. It's not that he just wasn't attractive and I was just trying to lose my virginity. It was more so it just was a happenstance. It decided to happen at that point in time. And I don't think that it's a good representation of who I am, and I wouldn't, if I could go back and change it, I 100% would.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly agree. Like, I've heard from a lot of women on the show, and some even message me, and they say that, like you said, they're pressured by society. I've also heard a lot of their female friend group will pressure them to lose their virginity. And these are girls who are in high school, and part of the component that I think is happening there is they themselves have lost their virginity, and they almost want to sort of, and perhaps they almost regret it to some degree, and they want to justify it by encouraging their friend group, their social group, to also do it, so they feel like perhaps less guilt. But it's certainly the case that society pressures you, friend groups pressure you, especially kind of the degeneracy that is being pushed. But so I do have one question. I know you guys are in a relationship. In the event that, knock on wood, I'm not hoping for anything, but in the event you guys break up, you did say you're bisexual, right?
Yes.
Like, you would date men, you would date women?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and it seemed like maybe you were a bit more averse to sex than you're a bit more averse to sex, whereas you're a bit more open to it, but you're kind of fine with the not having sex thing.
Yeah, I mean, from the relationships that I used to be in, I was kind of forced into thinking that you had to have sex all the time for the relationship to even be okay. Sometimes I was forced into it and thought that it was just okay. So in my mind, I was trained to think that it was something I needed to do, but it's not something I like to do anymore.
Okay.
So after realizing that I don't have to, I'm 100% okay with not. I'm glad that I don't have to have sex all the time.
Right. Do you feel like it's a control thing too? Like, now you get to say, I'm not doing this anymore?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
All right. So in the event, if you two were to break up and you were to date another woman, another man, do you see yourself being inclined to have sex in that relationship? Perhaps it sounds like you'd want to wait till marriage if you were in a new relationship, correct?
Yeah, if I was, but.
And you would have sex in that new relationship if you're married.
Yeah.
After marriage. Okay, so you'd wait.
That's hypothetical.
Okay. Assuming, who knows what goes on with this relationship. But I feel like for a lot of men, that might be or even perhaps even women who are inclined to want to be, well, I suppose you would have to find somebody who shares your values in terms of wanting to wait until marriage. But even then, I do feel like, at least from the guy's perspective on this, from my perspective on this, it would feel a little bit like a raw deal. Like, if you're, if there was a girl who, say she had, I'm not saying this is your body count, she had the body count of +10, she's making you wait for marriage, lost her virginity to a man at a party within hours, I feel like that's a raw deal for the guy.
If he doesn't want to wait till marriage, and if he doesn't understand what I went through and that I'm a different person, then so be it. I mean, you're not meant to be with me, and that's just that.
I'll say my husband was not a virgin on our wedding night. And to me, I mean, he loved and respected me enough. I think it's rare, but that he was like, all right, well, we'll wait. And I think if you do love and respect someone enough, it kind of changes. And you're like, well, I think it's worth the wait.
So I got to ask this. Earlier when we were talking, what do you think is holding you guys back from getting married?
It's hard to say, but I mean,
who proposes? Like, who's the woman?
We've actually talked about this, and if we would, we'd probably both end up doing it at the same time, like not even realizing it, but probably both end up proposing.
Yeah, well, it's strange to me because it seems like if it's an asexual thing, and you think it's okay that it's canonically fine, what's the actual holdup? Like, I don't understand that.
I mean, you know, the Bible says certain things and people say certain things, and at the end of the day, I'm not gonna get married until I've been with someone for many years. I mean, we've been together for 3 years, but in the end, I'd like to wait more time. And, you know, I don't think it's something we have to do right now either. We have so many other priorities. We have so many different things that we need to focus on. And, like, I mean, we do want to be co-parents and foster children in the years ahead. So I feel like we should focus on more things rather than just, you know, getting married and putting it on paper. I mean, we have a great relationship.
Yeah, but doesn't that only take like 15 minutes? You just go down to the courthouse, done?
Okay, that doesn't matter. I feel like it goes so much deeper than that. And, like,
I mean, it just sounds to me like you don't want to get married, honestly.
I would love to get married to her. But at the end of the day, we don't know what God truly wants from us. And I'd like to give him more time to, you know, speak through us or make us feel convicted if we aren't meant to be together. I mean, it's just my preference. I feel like.
Okay.
I kind of want to hear your take on it now.
You know, I always have thought that marriage might not be for me, but I haven't thought too much about marriage, honestly. I like to, like, when I'm in my free time, I just, you know, I talk to God, or I write my music, and that's really what I like to do. I enjoy doing that. I'm not sitting there thinking about, like, love and marriage. I really want to take on foster kids and share the love that I do have with them, because I feel like there's a lot of kids out there that don't have support, and I know that I can give that to them. And that's really what I spend my focus on. I think more about kids than I do about marriage.
Christ is Lord donated $200. If you believe all scripture is breathed of God, then he has already spoken against you. God gave them over to degrading passions, for the women exchanged natural relations for that which is unnatural.
What is your response
Gracias.
to that?
Continue.
What is your response to that?
Do you want to go first?
Do you have a response for that?
I would say I understand what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And the more that I read the Bible, that's what, like, pushes me away from thinking about marriage or doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I love to have a partnership with Maddie. I think we do a lot of great things together, like help the homeless, and, you know, we're mentors to foster children, and so there's not really anyone else that I've met that has the ideals that I have about the world and how to nurture and help people. And we've created a really nice union at home. And so, yeah, like, I would be down personally to be nuns together.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what's the difference between, again, like how we started it, the two of you and Lindsay and I.
Who are besties and not lesbian lovers.
And not lesbian lovers, let me make that very clear. We live in completely different states, but I will say we do sleep together when we're on traveling, because we are so poor from our company that we do share a hotel room. However, we are not in any way sexually intimate or sexually attracted to one another. And I think it would be really beautiful to see the two of you take on that same kind of relationship. And I think that's what God would love to see from you.
Do you feel like us together could raise kids?
Biblically, that's not the way God designed it.
But what about kids that don't have homes?
I think it's a great idea for people to foster and adopt children, especially with the abortion pandemic that's going on around. People need to adopt babies instead of kill them. But you're talking biblically, right? And so your guys' struggle is, how do we maintain this beautiful relationship that we have and keep it biblical? And that person just kind of showed you one Bible verse that says, well, this is kind of what goes against that. So then the question would be, if the Bible also says that a family is built on husband and a wife, how would you feel then going, okay, well, we've decided we're doing this even though it technically goes against the Bible and biblical standards?
I feel like I shouldn't go search for a man.
I'm not saying you should go search for a man either. I think
Yeah.
that God brings people into people's lives at certain times, and I actually
Correct.
believe that you guys are 100% meant to be together, empowering each other right now. Probably not in a relationship, but as friends, right? You've both been through a lot. But I'm just saying biblically, no one is saying now go find a man. You have to be married, right? But if the Bible says that a man and a husband and a wife should raise children, then what is your response to that naturally to say, well, we're seeking God in this, but God does say, like, don't do this and don't do this. Isn't that kind of your clear answer?
Well,
or are you waiting for Holy Spirit? Kind of.
Well, he doesn't really say to not. Like, I'm pretty sure there's verses in the Bible about how families raised with community as well, and we could be community. Like, do you shame like single mothers?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, so we're both two single. We would be two single women choosing to raise kids because we have the resources to.
Right, and you did ask if I condemned that, and I didn't say yes. I was just saying, trying to bring it back to biblically, because, again, speaking biblically, there is no right and wrong and black and white in some of these situations where when you say single mother, the first thing I think of is like a widow. Well, you can't shame a woman for raising children when her husband died.
Her father had an affair with her mother and then left her mother with 5 kids, and it ended up being a really horrible situation, and her brothers ended up getting into some really awful stuff because they didn't have, because there was just
they didn't have that stability of the two parents in the household.
Correct. Yes. And I know someone that has 2 mothers. Of course their mothers are sexually involved, but they don't have much problems. They're happy. They do go to church. But yeah,
I think it's a hard line here. I don't think it's as black and white, and I think that's where Lindsay's getting at. Just
agree.
because we do have a real pandemic right now with abortion, and I would much rather see these children adopted into homes than not. So I think it is a hard stance. I mean, I don't know.
It's commendable that you ladies want to do so much good work together.
Thank you.
I do think so.
By the way, Andrew's out getting a smoke break. He's on his way back right now. He'll be here rejoining us in just a sec. Now, I need to get into some of my other pre-show notes here. Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. If you have one, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub over there on that. Okay. Everybody's just leaving the table. No, it's total chaos in the Whatever Podcast studio.
It's whatever.
It's whatever.
It's whatever.
All right, let's get into who do we go to now? Why don't we go to our good friend, Jaden? Okay. Jaden says, I have lots of examples of girls not being too friendly and doing whatever at anyone's expense just to get a guy.
Yeah, I do.
Got a lot of examples. Okay. Did you want to maybe share one, like the worst of the worst?
Wait. Of doing anything to get with a guy?
Sure.
Is that what I said?
Yes, doing whatever at anyone's expense just to get a guy.
Oh yeah, like I feel like it could be some of the same women that may identify as feminists, but I've had friends that have put me in very uncomfortable positions because they want to pursue a man sexually and leave their friends behind at parties, or just that kind of thing is what I mean. I just think friendships need to be better. Women, when they are pursuing men, shouldn't be thinking so sexually. I feel like it pulls them into really weird situations. Women need to respect their bodies more. I've had a lot of friends that just absolutely do not respect themselves, and it makes me sad because it does hurt your soul. No matter if you believe spiritually or not, spirituality is a real thing. God and Jesus are spiritual. Period.
You all, in your notes, you also mentioned you absolutely think that there is misogyny in our world. I don't disagree with you. I do think that there are people that hate women, just like I think there are people that hate men.
Yes.
But I do want some clarification here. When you say misogyny, how do you define misogyny?
I define it as, I feel like misogyny might be more of a systemic thing where women thinking that women need to do anything a man wants, I feel like is misogynistic. I feel as though not having women be respected in leadership positions is also misogynistic. I know that not everyone believes that way, but that's misogyny to me. That we can't, that it's so hard for us to get that extra representation.
But you believe in the Christian worldview.
Yeah.
The Christian worldview is patriarchal.
Yes, but the men is supposed to look to their wives or women for wisdom because God gave them wisdom. Love is patient, love is kind, love does not boast, love is not selfish. Love considers everybody, and if you love your wife, you will consider the things that she needs and wants.
Sure.
And not just what you want.
Yeah, but it's not a matter of the assumption that's kind of baked into the Christian worldview. Is the reason it's patriarchal and the reason that the man's supposed to have the final decisions because you trust him to note that what's good for you, even when you don't know what's good for you.
But I don't trust all the men that we've had in power.
Yeah, I get it, but when you're talking about this conundrum which comes up, if that's your worldview, if the worldview is the Christian worldview, it's the same conundrum that I asked her earlier.
My worldview is Jesus' worldview. Like, the world believes in going to war. Jesus doesn't believe in going to war.
Yeah, but that really has nothing to do.
But I'm saying my worldview, like, there's a lot of contradictions in what Christians say their worldview is than what Jesus said the worldview should be. That was my point there, not.
No, well, I understand it, but the head of the church is Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and all the apostles who went off to found new churches were all men, correct?
Yeah, but Jesus doesn't really like religion, so. Churches,
he came to give us his church. He said it. He said
we are the church.
Yeah, he came to give a. No, he came
to make
also
the church
give
his
us
bride.
a church.
Give religion.
It
didn't say
listen,
you would come. No.
When I'm talking about worldview, when I say the word religion, you can dispute the word. You can say, okay, I don't follow a religion, but you still follow a worldview. Your view, the way that you look at the world, the prism in which you're guided, is informed by your Christian worldview. This is how you know what's right, what's wrong, what's correct behavior, incorrect behavior, how you're supposed to live your life, how you're not supposed to live your life, right?
Are you drinking that beer? Do you have a Christian worldview?
Yeah.
Okay.
And?
That contradicts it.
No, it doesn't. Drinking a beer contradicts Christianity?
Yeah.
Really?
Alcohol, spirits, stay away from spirits.
Have you ever heard of something called the Last Supper?
Yeah.
What did they drink?
Wine.
Gotcha, bitch.
Contradicting their own worldviews.
From Jesus.
Jesus drank himself wine.
That he made.
Listen, there's no restriction in Christianity for drinking wine.
We're not beer. To be drunk, but to have a beer is fine.
Drunken,
wine.
I mean, he is on his
but we are not to be drunk.
Third.
The reason that drunkenness is wrong, drinking is not wrong, and who cares if you're on your 8th if you're not drunk? The reason that drunkenness
impaired, you're going to be impaired.
Jesus got a high tolerance.
The reason that
yeah, but that's
the reason
not what. If you got pulled over, that's not what would be happening.
It's not about blood alcohol level. Christianity is not about legalism. They're looking for impairment, because if there was some type of impairment, and not just impairment but addiction, if it was an addiction and an impairment, that would take you further away from Christ. That's part of the worldview. Drinking a beer has nothing to do with it. I mean, I don't even know where that comes from.
I think a man should only lead if he is a Christian man and wants to lead his family closer to God. Otherwise, I don't know what you're leading or what you're leading for or what you're determining, because if you're not going off of what God says, then why?
Yeah,
why?
sure. So you're leading your family.
Yes,
you're a
I
Christian.
I believe God gave men knowledge and ability to be able to rationalize and not have emotion, but also so that they can communicate with their wife, so that they can also understand more about themselves and the decisions that they do need to make. So I do believe a man should make the final decision.
Sure. So he's in charge.
But he is a provider, and he's supposed to protect and take care of his family, and that, I believe, means emotionally, mentally, and physically. And if you're doing something that hurts your wife, you shouldn't want to do that because you love them.
But hurt her how?
Not letting her express herself, not letting her use the skills that God gave her. There's lots of different things.
Sure, but when we're talking about hurt, or you're doing something that you have some preference against, it doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong if you're the final arbiter. So you could have, again, this situation, especially within the Christian worldview, of you're being willful. You're being willful and you're being disrespectful yourself without realizing it. Isn't it your husband's duty to say, no, you're supposed to obey within the confines of the Christian ethos?
You're supposed to obey God. Jesus always comes first. So if your man told you that we needed to do something that was against God, you're not going to do it.
That would be a violation of your ethics. There's the distinction here is part of your ethics is to follow your man's lead. That's what part of your ethical framework is.
And you dismiss it if they go against God.
Yeah, but going against God isn't you being just willful. You being willful and him saying, listen, you have to stop being so willful. You have to stop being so argumentative. You have to stop going against me in my decision making because you're just being willful. That's not going against God.
Do you think if a woman has an opinion and you just don't want to hear her out and you won't hear her out, it's gonna lead to a little bit of arguing because you're not listening to your woman? She might have a good idea. She might have something that can really bring value to you.
Sure, she might, but it's not really for her to decide that. It's for him to decide that within the ethos.
Got it.
Within the ethic, right?
That sounds more like... I don't believe God talks about dominance. He talks about leadership.
It's not dominance.
But it says submit to each other.
Marriage in the Christian ethic is a reflection of the relationship you have with Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the head of the church.
Not everyone gets married to men that deserve that respect.
Let me finish. The man acts as the head of the church, right? That's the symbolic relationship. The woman acts as the body of the church. That is the symbolic relationship. The man is the head. So when you're talking about submission, which is part of your vows, for all Christians, as far as I'm aware, even Protestants make the vow of submission.
But what about to men that aren't your husband, like at work?
But
we're talking about misogyny, and I was saying it's systemic. Like at work, when your boss shuts you down, you have a great idea. I work at a place that they take my ideas, they bring me in, they ask me questions, they want to know what I think because they see the value that women have, like our attention to detail, organization, things like that. So you could grow your businesses, you could grow humanity as a whole by considering what women have to say instead of just saying, no, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right.
Yeah, but it is considered what women have to say. What does that have to do with misogyny? If men shut men down.
Because men don't listen.
Men don't listen to men most of the time.
But they automatically, you show that you don't even listen to women. You literally call us bitches that you think our brains are off or something. Like they work, we think, we move, we do research, we have talents, we have capabilities.
How do you expect me to?
And not every woman is going to get married.
God, this fucking girl. Just leave it open a little bit. We need some air in here.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Leave it open.
What just happened?
Anyway, so yeah, back to this. Nobody's dismissing. I don't understand. Is this internalized misogyny?
No, I've seen women talk about it all the time. Do you think they're just talking out of their assholes?
Sometimes, but I don't know specifically what you're referencing.
I really don't see a point continuing this conversation with you.
You said, do you think there's misandry? Do you think there's misandry?
Explain what that.
It's the counter of misogyny.
So
if women doing the same thing.
If misogyny is the hatred of women, then misandry is the hatred of men.
It's not just the hatred, though.
Well, yes, but just keeping things simple.
Okay.
It's a bias or whatever the full definition.
I think that there is a growing population of people that hate men. Yeah. But I think that...
Yourself included?
No, actually.
Are you sure?
Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think respectable men are respectable men. I have a lot of male friends. Men aren't terrible. Some men are terrible. Some women are terrible. I don't think we disagree on everything. I think you think my brain is broken.
Motorsports donated $200. Be what a sad panel on my birthday. Andrew saves it if for sure. God says to submit to the man as head of the household. To love, honor, and obey. That last word means something.
It also says for a man to
on.
praise and honor his wife.
Yeah, but so...
Thank you, good one.
How does it take away from praising and honoring your wife for your wife to obey you?
Oh, seriously. Some men don't deserve to be obeyed. Like, some men ask for very not right things. Like, I understand what you're saying. You're talking about good men. There's a lot of not good men. I'm speaking about not good men that literally take advantage, abuse, and use women and their brains, or just totally discount. I don't get how that doesn't make sense. I'm not talking about everyone. I don't generalize like you do. I think every situation is different.
But you are generalizing right now.
No.
Yeah. If you say, I'm not talking about all the good men, I'm talking about all the bad men, that's a generalization.
No, I told you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and that's a generalization.
So me saying misogyny exists is not a generalization. That's saying...
No, that's not a generalization.
Okay, and because of some bad men. I don't think good men are misogynistic. I think good men cherish and love the women that they're around them. My sister has an amazing boyfriend, and he literally, in his mind, he's behind every great man is an even greater woman.
No.
Because we are wise.
No.
And God gave us wisdom.
No. Behind every great man is not a greater woman. Now that is a generalization.
She literally raises your children.
Hang on, that's a generalization, right? Is that a generalization?
I didn't say that's what I said. I just said that's what he said. I'm saying that there are men out there that value women for who they are and what they can bring to the table.
I have a question. I have a question for you on this. So I've been building my business for over a decade, for 10 years.
Awesome.
And if I started to date a woman 10 years into having already established my business, was she the great woman that was behind me when I was in the trenches, like fucking grinding?
No, you weren't together. I feel like that's an invalid
your statement takes
conversation.
agency away from the greatness that men achieve.
Well, it's really weird.
Women can achieve greatness too when they're not forced to stay in a home.
It's actually worse, Brian, because you could just never get with a woman again, and you could still end up being a great man.
A woman could also do the same thing.
You wouldn't even need to have...
That's not what I'm arguing.
A woman can do the same thing.
Women absolutely have the capacity for greatness and achievement, but it is kind of taking... We don't ever hear the reverse. Behind every boss bitch is a...
epic man.
Great man. Like, you never hear the reverse.
But that's because men have all the validation they need, obviously.
I worked... All the work I've done,
so you
that's
just
on
don't
me.
get enough validation?
No. I do, actually. My family's very validating.
About?
Talking about a lot of women's opinions.
So are we generalizing now?
I said a lot of, not all.
Well, a lot of is a generalization.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
so now we're generalizing.
You also generalize.
I do, but I'm not the one saying I don't.
I didn't say I don't.
Okay, so now if we're back to a generalization, and you're saying a lot of, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
I don't feel the need to talk to disrespectful men like you.
Well, I mean, if I'm in a room with a bull dyke, I can at least...
I just know better men. That's all.
What did you say?
Like, I really do know a lot, like, greater men than you. Like, I don't know... Like, the way you speak, the way you talk, I don't know... I don't understand.
You don't understand what? Why isn't it possible for you to have a conversation without being ridiculously combative?
You are also combative.
I've gone
you
out of my
literally don't
way
even
to cool
ever
it down.
You already have a thought before any
I've gone out of my way.
No, you haven't.
Oh yeah, I have.
Sure, you're crazy, dude.
Well, how do you think you've gone out of your way?
Well,
List at least
I've tried to keep it as cool as possible, but if you're having a
you called us
conversation,
bitches, you raised your voice, you said fucking,
you called us dumb.
You said
you
bitches
get
like
aggressive
you to her
as well.
You're also you're.
So the chick over there who talks shit to me, I talk shit back to her. That was not okay.
She didn't cuss at all. You literally called.
She said, "'Cause of men like you," and I said, "'Cause of bitches like you."
Yeah.
So, do you know what a tit for tat is, or when somebody hits you?
I don't know. My father just wouldn't approve of the way you're speaking to me.
When somebody hits you, you hit them back harder.
100%. Your father wouldn't, and he's a great man.
You would hit a woman, huh?
Verbally, if they're hitting you in a debate, you hit them back harder.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Where did we come up with this idea.
I don't know. I just
that
like
suddenly everybody's abusive.
not everyone's abusive.
I don't know. You accused him earlier, or
No,
at least
I
you're on the
asked
verge
him-
of it, and now you said you're going to hit a woman.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah.
By the logic, you said if someone hits you, you hit them harder.
Verbally.
You should have said that.
It was implied. Would you hit a man?
No, I wouldn't.
Never?
No, I wouldn't.
Not even to defend yourself?
I mean, I would run, hopefully.
Not even to defend yourself?
No.
No?
No.
Just never?
I wouldn't even hit a girl back if she hit me and tried to fight me. I'm not a fighter. And maybe in a circumstance it would be different, but in my head I would never want to do that to somebody. Honestly.
So you're a pacifist?
Sure. I don't know,
So
not
it's
with
just-
my words, obviously.
It's just verbal argumentation?
I guess.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to do a reset. We have some chats here to
Battle of the
read.
mind.
We have Black Flame Nova. Here's for all you've done with the show and for bringing Andrew on to shed some knowledge on these 3 foes. The dude couldn't have been racist because he kissed you. That wouldn't be the case otherwise. Okay, going back to that. Yeah. Okay, Black Flame Nova, appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. All right, we have GR Gracie. Ladies,
It doesn't apply to you.
stop. Just stop. If your father was like Andrew and actually questioned your life choices, would you be happier as you age and your tats turn into Salvador Dali paintings? I don't really get the question. If your father was like Andrew and actually questioned life, would you be happier as you age and your tats turn into I don't. Is this it's like a hypothetical?
He's basically
No,
saying
to
your
be
skin
safe.
will get saggy, your things are going to
Okay.
change. He was insulting, but trying to ask.
I'm going to
a question.
pretend to be
of a
very insulted.
cryptic.
Very insulted by that.
I feel like that
Okay.
wasn't
Horrific comment.
I feel like that wasn't pointed at you though for some
I think
reason.
I'm the only one with tattoos, though.
Yeah,
showing
I
you.
still for some reason feel like it was pointed at
Okay.
Gertrude for some reason.
We have Tori Hearn. It's Grid 1 birthday. The whole panel needs to say happy B-Day to him. Is it Grid 1's birthday?
Yeah, because he was whining about us being in the panel.
Oh, it is his birthday. It is his
Happy birthday, Grid 1.
Yo, Grid 1, happy fucking birthday. I hope you had a great cake. I hope you had
Go spend your money elsewhere.
Feliz Navidad. Happy birthday, man.
What?
Happy birthday.
Oh, the Spanish, right?
Isn't Feliz Navidad Merry Christmas?
It is.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Feliz cumpleaños
How do you
is
say
happy birthday. Feliz
in Spanish?
cumpleaños.
Fuck, man. Hey, it's my California Spanish. Okay. All right. Even if a man has shown great leadership, he cannot lead a follower, his wife, if she's combative, disrespectful, argumentative, but worst of all, conditionally submissive. Most women are like this.
Yeah, feminism has turned most women this way.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is he wants a pet.
No,
No,
it's
I
not.
disagree with that.
Not
I
really.
agree with that statement that's set up there. I do feel like women are less likely to
You
let.
have to realize you have a
Wait, let her
respectful
finish. Let her
husband.
finish. Let her finish.
You're right. Sorry.
I feel like women nowadays are less likely to allow their man to lead them, and it's not that men are not being like anger and taking over you. They're leading you because they want what's best for you and for the family.
All men.
Yours is.
Not all men.
Right.
But she's speaking
Not
from
all
her
men.
experience.
I
Right. So the thing is-
personally wouldn't
That's
be
what
married
we
to
want.
him if he
we
wasn't
want
that
a
way.
good man.
Private chat.
We don't know what your husband's like, but you look like
Same
a
way.
very healthy, like beautiful woman, and you have a respectful husband, and that's amazing. But a lot of women do not pick the right men, and I feel like it's possible that men of the household and like boasting about it so much can get to some other men's head and create them to be abusers. I'm not saying everyone's an abuser.
I agree.
But I believe that this mindset causes that. And I do believe, like, a woman should submit to a respectful man if he really is following God and doing what God is asking him to.
What role does the woman play in that? Because I feel like as women, if we're not respecting ourselves, then we're not demanding respect of a man. And I feel like also like this whole courtship, I mean, you're dating them. So it's not like you're all of a sudden in this marriage and you're like, oh my gosh, he's controlling me. It's like this whole time he should have been leading you.
Absolutely.
You know?
But I think men think they need to do that before
It
you're even
sound-
married. That's what I'm saying. Like,
It also sounds like, based on your relationship, like you guys have a really healthy relationship and he's not abusive. But if a man is abusive and controlling and then he wants you to be submissive and not combative and agreeable, that's a problem.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
again, I wouldn't have married him had he been abusive.
That's not a man that's following God.
Right.
And God
So-
is the
so
head of
to
the
just
household.
say-
Yes,
so to
and
just say a
women
woman should always
do
submit to a
make
man.
bad decisions with the men they pick. Yeah, absolutely.
We have a
also-
video
it's
that's
also
related to
men. I
this.
feel like
Go
the
ahead,
women
you can
only
play it, Nick.
So I want guidance. I want leadership. But don't just like boss me around, you know? Like lead me. Lead me when I'm in the mood to be led. So I want guidance. I want leadership.
I think there was a longer version of it. But I don't know. It occurs to me like, so I think women really want men who can lead, but the feminism mind virus is you want a leader, but you don't want to follow.
It's so hard for you guys to understand equality. Like, both people can lead each other.
No, that doesn't. Hold on, but do you want a guy to take initiative on the first date? Like,
Yes.
you want a guy to ask you out?
Yeah, but ideally I take initiative in other aspects.
What other aspects?
I make him feel good about himself. I compliment
He should do that
him.
too. He should do that
Yeah,
too.
It's not leadership. That's just complimenting
That's
someone.
not. Yeah,
Okay, I
exactly.
take leadership
agree.
of the
That's not
household
leadership.
then. I mean,
huh? You
are you talking about
leadership in the
marriage or in
household?
dating? What are we talking about?
Well, obviously it
both.
starts somewhere,
Honestly,
right?
what's the difference?
So you demand leadership for the first 3 months of your relationship?
I don't think anybody should be a leader here. I think they should both be working
you
together
just-
as a team.
Yeah,
But there's
but
always
hold
a
on.
leader. There's a leader in everything.
You want the guy to take the massive. A lot of women don't understand because you're in the privileged position of being sexual selectors. You don't understand the absolutely fucking massive burden that it is for men to be the initiators in these situations and take the lead and face the risk of just brutal rejection after rejection.
That's why you shouldn't do it the entire time. Why would you do it?
Well, that's convenient for you to say
But doesn't
because
a
men
leader
have to
delegate tasks based on their
hold on,
team's
whatever or
assets?
idealistic worldview you want to claim there is. Oh, men shouldn't have to. Guess what? Men by default have
I didn't
to.
say they shouldn't have to.
I have a
Throughout
question.
the entire relationship, they should not be being a doormat for.
Okay, let me give you an example. Generally speaking, if men just don't take the initiative ever, that's the end of their bloodline. That's the difference between men and women. Women, you just show up when it comes to dating. You just have to make yourself available. If we don't make conscious effort and attempts to actually approach women, pursue women, that's the end of your bloodline.
Yeah.
You're fucked. Women, you just dozens of men sliding into your DMs.
If you're an ugly girl and you just roll out of the bed
Not even
and
true.
you don't take
Even
care
ugly
of yourself.
women.
Okay, yeah,
They get
sure.
fucked but not married.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, thank you.
At
they're
least
not.
they can
they're
get
getting
that,
fuck zoned
though.
every
At
single
least
time.
they
No.
No, they're
Actually,
The same amount of men get married. The same amount of women and men get married because you have to have a man and a woman to get married. It's not.
Okay,
Okay,
can I
but
ask a
that-
question
that-
as a woman? If you have a man that asks you on a date, wants to pay for that date, opens the door for you, treats you right, continues to treat you right, and take care of you for 6 months, asks you to marry him, you marry him, and you trust him, love him, respect him, and you can agree that he's the leader, what is the problem with him being the leader if you trust his decisions?
If I trust his decision, then he's a good person. He can lead.
But
Whatever,
you're like, I trust you this whole
Sorry.
time. I've trusted you until we got married. I trust you now that we're married. But now I want to have some control over some situations. Why can't you
Well,
say
no,
I'm
I
willing
mean-
to relinquish control because I trust that whatever your decision is, it's for the best for me because you love me.
If you have a loving relationship with a husband who respects you and genuinely sees the value in you, then yeah, there's no problem if you submit to him. He's not going to abuse you.
Okay, so then
right?
as a woman, I'm saying that I do not,
As a woman,
there's
to-
no
to
area in my
tell
home where
other
I need to
women-
override my husband and say, I would like the authority here because why? I don't trust you.
Because
I don't
you
think
and
you're going to
your
make the right
husband-
decision.
I would assume your husband's probably good to you.
He's very good. That's what
Well,
we're saying. That's
do
what
you
we're saying.
never have
hypothetically.
ideas?
Do you guys assume
I have
every
ideas, and he loves and
single
respects me enough
husband-
to allow me to
Do
pursue
you
them.
assume
No, I'm
every
saying, like,
single
within
husband is
your-
going to be good in a marriage?
I have all kinds of ideas, and my husband is so amazing and respectful and loving
Okay, but
that
does that
he
apply to
lets me do
everybody?
where I
But
want.
is
So
that-
I'm
where
literally
is that?
not
I want a
controlled.
statistic.
I'm literally not controlled because I give my husband control, and he loves and respects me so much.
So you're suggesting,
he says whatever you want, baby.
So you're suggesting that every single woman in the world, in order to avoid abuse and control, should relinquish control?
No, I'm not suggesting
all
that.
these
I'm
abusive
asking
men?
you what the problem
Are you
is.
suggesting abusive men don't exist?
Well,
No,
not
I
at
beg
all.
one.
Not at all. But
Or
why
have you
are
been
all
abused?
these? Why
Is
are
that
all
why?
of these men that we're talking
know
about
quite a few men
supposedly
who mistreat
abusive and
their
horrible
partners.
people? Like, there are so many good quality men out here, and we're going back to the fact where men get shit on. And it's
that's the
ridiculous.
point.
Your
So many
entire
good men.
podcast
Hold
is
on.
shitting on girls. What do you mean?
Straw man. Straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's the same
It actually
thing.
is. Hold on. We can get
I'm
into
not
that.
shitting on
Wait, hold
all
on,
men.
hold
I'm
on,
shitting
hold
on a
on, hold on,
particular
hold
type
on,
of
hold
man.
on.
I
Just
feel
like
like
you
you're
guys
just being
aren't shitting on
argued
all
with.
women.
You
You're
think
shitting
that
on a
being argued
particular
with
type
means you're
of
getting
woman.
shit on.
No, I don't.
Yeah, if you
I
say equip towards
completely
someone, they say
disagree.
equip back. Suddenly, that's out. That's
no,
out of bounds.
completely disagree. Completely.
Well, then that's all that's happened.
To agree with her,
the
I
whole
mean,
time you've been here.
Okay, so but what's the problem? I don't.
Okay, hold
So
on.
how's it a
There's
podcast
two
about
different
shitting on
conversations.
women? We're not shitting on you.
Hold on.
Your entire
There's two
podcast is
fucking
talking about how
conversations going on
women
here.
are, like,
Let me bring it back to the
hoes,
actual
feminism's
conversation
bad.
instead of this devolving into a further fucking meta conversations. Jesus Christ. Put your mic back to the Can you put your mic back, please? Okay. To your point, can we try to keep the conversations to like normal
Sex?
Are you fucking R-slurred? What? Can we keep the conversation within like, let's not go into like abnormal situations.
I don't.
Like, I don't see, okay, should a woman follow an abusive man? No. Are you happy? Now let's talk about within the confines
Okay.
of normal, healthy relationships.
Fine. Forget
Ought
abusive.
women to follow...
Forget abusive. But there are a lot of men who are like substandard
Okay,
and
cool.
don't
I'll
know
give
how
it
to
to you.
treat a girl
Cool. I'll give it
right.
to you. Don't follow abusive men. I 100% agree.
Don't follow
now
a shitty
let's
guy
talk.
either.
Cool. I agree with you.
Or a
Now let's
financially
talk
illiterate
about
man.
normal, healthy relationships.
Yeah,
let's
submit.
keep it focused here.
I think they both
In
should
that-
be listening to each other, though.
Okay, so why do you have to bring up this like scenario? What if the man
Because
fucking
you
murders
guys are
you?
acting
Should
like
you follow him then?
every woman who's combative or has an opinion or disagrees or whatever, like you're a bad girl if you don't submit to your husband in totality. And
Do you
that's
want a
just-
guy who's dominant?
No.
Do you want a soy
necessarily.
boy?
No, I don't want either.
So what do you want?
I want a guy
she
who
wants,
sees me as a
she
human.
wants a traditional, liberal,
D4
feminist man.
donated
Good luck.
$200.
Good luck.
The guy you really like and have been dating for a while gets into firearms. He goes and buys a 500 S&W, AR-15 and Benelli M4. He says he wants to teach you firearm safety and how to shoot. Red flag?
No, that's a green flag.
Okay, really quick, going around the table on this. Go ahead. Nick, I want you to find that there's a video. There's this woman who was in a car. It went viral a couple months ago. We pulled it up. She was like, she's like a progressive woman. She's like, well, why can't I find like Democrat, progressive, liberal, feminist men who want to pay for dates and who are like masculine and traditional? Can you find that video, please? We're going to react to that.
She complains about me not dating her.
Okay, you're dating a guy. You really like him. He gets into firearms. He buys a AR-15. He wants to teach you firearm safety. Is it a red flag?
No, I would.
Can you pull the microphone to the edge
Him
of the
getting
table,
into
please?
guns, weird, but not a red flag for him to want to teach me how to shoot one if it's for safety.
No, it's not weird.
Marry him immediately.
No, I wouldn't say it's a red flag.
Like, biggest turn on.
It's not a red flag.
Okay. It's just like I'm getting frustrated because so often is it the case that we're trying to have a conversation about dating and then it devolves into, well, what should you do in the event that one of the people is abusive? Okay, we can talk about that, but like, what about the majority of relationships that I would say, which are,
I don't
they don't
think
always
the
go
majority
the,
of people engage in healthy relationships.
hold on, do you think the majority of relationships are abusive?
No, but I do think
Okay.
they're toxic
So
and
then,
unhealthy.
sure.
Summer
okay.
Pickle donated $200. I'm enjoying Ivory's reactions to this drama.
It just it serves to derail the actual like conversation we're trying to have. Nick, do you have the video? Okay. We had let me read these chats here. We have Black Flame Nova. I think you sent this as a Streamlabs message also. Here's for having to put up with so much in these modern times and revealing so much that traditional fathers warned us about. Onto the topic. If he was a racist, he wouldn't even give you a peck. You sent this, I think, also as a Streamlabs thing. That shows some interest. It was definitely preference. Okay. Hey, Black Flame Nova. Thank you, man. Daniel W. The ladies don't understand respect in their mind. Respect is to kiss their ass and then let them make decisions. If they decide against men, should just accept it. What is abuse? Curious what these ladies think it is. Oh, my God. What it is, emotional abuse seems to be the scapegoat most of the time.
It does. It's true.
For the record, I don't think it's all of us that are going towards that route.
I think it's the majority of us that aren't.
Going towards what route?
The emotional abuse. I honestly think it's just you.
Oh, I think people are just toxic.
Are you toxic?
Generalization,
No.
all people.
You're perfect, right? You've never done anything wrong in a relationship.
I've definitely been toxic in a relationship.
How?
That's why I broke up with them.
How were you toxic?
I was talking to another person. At
Okay,
the
so
same
you're a
time.
cheater.
Well, I wasn't. I didn't do anything.
Hold
But
on.
It was, to me, it
that's
was,
not cheating?
That's
to me, it
emotional
is.
cheating then.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
toxic. That's why I broke up, right? Because it's toxic. But a lot of
And then
people
did you go
wouldn't
and fuck
break
the
up.
guy you were talking to?
No. But a lot of people wouldn't. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Oh, you did?
Later, but it was like a year later. It was a year later, and when I broke up with the guy, we were not talking. So just to put that, it was a year later, and when I broke up with the guy, we were not talking at the time. So I broke up with the guy solely based on the fact that I felt bad that I had feelings for somebody else. But
Interesting
have you
how that
ever
works
been
out.
in
Then
an emotionally or physically abusive relationship?
no, but I've seen them.
Okay, well, I have. So
I
if
know,
anyone has questions, I've been physically abused by a man, so I have authority.
Like big time she
Although I
has.
think we should move on because those
Why do
aren't
you-
the majority of
Do you
relationships.
think I have? Why do you ask?
Because you talk about it.
You
I
talk
kind
about
of
it
feel
a
like
lot.
maybe were you physically abusive?
No,
No?
not at all.
That's kind of like the question I asked you.
A little different.
I've seen people be physically abusive in relationships.
This panel sucks.
And-
Typical women as usual.
Yo, Max, who is the Asian girl in the back? Never says a word. Best type of woman. I'm rich and single. Look me up. Patient drive.
See, and then you're gonna expect a guy like that to get a girl who's submissive and nice.
Head ass.
I don't even know this guy.
for real.
Okay,
Why
but
would I-
there's a problem with men too, is my point. That's it.
What?
And that's
I
one
don't
of
think
them.
he disagrees. There's a problem with men
He's
and
saying
women.
women should just shut up and not say anything.
Did he
He's
say
the best
that?
type of woman.
I don't think he
The
thinks
best
No,
type
he
of woman
didn't.
shuts her mouth.
He has
Okay,
men.
he
He
said the
has
best
women.
type of girl is a girl who doesn't
That man
talk.
definitely said that. Don't defend that man. He definitely just said that.
Never says a word. The best type of woman.
Yeah, he definitely said
Wait,
that.
what's
He
wrong
definitely
with
didn't
liking
say
us?
that.
He can
a
like whatever he wants.
an introverted. Me personally, I think silence is golden. I don't like to talk either. I don't want to be
That's different.
yapping
He's
to my
saying-
partner or blah
he's
blah blah
saying
blah blah
he
blah
needs a
blah.
girl to
No,
just
let's just like
not
shut the
say
fuck up and watch Breaking Bad. That's my ideal. Fuck it, bro. Let's watch Breaking Bad. Let's watch Fallout. Fallout who's seen Fallout?
I
The new
have.
thing. Fucking mid. Super mid.
Yeah.
Very mid show. Game of Thrones.
Oh, Game of
Game of
Thrones.
Thrones.
So
Yeah,
good.
but you get a girl like that by treating her well, right?
Okay, you found the
No.
video.
Well, I mean, unless she has problems.
Okay,
herself.
we'll see.
boring
We'll see
girl,
how it's
I
going.
Then she needs therapy.
Oh, okay. I think this
That's
is
what
it.
I'm
Yeah, this
saying.
is
Like,
it.
it's
Good
a-
job.
like,
Yeah,
people-
Nick.
people are
Good job.
multifaceted.
All right, start from the beginning if you can.
Do you want to know one of the saddest realizations I recently had?
Sorry,
Was
it was
that
so
as a
loud.
liberal woman, it is really hard to find a man who is willing to play the more traditional masculine role in the relationship in today's day and age, who is not a conservative. A man who wants to pay on the first date, who wants to open your door, who has that want and desire to take care of you and to provide, who is not a conservative. And obviously, as a liberal woman, I do want to be respected for my independence, and I do want to have my own autonomy in the relationship and not be confined or conform to the traditional female homemaker, childbearing role. And most of the men that I've dated who do have that more natural provider masculinity about them are normally conservative. So I don't really know what to do because I don't want to compromise my morals and values just to find a man. But am I asking to have my cake and eat it too?
Yes.
Do you want to know one of the
Yes.
sad?
Wait, you disagree? This is your position.
No, I just disagree with her. Like, I don't know how she's having a hard time finding a guy to take her out on a date and treat her nicely. I don't know. That's
Hold on.
That's not what she said.
They're all abusive.
Wait, hold on, just a question.
She said pay on the first
Just a
date.
question. If a guy doesn't pay for a girl on the first date, is that treating her poorly?
No.
Treating her not nicely? Well, you said treating her nicely.
Well, she said two things, right? She said that he doesn't pay for the date and whatever, and then also he takes care of her and he like whatever does.
Well,
So
yeah,
like a traditionally masculine man?
Yeah,
Right,
she
but
speaks specifically about masculinity, right?
Well, I don't know.
She says it's really hard to define masculine
Are you suggesting
men.
that liberal men cannot care about their?
Well, we're not saying. I'm not. Listen. Whenever you build anything that I say into a monolith, right? I mean, you can if you want, but I'm just always going to point out to you that I don't ever say all. I'm never saying all.
Okay.
We're talking in generalities
Saying
here.
most liberal men.
I wouldn't even say most. I would just say there's a lot more men who follow a conservative ideology who probably come off as being more traditionally masculine. And this is what seems to be what we receive when we talk to women, and we do those polls where we never ask anybody anything, but we do. And when we do, they seem to claim the same thing, that conservatives have more traditionally masculine
See, you just
features and
referenced something I
values.
said before, but I said that about Christianity, not about women.
I think most liberal men are
But
now
anyways.
women also. So
No, I think most liberal men are still able
What
to
is
do
a woman?
a lot of things.
no.
However, I think a
No
lot of
one
women
knows.
want. I don't subscribe to this, but I think a lot of women want somebody who's extremely dominant and does lead them in all of these different facets.
But then they call it toxic masculinity, and they
because
say
it
it's
is.
yuck.
a man that wants to lead is not
Men
toxic
want the toxic
masculinity.
masculinity.
I love the
I just
toxic
said I don't
masculinity.
subscribe to it, right? I don't want that. I want somebody who views me as equal and treats me properly, and
But you
I don't
don't,
want
though.
somebody.
You don't really.
I do though.
But you said you want the initial months of the relationship.
No, the first date he can pay
It sounded
for.
like there was more stuff than
The
that.
first date he can pay for. If we go out on another date after that, and then he takes me on like 3 or 4 dates,
Okay.
and he's constantly paying, at
me
some
ask-
point I'm going to be like,
sure.
listen, I think we should split,
Okay, let me-
right?
let me-
I think it's fair.
I'll give you
split,
that.
or would you pay?
You wouldn't pay?
No, I would split with him.
Okay,
Why
fine.
wouldn't you pay?
Why? It's equal. I'm just sorry. You
Maybe
said
this-
you're contradicting.
okay.
I
do you
think
mean?
you're
Well, hold
meaning you give 100% of what you can give, and the man gives 100% of what he can give. But we're not equal. Like they said about the war thing. Like
talking
you're
about
not going to want to get
dating.
drafted to war. You're not going to want
Yeah,
to
you'd leave the
spend all your
country.
money.
You'd flee.
Yeah, I would leave the
Okay,
country.
so
I
in the
wouldn't blame a
country.
man for leaving the country
Okay,
either.
so on the
Would you
first
consider him
date,
masculine?
I mean, no, but I wouldn't blame him,
No.
and I'd still marry him.
But
you know
that's
what I mean?
toxic.
No,
On-
it's not.
How's it not toxic?
Because you're asking me if I would consider it masculine according to your definition of masculine.
Your
right?
definition of masculine.
My definition of masculine, then no, I don't
Then
think
what's
it's
your
not
definition?
masculine.
I would just gotta know. What do you think the difference is from your definition of masculine to mine?
Dark Omen 42 donated $200. For a generation of women that can't seem to find a good man, they sure spend a lot of time married and or pregnant. If you don't trust a man, why the hell would you marry him?
I agree.
That's valid.
I agree.
Well put.
Why are you dating
Well
him in the
put.
first
Dark
place?
Omen 42. Thank you, man.
I don't know. You see
Appreciate
a red
it.
flag, you should leave.
okay, I have a
Wait.
question about equality. So you're on the first date. I don't care who pays. On the way home, the tire, you get a flat tire. Do you equally go out and change the tire?
No, whose car is it? Oh wait,
my gosh, whose
it's
car
your
is
car.
it? It's your car.
If it's my car, then I'm changing the tire.
Oh my word.
You can't change a
Not-
tire.
Oh,
Do you
I've
mean-
changed-
Sorry,
Come on.
sorry.
I've changed my own
Can you
tires.
change a tire?
I misunderstood the question.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you were asking who's paying for
Okay,
the tire.
can you change the tire?
No, I'm
no,
not
I
changing
said
the
who's,
tire.
No,
who's getting
come
out
on.
in the rain and changing the
Okay,
tire.
I did not realize what you meant.
Let's because you said you
thought
the
you meant
first
paying
date.
for the tire.
So just so I understand your position. So and if the panel will allow me, I want to do a bit of a back and forth here. So if I understand your position, the sole thing that is perhaps unequal in what you desire is just that you want the guy to pay for the first date, and that's it? Is that the only thing?
Not just. I would say the man needs to pursue initially. That's
Okay,
probably
so
the only
but let's
thing.
go into that and some of the other things. So, do you want the guy to? Have you ever had a man approach you in person?
Yes.
And are you on dating apps?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, do we have a dating app review we have to do? Whose is that? Is
That
it
was
hers?
mine.
Oh, okay, we'll do that in a sec. Not now. So,
I'm not really. Yeah. Anyway.
okay. Do you want the man to either approach you or send the first message if you match on a dating app?
Yes.
Okay, unequal. Do you want the man to, like I assume, for example, let's say
Well,
he
I'm
does.
on
Hold
Bumble.
on.
I send the first message on Bumble.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
I literally sent
Hold
you my
on,
Bumble
let me get into
profile.
that though,
Women
because
are
Bumble.
supposed to
Hold
on
on.
Bumble.
Yeah, I
On
know, that's what I'm
Bumble,
saying.
the very funny thing, as somebody who used Bumble for a very long time. Hold on, okay. The very funny thing with Bumble is that while yes, technically women do have to send the first message, what women, the vast majority of women on Bumble do, is they will send a token first message and immediately relinquish the conversational burden onto the man. And the way, hold on, no. Most women on Bumble will just say, hey, and then they shuck the rest of the conversational burden on the man. They're not gonna ask for the first date. They're not going to carry the conversation. They're not going to move things forward. They're not going to solicit the number.
Doesn't apply to all women.
I'm not saying all women. I'm saying most.
However, I would
as somebody who was
say
on Bumble for a long period of time.
On Tinder, the
it's worse.
men do the same thing.
Yes, and women hate it. The difference is though, if as women, because this is how women have dating on easy mode, if you just send a hey on Bumble, since that's a majority of what men get, we run with it, and immediately we will take on the burden and responsibility.
Not anymore. No, what happens
is,
hey,
I think it changed,
how are you?
right?
And then nothing, and then it's just
what
small
are you
talk.
on?
What's up?
Well, that's because.
What are you doing today?
What's you're on Bumble, right?
Men,
what's your typical opener? Hey, right?
No, I mean, I don't know. I'd probably, I look through their profile and then I reference something in their profile. That's usually what I
Okay,
tend
that's
to do.
fair. Now, so more often than not, though, when it comes to approaching, are you doing the approaching, or is the man doing the approaching, and what would you prefer?
I've approached in the past, for sure, but
more often than not, who's
I definitely prefer
approaching?
it when the man approaches.
You prefer when the man approaches.
But
what
it's
about
not-
carrying and leading the conversation? Like, because a guy
Both
can't just.
people should be doing that.
Well, hold on. But a guy can't just walk up to you in a grocery store, for example, or Trader Joe's, and just say, "Hey," right?
Why not?
Really?
I mean, why? I don't
Because then you
understand.
would just say hey, and it falls
Because the
on
burden.
deaf ears.
Do you realize the
I'm sorry, I
burden of
didn't realize what you're-
conversation? Like, if I just shut the fuck
I
up
didn't
right
realize
now.
that's what you meant, literally. Like, you were just like, oh, hey. Like, that's it.
No, like, and he was trying to, and he stood there.
Right.
Hi.
I didn't realize that's what you meant. That'd be ridiculous.
Right. So the burden of conversation, whether it's on a dating app or in person, at least initially, like if somebody approaches me and they just say, hi,
Yeah, that's weird.
it's weird. Actually, in a business context too, this fucking annoys me when people just text me hi or hey. I'm like, just ask your fucking question. There's actually a website about this called No Hello, where it's like, anyways, we're not going to dive into that. What about you match with somebody on a dating app or they approach you, who do you want to solicit the first date? Like, hey, I'd like to see you again. Can I get your number?
After the first date, you mean?
No. So you're still talking, either on a dating app or you've been approached in person. Who should solicit for the
man.
phone number? Okay. Who should solicit for the first date?
The man.
Okay. Now, who should set up the date? He gets your number. He's texting you. Who should try to move things forward and set the date up?
Ideally him, but...
Ideally him. Okay.
This is so hard for you, I know.
No, I'm just... I haven't been
It's men
Hold
every
on.
time.
So, now, let's say you have to cancel on the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you cancel on the guy. How are you gonna frame that message to him? Sorry, I can't make it.
I'm not feeling well. Do you mind if
Oh
I
my
go?
God.
I'm really sorry.
Really? You just gonna? You can't. Really? You're just
I'm
gonna
gonna come back.
run away? I'm in the middle of a
In her
convo
defense,
thread.
she was already not feeling well.
Well, at least let me
Okay.
finish
Sorry,
the
what were
convo
you
thread.
saying?
Get her a Gatorade or something. I don't know.
It's not gonna help, but yeah, what were you saying?
Are you pregnant or something?
Yeah, sure. Celibate for 7 months, but pregnant.
Okay. I don't know. Okay. You
Well,
can't.
she said she was celibate until we
Yeah,
asked her a couple
yeah.
of questions.
I
Okay.
think she knows what celibacy means.
So,
Repeat the question.
yes,
I
I'll repeat
missed
the
it.
question. Let's say the guy sets up the date with you, and this is a frequent occurrence when it comes to trying to plan dates with people. Let's say you have to cancel the date. How do you, what do you pretend, what's the text you send?
I'm worried she's going to throw up.
I
Can someone just
usually-
get her
Hold
a
on,
Gatorade?
just let her answer, just please.
I usually don't cancel on the date.
Let's
but
just say you-
if I
have
do,
you
I'd
ever
probably
canceled?
make up no, I haven't, but I'd probably make up an excuse. Like, I don't know, something just came up and
No, let's say something
my cat's sick or something.
you're not trying to get out of the date. Let's just say something genuinely, you have a work thing come up or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell me how you would
I would
cancel.
I tell him I'm so sorry, I have a work thing.
Oh, so you don't do the courteous thing, which would be to, hey, I'm so sorry I can't, this is a thing often women do when they cancel dates. Hey, I'm so sorry I can't make it. You don't counter. This is an etiquette, courtesy thing. If you have to cancel a plan, the courteous thing is, etiquette thing is, to offer a counter. Oh, hey, I can't do today, but are you free next Wednesday?
I would.
Most people, you say that, but most people don't do that.
Well, if I genuinely didn't want to cancel the date, I'd be like, yeah, let's reschedule.
And then the burden goes back onto the guy to then follow up with you,
I think
right?
you're making a lot of assumptions. I usually would be like, okay, let's try next week instead, right?
Okay, so then, but you're gonna have him want to set up that second date, right?
No, if the first date was canceled, and then we have to go on to another date, we're rescheduling, and it doesn't matter if we're working together at this point to figure out the logistics, because
you wouldn't just shuck the burden onto him?
No, because he's already made his move. He's already said, look, I'm interested in you. That's really all that
that seems dubious, but okay.
Okay.
So now let's say you're on the date. Who has the burden of leading the conversation on the date?
They both should. And
Okay.
if they don't converse
Check this out.
well,
Okay, we're
then-
on a date. You and me, let's role play this. We're on a date.
Okay.
Hey,
Hi. What's up? How are you?
I'm good.
Cool. That's great. I'm really glad for you.
You've already failed at carrying and leading the conversation.
I mean, you're
See,
not
I can't do
leading
what
it
a lot of
either.
women do on a first date, which is
If a woman says,
look to the
hey,
man.
good, that's it, and just gives you one-word responses, that's not, she's not working with you either.
I mean, she's probably not interested.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. I just think that typically when it comes to dating, women look towards men to actually carry and lead the conversation. If I did what a lot of women do on first dates, look, some women are gifted conversationally, but most, if I just literally did what women did, we would just sit there in silence.
Like maybe it's different because I'm a bartender, so I have to talk to lots of different people.
Well, that's also a much more social environment than like a prearranged date.
I talk.
What a weird date anyway for the woman not to ask anything about you. And
I think that's strange. I do think
I've
women
been on
have substance in
so
their brain
many
to ask
dates.
questions.
They're just not quality
I think
girls.
that you might be going after girls that are like genuinely like. I know.
Yeah.
What is
Bottom
No,
of the barrel.
not really. At least
Are
when
you sure? Because if they don't want to ask you questions, they either don't care or they
back
just
when
are
I was on
stupid.
back when I was on dating apps, and I'm not done. I have more. Okay, so let's continue. Right. Now, okay, and you've already answered this, but who should now? Okay, let's say the date's going well. You went to get food or a drink or whatever. Who should pay for the date?
The first date, the man.
Okay, and then should the date end there?
It depends.
Have you ever had a date go further, like you went back to his place, he went back to yours?
I've never done anything sexual on the first date.
Never.
No.
Have you ever hooked up with a guy the same day you met him, like at a party or some sort of event?
No.
None of us
Okay.
are on OnlyFans.
So that makes things even
none
more.
of us are on OnlyFans.
Hold on, women who are
Hawaii.
hold on, women who are.
that
You guys,
on
aren't you guys from
OnlyFans.
Arizona, ASU? People be fucking like within 30 minutes of meeting all the fucking time.
I didn't go to ASU.
Whatever.
And yeah, it's true. They have a big STD rate,
Okay,
but we are
so-
not one of those women.
You go on a date with a guy, it goes well.
Generalizing.
Yeah. Well.
There's gonna be a second date, right?
Ideally.
Okay, who's gonna set that up, him or you?
I mean,
Ideally.
if you liked the first date, then you let him know. You say like, hey, I had a good time. I really enjoyed myself and whatnot. And then if he's interested, he'll keep the thing.
So the burden
he'll keep-
remains on him to
No,
initiate
I just
it.
said,
see.
she just said, hey, I have a good time. And if he's also interested, then he will respond, right? And then they'll
Okay,
carry
I
the
had a good time too.
conversation.
Whose burden is it
If
now to
that's
set up
all
the
you
second
say
date?
when a girl says I had a really good time and I really
Why-
enjoyed it with you, then she's not going to go out on a second date, and that makes
Really?
a lot of sense.
Wait, I'm so confused why a
so what
woman
you're
wouldn't
saying-
just
so
be
then
able
what
to
you're
say,
saying-
hey, want to go out again?
So what you're saying is,
I have
if
done
I
that.
reciprocate exactly what you say, so what you're basically admitting is
done that.
the
If- yeah, if
initiative,
you
the,
said-
the
if you
burden.
said
Hold on, let me
afterwards-
finish. The burden of initiative once again
No,
falls on the man.
Not necessarily. If you said afterwards that date was really good, I had a really good time, and then next week I was like, hey, like, are you busy? You want to do something again? There's no problem.
You gotta work on the game. It's gonna take you a week to go to ask the guy out.
Are you taking a girl out on a date every night? No.
No, but you're
it's like
waiting
once
a week to between messages to set
no,
up another date.
Ideally,
Bro,
you're talking back
okay.
and forth, right? If you're gonna tell me, if a man is gonna tell me I had a really good time on the date, I'm not just gonna leave him hanging. I'm gonna respond to him, and then we're ideally gonna be talking back and forth throughout the week, and then
Wait, did we say that in person or over text?
Okay, let's move on.
in person
So,
and over text.
so I mean, it would seem to me that soliciting subsequent dates would also continue to fall on the man. What about moving things forward physically? Who should go for the first kiss?
Ideally the man and the woman. I don't know, to be honest.
Have you,
that one's kind of
touchy.
How many first kisses have you had, or kisses have you had?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Of all the first kisses have you had, who initiated it?
My first one was pretty mutual. My second one was also pretty mutual. And then my third one, he initiated and I didn't
Would you
like
have preferred if the guys took a bit more initiative on the first kiss?
No, I actually didn't like it. to be
Okay,
honest.
well, I'll tell you this much. Most men are going to have to make the first move when it comes to going for the first kiss. What about moving things forward sexually?
I honestly, my personal preference is I'd rather develop a deep relationship with someone before getting
So okay, so he's going to have to carry this for a long time then. So let's assume you're
Which
there
is
then.
why it's pretty hard for me to find somebody, because a lot of men don't want to do that.
Well, aren't you feminist? Why would you want to wait
Yeah.
to have sex?
I do think some of your views are contradicting right there.
Not really. I think men
Okay,
and women
well,
can still be
I guess
equal
you could be a
while
feminist and not
woman,
want to fuck people right away. That's fair. Okay, but let's talk about when it comes to let's talk about physicality, right? Okay. So I assume, let's say you're at that stage in the relationship where you're ready. Would you want him to move things forward physically?
Yeah, but if you're, I'm speaking from experience at this point. If you're at if you're at a point where you guys are already emotionally invested in each other, it's pretty mutual at that point if anything sexually happens.
Really?
Yes, it's pretty hard for somebody to just like at that point you're on the same page. You know what I mean?
What are you looking for in a woman?
Hold on. So you're saying that, like, let's say would you have an overt,
if you're already
hold on.
official.
Would you have an overt conversation about, hey, we've been dating for 3 months, I'd like to have sexual intercourse? Is that how the conversation would go?
No, but I'm saying if you're official with somebody, you're not just dating. It's like your boyfriend and girlfriend, you're actually like together for a long time. It's like at that point, there's nothing there. It's just a given. It's,
I mean,
you
shirts
both are
and
just gonna go
clothes,
kiss each other.
bras and shirts and clothes don't just magically get removed. Typically,
no, but if it's mutual at that point, though. You know what I mean? It's not like a man making the first move. They're both doing it together. They know what they're. I'm speaking from experience. Like you know what you're getting into at that point. You know what I mean? Like
so you're saying you'd be the first to go and unzip his pants?
Right.
Potentially, yeah.
Like the first time.
I think most women would feel like I'm a hussy if I'm going to go straight.
Like the first time.
I know a lot of women.
The first time you have sex.
The initiating.
Just so I'm clear, the first time you'll have sex, you're like, let's say he's not making the move. You're just gonna he's not trying to take your top off. I don't know how okay.
It's hard to imagine.
Because you say, how long do you wait? 3 months before you want to get intimate with somebody? How long?
I would wait until we're official before getting intimate
So
with anybody.
what? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months? How long?
However long they think it needs to be until we're official. I mean,
Okay, you said
I think you get a pretty good idea.
However long he thinks it should be before it becomes official.
Well,
so he's
I'm
initiating
saying
the
it's-
officialness.
No, it's 2 people. So for me, I think 3
a good one.
months. 3 months, as I was saying.
Okay, but is there, because
For
if
me,
you,
it's, like,
so you
good
want to
enough
wait,
time to
right?
get
So are you saying as soon as that conversation happens, he's like, hey babe,
It's
I
not
want
a
you to be my
conversation.
girlfriend?
There's no. Sorry.
But you said making something official would mean that there has to be
misunderstood.
some
I thought you meant the
overt,
sex. Sorry.
there'd have to be some overt conversation, right?
Yes, making it official. Yes, I didn't. Not the sex part. That's not a conversation. It just happens, but it happens pretty mutually.
It happens mutually conveniently at the precise exact same time that you both
if you
for
both,
the zippers
if
together.
you both are official and you're both dating and
Okay.
you're boyfriend and girlfriend, yeah, you're just gonna go kiss because that's normal. That's what you do. You're gonna hug because it's normal. That's what you do. No, it's not a man making the initiation.
So it's I guess it can be totally a mutual thing. I guess
No perfumes,
there's.
but damn.
All right, let it go. Let it go. Let me just finish. I'm almost done. Okay, so you're just gonna, when it comes to moving things forward sexually, what's going on? You're just gonna. It's gonna be a mutual seduction.
Yeah, you both kiss at the same time. You both.
So
take
you're
off
just
your
gonna
clothes.
take your clothes off.
Yeah.
You don't want him to take your
understand how
clothes
this
off.
is so hard. You both take your clothes off. Like, why? I don't understand how it's so hard for you to understand. If you're already boyfriend and girlfriend and it's official, it's pretty mutual if you're kissing.
Yeah, in a
The man's not gonna
relationship,
have to
yes,
make
the
a
woman's
first
gonna be, she's gonna initiate too. But
But that's exactly.
I would say in a lot of relationships, a lot of women like it when the guy takes her top off, takes her clothes off.
Okay, a lot of women, I would not define myself as not.
I feel like top shouldn't come off until later down the road.
I mean, he could take my top off. I could take my top off.
But you were married.
It really doesn't matter.
So the whole
This is
the
but
whole
not always.
seduction,
We're talking about
While
hookup
I was
culture.
dating.
So
I mean,
you're
I would
saying
prefer that.
even the first time,
you were
the whole
celibate
seduction.
until you're
it's-
married.
Guys, hold on. So when it comes to the first time having sex, the whole seduction, it's perfectly mutual. There's no initiative on the man's part. It's just a totally mutual.
If you
Come
guys
on,
have,
bro.
if you already have, I'm speaking from experience.
Okay.
If
All right,
you
hey,
already have
whatever.
a very long-term emotional relationship set in place, by long-term I mean like 3 months or longer, then like, yeah, you're already
Okay,
official. You
cool.
guys are already dating.
So for
It's
pretty
not-
much everything besides the seduction, I think it's a bit dubious, but fine. I'll take your word for it. It sounds like you want the man. I belabored the fucking point. You want the man to lead.
In the beginning.
Hold on. That was a fuck ton of steps to get to the only point where I viewed it as kind of mutual, which was the seduction, the sex. 3 months down the road, that's a long time for the man to lead.
I'm saying that
Oh my God.
a man should lead on the first date with the first initiation. After, if you guys both like the first dates, you guys should both be initiating with each other or talking to each other, chasing, simping each other, whatever it is. It shouldn't be one way. And if it's one way or one person's putting in more energy, then it's not worth it for either party. It doesn't matter if the girl's putting in more energy than the boy or the boy's putting in more energy than the girl. Either way, it's not worth it.
Can I say something?
Please.
I really don't think you need us here. I think you guys can just hash it out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Because this is ridiculous. You guys are going back and forth, and it's been it's 9 o'clock right now.
4 hours.
This is ridiculous.
4 hours on
And I don't know if you can
on
only
just
talk to her because she's the
feminism.
only one that absolutely disagrees with everyone on this panel.
And this whole
But this is
the comment section
so
is annihilating
bad.
everybody as if we all think the same.
We do
we do
not, and we're
OnlyFans.
only talking about her. This is crazy. No disrespect to you at all.
I've
But
brought attention to you. I've brought attention to you. I have more questions for her, but she's
well,
on
then
the
can
balcony
we
right
get
now.
to the point? Answer it
Yeah, like,
straight
we
up
need to
because
finish
I am
this.
so over it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But over it.
It's just
And I know
lingering
you're over
just
it
a
because you're
little
not even
bit
feeling
too
well.
Hold on. Let me just remind you that if I have things correctly, with the exception of you actually, every single one of you requested to be on the show. So I kindly ask you to show respect for the platform. This is the way the show goes. You guys had months to do your research and see the nature of the conversations.
We're showing respect. I'm just saying we've had
We're just
respect this whole
saying
time.
that's
I feel
lingering.
like we are showing love by being patient currently already. And I'm just saying you guys keep going
Okay.
back and forth. Get to the next question.
You know what's funny? I actually
That's all I was
was.
saying.
I actually was, and
Oh,
you've
then
just
perfect.
belabored this
Go ahead,
another
keep
2 or 3
going then.
minutes
Keep
by having a
going.
meta conversation.
I'm saying what everyone's thinking. Maybe you're
about a
not
meta
thinking it. That was
conversation?
literally it.
Well, hold on. Let me.
That was it.
If that's what everybody's thinking, is that what you guys really? You guys
Oh,
gonna leave?
maybe not. Maybe not. But is everyone thinking it?
You guys gonna be
we can do a
disrespectful
show of
and leave?
hands.
No, I don't want to leave. I just feel like the conversation that it just seems lingering.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's honing in on just
And
one
now it smells like
person
cigarettes
the whole
and-
thing, the whole time.
Some people are allergic to cigarette smoke. Like, it actually does make me nauseous. It's kind of gross.
Nothing we can do about it.
No, obviously. I wish I would have worn perfume, though.
But we weren't allowed to.
Not to be disrespectful, just to cover the smell. Like, it's gross.
We should get into rates.
Candles.
Move the conversation along or something.
Yeah, let's get into the superficial stuff that the people want.
Like what?
Let's rate ourselves so they can rate us back. Let's talk about sex and stuff. I don't know. Like, come on. Let's do it.
There is something interesting demographically about this panel that's different than most of ours. I'll let the chat figure out what I mean by this, and you can figure it out for yourself. Okay, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Go ahead.
If we're
Starting with
out
you.
with me, I think I'm a 12. Yeah.
Like 7.5, 8.
Undefined because it's subjective. I'm sorry, I'm not answering that question.
Just answer the question.
Okay, I'm a 7.
8.
8, 7.5.
8.
You can do whatever you want.
Wait, 7?
I said 8.
8. Okay. So you're a 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love your confidence.
Thank
Is
you.
it confidence or delusion?
It's definitely confidence. I think. I think that
Probably.
I am the most prettiest girl in the world.
Are you
like?
prettier
No
than-
offense to everyone else. Everyone else here is fucking
None
gorgeous.
taken.
Especially you. I've been looking at you this whole entire time. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Thank you.
But like, whenever I look at myself, like,
You can
I
pay me
don't-
some money.
Did you
and have
do you
sex with
feel
her.
like do you feel like you were a 12 after the modifications or before?
I think I started feeling like a 12 after. It's not about the modifications, it's more about my mindset. And like, there was at a point where I did think I was ugly, but like, I kind of went through
Nick,
that.
can you open the door?
I kind of went through that, and now like I'm at a point where like I don't want to be anyone else. I love myself, I love my body, I love my face, and I love everything about me. So yeah.
What do you think other people would rate you?
I know other people that would rate me like a 12, and then I know other people that would probably. I'm
Let's do
probably
averages.
like a big.
Let's say there's
turn off.
100,000 people, a cross section of men. What do you think they would rate you on
Me?
average? Yes, some would rate you a 10 and
I
some would rate you a
mean,
0.
On average, maybe like 8 or 9.
There's a whole thing out there.
Yeah.
I was watching. I was like, dang, I want to join that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I typically, whenever I'm with a guy, they tell me like I am the prettiest or one of the most beautiful women that they've ever been with. So.
You think it would go over well if a guy said you're mid? Like,
I
and he's
mean-
trying to fuck you, and he's like, yeah, you're kind of mid, let's fuck.
I mean, I
You think
would
it'd go
fuck
over
with
well?
it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe she likes degradation, I guess.
I like people who sometimes
All right, guys.
degrade me. And
All
then
right, well, I
other
shouldn't-
times.
I wouldn't
I
say that
shouldn't
loud. That
fucking
like
offered that one up.
invalidates you immediately.
But yeah.
Okay. All right.
You respect yourself. You don't respect yourself because you want people to degrade you, but you're a 12.
Yeah, I don't care if people degrade me because it doesn't like actually come off like it doesn't hurt.
Spiritually, it hurts you. I promise.
I don't think so.
One question. Do you think
But it doesn't. You
you're
can't tell me that.
25, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be more attractive in 10 years than you are now?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be more attractive in 20 years?
Yeah.
30 years?
Yeah.
Okay, now you're just...
No, it's like it's. I'm a magic
So
person,
you'll be
right? And I'm
55. Yeah,
like
okay.
a manifestation baddie
Yep.
or whatever you want to call it. But
If you
to
got-
me, I feel like I've been manifesting that I just keep getting hotter, and so whenever I look at myself, I just feel like I'm getting hotter.
What about when what about when you're 75 in 50 years?
I still think I'll be hot.
That's not the question. Will you be more attractive than you are now, all else being equal?
More?
That's the question I'm asking.
Be honest.
Probably just the same, honestly.
Bro, you're delusional.
I think
You're delusional.
Well, I look at myself
That
and
is
I'm like,
actual delusion.
yeah,
like
that's
we
fine.
just proved it. There's no way you're getting hotter.
She's gonna be hotter
at
at
75.
Yeah, but like,
Aging
black
is
don't
pretty.
Like, you could be as
29
confident-
pretty.
This chick's
Yeah,
delusional.
aging can be
black
bad, but I
doesn't
feel
crack
like
you
all
guys.
these
So I
piercings,
could
sagging.
still. I know a lot of
Some
black
do if you don't take
women.
care of yourself.
I mean, yeah, but I take care of myself. So, but there's a lot of black women that I've seen that are like 60, 70 years old and they still look young.
Yeah,
Why
but you
are-
haven't
True,
seen
but-
their 20-year-old pictures. You
Yeah,
don't know
why-
that they're
Ah,
hotter
that's
than
what
when
I'm
they were
saying.
20.
Why aren't all the black supermodels 75 instead of 25? Why is that?
Because we like youngness. Like,
Oh,
what
well-
are you asking me right now?
If okay.
But if you
all right.
looked the same,
mean,
and people
that's-
wouldn't be
Oh,
able
you
to
know
tell
how
that
to
you're
argue with this
older,
shit.
and
It
you would
doesn't
I
be
am
matter
not-
casted.
if you look
not
the
going
same,
to
they
be
still
more
like
attractive
youngness.
when I'm 75.
That's
I
why
just
you have a
wanna say
bunch
no.
of girls just going out and just
Like,
lying
nah,
about their
I'm in my
age.
prime
I
right
think-
now.
Well, thank
Maybe
you for
20
being
years ago.
reasonable.
Maybe
And,
20 years ago.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Jeez. And you said it's subjective, or what was your thing?
Yeah, beauty is subjective.
Beauty is subjective.
I don't
So
think
like,
you get prettier as you age.
but you don't? Do you think you don't think you can get prettier?
As you age, no.
Yeah, you're too far from the mic.
Really?
As you age.
I think you go like this,
And then you.
and then you go
yeah.
like
Yeah,
this.
I mean, as you like
Boom.
age.
I think a lot of
person.
it is like
Barely walking.
your confidence. I think a lot of it is that. I mean, no one's like super banging, in middle school, and your confidence is like super low. And then I feel like as you get older, I mean, I'm now in my 30s, and I
you're
feel
banging.
really confident. I'm
You know what to
banging.
wear. You know
I'm
how
a
to, like,
7,
dress
but
your
I'm
body.
banging.
Wait, so are you saying that you can't you can't look at somebody and there can be no differentiation in terms of this person is more attractive than this person?
No, there can, but it's subjective. What one guy thinks is more attractive is
Subjective. But let me
It's
ask you a question.
subjective.
If I pulled, say, the entire population of the world, and I showed them a picture of guy A and guy B, do you think that there would be could there be an overwhelming consensus where 99% of people were like guy A is more attractive than guy B, even if we pulled.
If one's way uglier than the other, yes. If they're both equally
Well,
attractive,
there is some
but different
objectivity
types.
to it then.
Yeah.
Because you said one guy is way uglier.
There is objectivity to beauty for sure.
okay.
If you don't try at all, then you're.
But you
ugly,
just said it's
probably.
subjective.
Beauty is subjective. Not every guy is
to a
going,
degree.
Are you going
Killer
to
of
think every
Cereal
single
donated
guy? Yeah, to a degree. So we agree.
$200.
To
I
a
think you're the
slight
prettiest
degree.
girl in the
To a slight
world,
degree.
then your compliments are disingenuous to woman. Strange you reached that epiphany only after you altered the objective rating under the alterations.
I don't think it was disingenuous. It was literally like I meant it from the heart. I've been looking
Which
at you
door
this
was
whole
that?
time.
Okay. All right. Let me read two. We have two chats here coming in, and then I have more questions for you. We have Killa of Cereal again. Leadership means setting an example. Leaders also do the work that they ask from their followers from the front line in a positive moral guiding sense. Leaders want your full potential, just to push. Ladies, hold on. There's another one coming up from Tori. Thank you, Killa of Cereal, man. Appreciate your message. Good to see you, as always, in the chat. And we have Tori here. Ladies, why do you think there's a timeline correlation between the increase of feminism and the increased experience of depression in society as a whole? Could it be a biological needs?
Duh. Absolutely.
And
we
porn.
just literally said that we took women out of the house doing their perfect role of being happily married and raising children and told them to go be boss babes and slave away and act like men and carry their own luggage and change their own tires. So yeah.
Okay.
Sounds depressing.
All right. Let's see here. We're going to bring it back to Jaden here. You wanted to talk about, you said that we'll get the whole panel to answer this. The gender pay gap is a very real thing. So going around the table, is the wage gap, gender pay gap real?
No, I don't think so.
Actually, from research I'd done, I learned that the gender pay gap's not that big anymore. So I did more research after I did more research after I sent that.
Okay.
Like, I'm not ignorant. I want to learn and stuff. So.
All right.
I'm
Okay,
not objective in all of my opinions.
You initially wrote that in your notes, but your viewpoint has changed.
Yeah, from
Okay.
doing research.
Impressive.
All right, there you go.
I'm
Look at this
constantly
growth.
trying to evolve.
There's growth.
Always.
Yeah. I'm ignorant on the matter, but I believe women are blessed to carry and nurture and raise children. So if there's a gap there in their wages because they get to go do that,
Right.
we can be okay
Sure.
with that.
Earnings gap, right? Okay.
Yeah, I second that.
Same.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Ivory.
All right.
And you.
Andrew, do you want to do a quick 30-second debunking of the wage gap?
I mean, do we even need to? None of them believe in it.
Well, just
We seem pretty.
Debunk it for
the
us.
why of the why of it.
Yeah. Well,
There's probably viewers.
I wish
that-
she was. I wish she was back because I'm sure.
I
she
don't,
probably
because then it would
disagrees.
lead to a whole
I'm
new
sure that she'd
debate.
be like, yes,
about
this
there's
is
not a
what-
wage gap.
And I don't think her stomach can handle that right now.
It's like 18 cents or 98 cents or something like that.
What? Do you
The
mean
wage
what
gap,
is
it's like
currently
barely anything,
what is
yeah.
currently looked at? Well, I mean that's what the claim is, but
For like the same
there really
job.
isn't. There really never really was a wage gap anyway. What would happen is men work a lot longer hours, and women get things like paternity leave. They want to take vacations more. They want to do things like this so they can stay at home with their kids. And so what ends up happening is it's risky to hire them. It's riskier to hire women for a lot of the
Well,
same
that's also
jobs.
their role. They're supposed to stay home and take care of their kids. It's not.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying, think of it from an employer standpoint. So employers like to hire men who have families as well. The reason they do is because they think that men are going to stay at that job for longer.
Loyalty.
Right? Well, it makes a lot of sense, right? You can't really just leave a job if you are dependent on the pay to
Right.
take care of your family. So when they look at it, they're like, well, this is great, right? If you have a family, that's one thing that employers will look at and say, well, you're probably going to be stable, this type of thing. But if you were an employer and you were looking at a woman, let's say she was, in her 20s to her really early 30s, and, when you were interviewing her, she said things to you like, yeah, we might try for kid number 3, or we might try. The risk drastically goes up, right? So,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I mean, all that has to be taken into account, and also the fact that men just work a lot more hours generally than women do, even when they're in the same jobs. So, and that's not
Let's
the
adopt.
problem. The problem when you're looking at that data is it's really hard to make controls. So all that data is only as good as the controls that you have. So you can make it say whatever the hell you want, depending on what you control for.
Right.
All right, moving on. You also mentioned, there's a lot here, so I won't be able to get everything, but...
I don't care.
Sports are taken less seriously. You said women's sports are taken less seriously.
Yeah,
Is that really an objection? Yeah. Isn't that women's fault, though? Because it's like women don't watch women's sports?
I mean, I do.
You do, but...
I do
like,
not watch
I
women's
do not.
sports.
There's nothing stopping women from going to go support the WNBA, but they don't. In the
Yeah,
same way that
women
men
don't
support
support each other that
NBA.
much.
What's that?
Nothing.
Wait, I have a question for you, though. Can you name 3 WNBA players?
Yeah, the famous ones. I don't really.
Go ahead.
I don't
Name them.
I don't care about basketball.
Oh.
Brittany.
So wait,
Okay.
so do you have a problem with women's sports being taken less seriously?
I just
thought
think
you
it's
just
just
like
watched
a
the
comment.
WNBA though.
The WNBA. I don't watch sports.
Oh, because I thought he said, do you watch it? And you said, yeah. Well, I do. He said, I watch it.
Oh, just tennis actually. So that's it.
Tennis.
Yeah.
Can you name
I see what
any?
you mean.
Can you name any NBA players?
No.
Come on.
LeBron James.
Dude.
Michael Jordan.
James, a dude.
Nobody. Okay.
But you watch female tennis?
Well, he asked me. He asked me.
I thought you were
You watch
supposed to be
female
women.
tennis?
Yeah, I love Maria Sharapova, but she ended up getting in trouble for
Can you
something.
name 3
but-
of them?
Serena Williams, Venus Williams, Maria Sharapova, Madison Keys.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Let's see here. You wanted to talk about... I also feel like guys on the podcast always think they're right. And as much as you feel like the girls don't hear you out, you also have your mindset and won't see the side of the woman, and that the women are supposed to just submit to a man. Could be wrong, but this is what I've noticed. But I find it strange that a man wouldn't want to consult with a woman about big discussions or decisions, as you don't always know what a woman wants, and men don't always know what's best. Even a masculine woman, I believe there's supposed to be a unity to a man and woman's relationship. Behind every great man is an even greater
I don't
woman.
think I
We
meant to
talked
say
about that.
masculine woman. I don't know what I meant to say about that.
Well, these are your notes. I don't know. If you're a man that feels no compassion and is prideful, you're still half a man. Okay.
That was kind of just
Well, I
saying what
agree
I was
with
talking
you.
about earlier. Like, women should submit to a good man. I just think that sometimes women are blamed for not being able to find a good man, but there's like so many weird creepy men. Like, I've been approached by just...
Sure, absolutely.
And I'm just like...
There's weirdos.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yes.
Creepy dudes. Don't
And
date,
I think...
don't date those
No,
guys.
I'm just saying, I think creepy dudes, like, I think you should also tell men to do better, because I think creepy dudes ruin the chance for some of the good men.
Sure. Absolutely.
So, like, that's all. That's all.
I don't disagree with you. The one thing, though, as you did say at the beginning here, I also feel like guys on the podcast always think they're right. Well, I'm firm in my beliefs. So
Yes.
this isn't like a change my mind segment. This is I'm going to combat your viewpoints and your worldview. And I think Andrew would probably agree with that. I don't think he's here to have his mind changed. He's
I think you're always supposed to learn. I'm pretty sure it says a person with wisdom should always seek.
I'm happy to have my mind changed. Like, I think that's what keeps your argument strong, and what keeps your mind sharp, is iron sharpens iron.
Sure.
And so I want to have my mind changed on things. It just usually doesn't get changed because I don't hear a lot of good arguments. And then when we start getting into it, people get super offended. They get upset. They tone police. They do everything in the world except argue, which drives me crazy. So yeah, so I haven't gotten
I liked your response better than I liked his.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I haven't gotten my mind changed very much, right?
Oh.
And the thing is I've noticed I'll sit in a room full of men and we'll argue the same exact way I'm arguing with you guys, right? The distinction is...
You do the whole thing?
Yeah, sure. What's so funny, they do it.
I'm just
They hit
wondering.
us.
I'm just wondering.
They hit us back too, right? They'll be like, "Oh, you know what I mean?"
And we were too. So,
Yeah.
But it was
But the
considered
thing,
disrespectful.
no, but not really. So here's the thing that's interesting.
Black Flame Nova donated $200. Andrew seems so done with it tonight, might be the beer. 1,000 yard stare from having to listen
Might
to
be the
so
beer.
many modern women on the show with low IQ feminist failed family issues. Like a nagging wife X90000.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
So-
Black Flame Nova.
No, I had to pull back on some of the issues because of just what they were. But anyway, Yeah, they'll argue brutally. They don't give a shit, right? And I don't even take it they don't take it personally either. But I just noticed that women who want to be treated equally, right? We want to be equal. First thing they start doing is tone policing and being upset with how a thing is said rather
I never
than what
said I
is
want
said.
to be equal.
Rather than what is said.
I do.
This is what I've noticed.
I just wanted to say.
All right, this is what I've noticed, and it's just interesting to me, the distinction in perception, because I'd say the best thing I could do is treat everybody here just like I would treat men when I debate them, right? So I'm taking you literally at face value that you're just as good as any man who's sitting there to debate with me, and instead I can't believe how you just said that. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Right? Drives me crazy. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're having a debate. Let's do it. That's the way that I see it. And so, no, maybe Brian is set in his belief structure. I'm happy to have my mind changed. But I can't have my mind changed if every time you're in an argument, people get upset with the way a thing is said, which way it's said, how it's said. It's just nonsense.
Well, Andrew, if I may say, I'm sure you would agree that there are some things that are just so patently absurd that you would never, you could never even agree with something that's just preposterous.
Yeah, well, but what I try to do, even though women say insane ass shit on this show, that's true. But
not all women.
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 Okay, but they do. I still try to actually engage with it.
You're growing.
So I'm trying to understand it from their perspective. So even though it may sound insane to me, I'm like, okay, maybe I can at least entertain the idea, right? So I can try to at least understand where they're coming from.
It doesn't feel like that's what you're doing.
Right, but this is my whole point, right? It would feel like that to a bunch of men who are in the room.
No, to be honest, it does feel like that. I just feel like we disagree.
Yeah, for you, it's fine, right? But I'm just saying the overarching tone policing, things like this, what you just said is key, right? I feel like,
okay.
Right? From me, I disassociate feeling. I'm just here to have an argument, right? I'm here to argue my position, my worldview the best way that I possibly can.
Okay.
And I've heard Andrew arguing with men, and he argues, he'll call them idiots,
That's just not based upon mutual respect, though. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's totally fine. You can argue however you want. It's just not that respectful. That's all.
And they'll call me that too, and I just let it roll right off.
Absolutely. You're not respectful from them either.
Keep it moving.
Yeah.
I've said things on this today that probably aren't respectful, and I apologize for that too, by the way. So.
You have to apologize. It
Cool.
doesn't bother me.
Awesome.
You know what I mean? I'm just explaining to you that it
bothers
it's
him.
totally unproductive to have the conversation or the debate if what ends up happening is you have to retract and pull back and you can't have the argument because the other person gets so wrapped up in emotions that you can't even have a discussion with them.
I would have cried if I was emotional. You could say whatever you want. We just like she said, we just do not agree with everything.
Anything.
Yeah.
Fundamentally.
Yeah,
just because you were gone, I promise we won't linger too long, but because you were gone, we asked about the wage gap. Even if you disagree, I promise we won't linger long on it. What's your position on the wage gap? Exists, doesn't exist, the gender pay gap, wage gap, whatever?
Sorry. I don't really know, to be honest. I think it's...
the whole women make 77
Yeah,
cents
no, I think it's
on
like
the dollar
hard to
man.
tell because you'd have to go into the details of what roles they actually have and what roles the man has and whatever. Yeah,
It's only
all
as
that
good as the
jazz.
controls.
Yeah, basically. I don't necessarily. I don't know if I don't. Yeah. Andrew said it.
Okay. And we actually are getting to your pre-show notes here. You said there's not many, but you said maybe the worst date I can think of is a guy that picked me up with no plan in mind, took me to a pizza shop, and didn't eat anything. LMAO. That was weird, but other than that, I can't really think of anything crazy.
Yeah.
This does, I won't belabor it, but it does kind of go back to this, like, you don't want the man to lead, but in this scenario, the one bad date that you provided
was because he didn't lead.
There's a failure of leadership there, and that was like a major
But I said the
issue
first
for
date
you.
he should lead, right? The
But
first
like,
date they
here's the
initiate.
thing, right? And again, we won't belabor this point. So,
it's Schrodinger's feminist. I'm telling you, Schrodinger's feminist.
So, in my view, I don't think like leadership in men it's not like something that you just can turn off and on.
That's true.
Like, it's like, you want a guy who leads, like he's going to take initiative in other aspects.
Okay. I don't necessarily think if a man plans the first date that he's a leader, an alpha, blah, 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 blah.
I didn't say that.
It seems like that's
that
what
is
you're
him taking the
implying.
lead, though.
Yeah, no, for
But you
sure,
said
and
in this-
and it's commendable. But I don't necessarily like. I think that if you're asking a girl out, first of all, which we have already established, that's what I think my position is. The man should be the one making the first move originally or initially. If you're gonna do that, then yeah, like I think.
How come it's not equal?
What do you mean it's not equal?
How come you don't equally go out and ask men on the first date and equally pay on the first date?
Because I think that just because people have different. Sorry. First of all, I'm speaking personally. I prefer when a man initiates, and I would assume that most women do.
Why?
Probably because it makes them feel wanted, right? And a lot of girls don't necessarily feel wanted by men.
Whoa, that's a
these days.
crazy statement.
So
That's a crazy statement.
Is it a crazy statement?
Do you realize the just sheer amount of like sexual attention or even
I think she means
romantic-
not sexual.
Hold on,
Yeah, I
hold on,
mean
fine.
emotionally.
Let me say the second part of this. And romantic attention that you get. Women are there's an absolute oversaturation of desire going towards men, towards women. Do you think it's the case that women are like coming on to men and hitting on men and just like
I do.
You're
I
delusional.
do. No, I'm not delusional. I'm
You're
just a
delusional.
girl.
It happens
I
to
see-
really
I
attractive
see-
men. It is true.
Yes,
Yes.
the apex. Yes, it happens to the apex of men.
Well, that's the
whereas
point.
And
even
they
hold on.
get fit like all of the girls. So right,
Whereas,
that's what you're talking
okay,
about.
I will agree with you that here's the difference, right? An average-looking woman, even an ugly woman, she has the same sexual optionality, which will include attention, validation, and even romantic attention. An average-looking woman has the same sexual optionality as a male celebrity. As a man,
disagree
hold on.
completely.
In order for a man to have the same sexual optionality as even an average-looking woman, he needs to be an A-list celebrity. He needs to be a professional athlete.
No.
Yes, hold on. Yes, he does. He needs to be a professional athlete. He needs to be a fucking famous something, have massive status. Yes, he does.
I think that's just based on what you men compare each other to. Like those OnlyFans girls that say that
So
stupid
you
shit.
you
no.
think
like
hold on.
they have that
You
opinion.
think
but
an average-looking dude could like fuck 3 new
I don't
girls a
think
day?
it's about the
does it have to
status.
go
I think
to-
it's about
Why is it always
that.
sex?
Because-
fucking.
I think
because
it's
it's-
about the effort that they put into their looks, and a lot of guys do not put any effort into their looks. They sit back and they say, "If I have money and if I do X, Y, and Z, then she'll sleep with me. It doesn't matter.
But
She'll marry me."
it's true.
It's
All
very
these
true.
girls sleep with men because they have money.
A lot of girls will, yeah, for sure. But a lot of girls also don't want to marry or date a guy that they're not attracted to, and a lot of guys don't put any effort into their looks. They just slobber
But if you're
around, and then they
attracted to
expect-
him-
they expect all of the women to initiate with them. It's like, hello, girls try. We put effort
Hold on,
into our looks.
wait.
We actually do things to make ourselves look presentable. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that we'd want somebody to approach. If a guy was very attractive, I would approach him. I'd have no problem approaching him.
miss that opportunity.
I would actually argue, though, even when men do put do the things that they can, bear in mind that things like typically plastic surgery and the use of makeup is precluded from use by males in terms of like a guy could, yes, any man could conceivably put on makeup, but I would argue most women are going to be like, that's kind of weird.
But like working on
I'm
your
not.
style
I'm not
of
talking
it,
about.
like,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
Right.
not talking. I'm not talking necessarily about makeup because obviously that's like more. I mean, I guess if they wanted to, men could make makeup for men, but like that's not really what I'm referring to.
Right, but
I'm
men don't
referring
have
to
the same
their
capacity.
style.
Actually,
Men-
men
hold
started
on.
makeup in
I'm
Shakespearean
referring
times.
to their
doing their
style,
hairline.
their aesthetic, their fashion, their hair. The hair does a
Bro, that's
lot.
some metrosexual shit. Listen, I'm going to be honest.
I don't know
I
what
think men are
metrosexual
meant to be a little rough. Like, obviously, take care of your grooming, have good
Okay,
hygiene.
and then you guys are
but,
gonna
like,
complain
fuck
when
that
girls
other
don't wanna
shit.
sleep with
this,
you.
This is like...
We want to sleep with someone we are attracted to. That is why hypergamy
Oh,
exists,
okay.
because only
That's-
10%
that's
of guys
not
even
our
try.
realm. That's not the realm. That's not the
10% of
realm.
guys
Jesus loves
try.
you.
In their looks, yeah. The rest of them think that it's gay and feminine if you even invest even a fraction.
You think that
of energy into
hypergamy
your looks.
exists because men don't make themselves look like feminine enough?
No,
Oh dear,
not
there's
feminine.
too much of that going on nowadays. Like
Attractive.
way too much of this soy boy going on.
I'm super confused. Attractive how?
You put effort into your style. You put effort into the way you look, your hair. You take care of your hygiene. You work out. You go to the gym, like all that stuff.
Okay, but
Girls do it with the
Like
makeup
you dress
and
to
the
work,
arms.
But
you,
here's the
you
thing.
dress to work very nicely,
Here's-
but then
here- well-
with women, maybe like
well, most
you go
men
on
don't.
dates
Do you
with
wear-
Most
shitty
men
men.
don't wear
You're
dress
married,
to work
so
nicely.
I don't
I don't know, I'm a
necessarily feel
server.
bad
I see a
about
lot of
calling
men
you out,
dressed
but
up
you
for
wear this
work.
every day, I assume, right?
Yeah, but if that
Or
really,
similar
if
variation
that,
of this
Go
outfit.
ahead.
if
Go
that
ahead.
really
Go ahead.
good-looking, fit, attractive, takes care of himself guy gets out of like a beat-up Ford Pinto, he's not the same dude. Because it's like he takes care of his body, but he doesn't take care of his life or his lifestyle or his finances or his job. So
I mean, I'm not gonna date a
completely
slacker,
disagree
but,
that if a
like,
guy's
let her
good-looking, I'm going to sleep with him.
You guys
He's
are
got to have his
acting
life
like
together.
if a man is good looking, he
shouldn't sleep with him.
cannot have a job.
Can you
And if
let
he
her
has a
finish?
job-
Let her finish.
Sorry.
It is not shallow by any means for a woman to say, I would like for you to be decently attractive, but I would also like for you to have your finances in order, your bills paid, your house in order, like you take care of your life. And sometimes that equates to, yeah, he might be well off. It's not just he looks good. I would never just go for a guy because
that is
he
a big
takes
problem.
care of
But
himself.
She was
grew
saying
up-
for sex. That's not.
Well,
They're not talking about relationship. He was
I'm
talking
about men
literally
in
getting
general.
laid.
Like men in general just have this problem. I grew up around, like I grew up in a men-only household. I didn't have any girls around me. One of my siblings was very insecure at growing up, and he would tell me that like, and I was friends with his friends. His friends thought the same way. Like they all think very same. It's very insecure. They feel like if they're ugly from the get-go, then why should they put effort into their looks? Because if they try and they're still ugly, that'll make them feel worse than if they try, and then if they don't try at all and they're just ugly by default.
That's
you know
where
what I mean?
your worldview is coming from, though. Like, I don't think that's...
No, a lot of men think this way.
A lot of
if
men are
you
actually
if you start to
insecure. It's
engage
sad.
with a lot of men, they'll
Do
tell
you
you.
think
I
this
feel
way?
like
There's-
only
there's
want
men here.
girls
I'd love
only
to
want
take a
money.
poll.
They only want this.
Hang
they only
on,
want this.
hang on. Let's take a poll of the men here.
The opposite is true. So men, this was my experience, right? With me and all my friends, et cetera, et cetera. If we were dating, or you going out on dates, things like that, yeah, they would go to not only go to the gym, but they would try to find nice clothing. They talk to each other about different things to wear, all that type of stuff. All of them were like that.
That is not majority of men.
Yeah, I don't think you can make that statement
You think it
and
is majority of
competently
men?
back
I think
it
you're
up. I think that
generalizing, for the
most
record.
I think that most men, yeah, I think that if they're trying to attract a mate, yeah, I think that they try to do something.
Yeah, I think that.
Maybe I just think men are.
They also
ugly
try
then.
to develop other traits that
But they
attract
don't look-
women, like a
but-
personality
but the
or a
thing is,
sense of
especially
humor.
Because
like-
women are always like money,
They don't
so they're gonna try
I don't
to
think that
get
they
their job
look at
up.
beauty standards the same way.
I think that women are starting to now because, again, we don't have to get married in order to participate in society. So if we're gonna get married to a man and we're gonna have to have sex with him for like what, 5 days a week?
Wait,
or
have
however
to
long
have
we
sex? Like, you should man, I love
That's what
sleeping
I'm saying.
with my man.
That is what I'm saying. You should want to sleep with someone you're attracted to. It shouldn't feel like it's a chore.
I know, it just
It's
sounds
a
like you have
preference.
such a horrible view of men, and I don't know if it's going to ever change.
I just not a horrible view of men. I'm friends with a lot of guys. I have a horrible
friends.
Friends, you don't have a good, you haven't had a
Not
good
married
solid
to.
relationship with a
I
man that is
have
attractive, that you're sexually attracted
I've had a
to.
2-year relationship. I've had multiple year-long relationships.
Was it a dead bedroom in that relationship?
Which one?
The 2-year.
Both of them are honestly dead.
Dead. Do you know what I mean when I say dead bedroom?
like it
Wait, can you
wasn't-
stop
sorry.
playing with that?
Yes.
So both of them were dead bedrooms?
Yeah, both of them.
Okay, there's
But
a
that
common
was honestly my
denominator
fault,
though.
so.
It was what?
My fault.
It was your fault.
Yes.
How did it end up becoming a dead bedroom?
Well, I was very inexperienced
sex.
sexually. The first,
Why would that matter?
well, the first guy I wasn't really super attracted to, and then the second.
You're too far from the mic.
Sorry.
You
And
can
then the
scoot
second guy.
chair into the table.
And then the second guy, I don't know. We just didn't really have any. It didn't work.
So why did you wait? Hold
Did
on.
not work
How
sexually.
long did you date the second guy for?
I think 1.5 years.
Why would you? Wait.
You just kept
What?
having sex with him when you didn't like it?
No, I mean, I would have kept like trying to
I can
make it
fix her.
work, and no, not like that. I would have kept trying just to see if like maybe
I can fix her.
we could have like.
I'll fix you.
I don't know,
Brixan
but I think
KICKS donated $200. Feminists with laundry list of requirements. Good thing I bring a weight scale when I meet women in public, along with makeup wipes, asking a woman's body count and between age 18 to 25.
Wait, what?
Is that fair?
You're not getting laid, bro.
That's a good idea, bro.
Bringing
That's
a
fair.
weight scale
is crazy.
The makeup wipes, I understand.
He's trying to point out the
weight scale
hypocrisy.
is crazy.
He's trying to point out the
Valid.
hypocrisy of
So valid.
women
Yeah, I see
wanting
that. I'm sorry.
XYZ,
Tall
but
guys.
then we show up with caked on makeup and lying about our weight
Yeah.
on Tinder apps and
Right.
things like that, and men lie about their height. So it's like
on Tinder?
I mean, I'm not on any
Yeah.
dating apps,
Wait,
but
thank you, Beaten Cheeks. Wait, let's get back to the dead bedroom situation. So, okay. Wait, you said you've had
Priorities.
You've had, if I recall correctly, you said you've had 3 relationships?
2 relationships and 1 friends with benefits.
Friends with benefits? Wait, it was a friends with benefits. How long did you wait?
I
'Cause
didn't.
those-
That's what made me realize I didn't want to do that again.
You don't want to do it again. So you guys hooked up like first night?
No.
Second
no.
night, third night?
It was like 2 months, 3 months.
Oh, that's not even that fast.
No, it's not. But it's still friends.
But
We're
it
not
wasn't.
official.
It wasn't official. Okay.
So.
But so for you said you were in a 2-year relationship. That was a dead bedroom
Yeah.
because
Well,
of
it wasn't
you?
really a dead bedroom for him. It was for me.
Wait. Okay. Just to be clear, so dead bedroom is like
we
there's
never
no
had sex. Just in general, but I
Wait.
gave him blowjobs like all the time. So.
Did you have sex once
We're
with
getting
him?
explicit.
That's fine. I don't mind talking about the deets.
Daddy's gonna watch this.
It's okay. It's okay. Just let her answer. Okay. Wait. So you never had sex with him though?
The first one, no.
You did? That's a 2-year
a weird
relationship?
relationship. I got into it not thinking that it was gonna last because I was religiously Jewish at the time, and so when I got into it, I was like, "There's no, like, this is ending," and that was like my.
So then why? Okay. Well, and then you stayed.
Well,
you were
we
with him for 2
both
years.
liked each other a lot,
Sure.
and then we stayed each other for 2 years, and then I was
Shouldn't
like, I
date
can't do
for
this
no
anymore.
purpose.
You're right.
That's my dating
I
advice.
agree.
Don't date without purpose.
And
Date
then-
for purpose.
Okay, your other
was young.
relationship. Your other relationship.
learned.
It was a dead bedroom
The
too.
second one, yeah,
But you
that
did have
was-
sex.
We had sex. I think that was more his fault though than mine.
Like he wasn't initiating.
No, he was. I think he didn't really know how to be with a girl who had not much experience like me. So because of that, he was expecting me to behave in a certain way, and I was just,
What do you mean behave how?
Like I don't know. He wanted
Like take initiative.
perhaps, I don't know, but I don't really know what I'm doing in that regard. So I kind of just needed
So
somebody.
you do
to
want a
lead
guy to
me.
lead. There you go. Okay. Well, that totally contradicts what we were talking about earlier. Moving things on. You said that
No, it doesn't.
Okay, whatever. Fine.
I would have been fine in that relationship
More
if
than
he'd
that is
kept
whatever.
if he was committed. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
he was like fucking around because our sex wasn't that good
Now-
anyways. And then I was like, okay, I'm done with you.
The sex was bad.
Yeah, that's why the bedroom was dead.
Did you communicate with him about this?
He knew the sex was bad. I was.
What do you
not
mean he
wet.
knew this?
I was not wet.
Huh? You weren't what?
I wasn't wet. I was dry.
Basically, she was not attracted to
Did
him.
not like it.
She shouldn't
No,
have stayed.
I think
with
he was
him,
just
done it.
bad at foreplay and
Should've
perhaps
left.
might have had porn brain or something. Like he always said stuff like I'm such a porn star or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So I
There was
think
no foreplay, or there was.
Awful
I-
man
no,
should have been
he
broken
was
up
not
with
very good at
ASAP.
foreplay.
Yeah.
Definitely the first boyfriend was better with foreplay.
I hope they're listening. I hope these boyfriends are listening.
I feel bad. I really hope they're not listening.
So there's before we get into your point that hypergamy is men's fault.
Yes.
I do want to wrap up the conversation about. You seem to think that when you're pushing back on. It was my position that. Geez, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. We were basically arguing about how women have more sexual options than men, and you seem to disagree there.
No, I don't disagree on that. You're saying.
Well, I was saying that average.
You're saying an ugly average woman
Yes,
would
an
have
average-
the same amount as like an attractive man. And
has,
I fundamentally
has more
disagree.
sexual optionality.
I disagree with you. I think you underestimate the amount of options an attractive man has.
I know a lot of
No,
women
I'm
with
not.
low standards.
Hold on. So if we're talking about comparing average women to average men.
Oh, if we're talking about average women, then yes, average women have more sexual
far
options.
more.
Yeah, for sure.
An average woman, if she was so inclined, could fuck 3 new guys a day.
100%.
An average man, hookup culture is not available to most men. If hookup culture is like being able to have
I
casual
would
sexual
disagree
encounters.
with
So the
you
same
even
men are
then.
just
Like I
fucking
care
other
about
girls.
attraction, obviously, but I know a lot of girls that don't really care about whether they're like whatever is like that attractive.
Right,
but it's the personality that really wins them over.
That's
and
not
they
what
really
I'm
like
arguing,
them.
though. That's
Well,
not what I'm
yeah, 'cause
arguing.
you're saying
I'm saying that any woman, even if she's really unattractive, has access to hookup
I agree
culture.
with you.
Whether she might not actually engage in it, but she has access to it. Whereas I would argue fairly few men have access to hookup
So
culture.
that's where I don't think that they don't have access.
maybe
they
like
have
10 or
access. It
20%.
probably makes them like they definitely have to try harder. And I think the reason for this disparity is because women genuinely do try pretty hard to be a good partner for a man.
And men
whereas,
don't?
Yeah, I don't think men do. I think men have this idea.
Really? Women put
I think
in-
no.
Men are
Let me
you
let me
dating?
let me
Bro,
change.
Girl, you like
crazy.
somebody hurt you. Somebody hurt you.
Allow me to rephrase.
Men put in
I
way.
think-
You don't do.
No,
Women
we've
don't
been
do
hearing you all
really
night.
much in the courtship process. What do you bring to the table?
What I meant to say
What do you bring-
is
what
that
do you
I
bring
think
to the table?
men put
What-
their efforts in the wrong
I would love to hear
places.
How so? What efforts?
Like, for example,
What wrong places?
they're like, okay, we don't have to try at all on our attraction or our hygiene or our
That's so not
fashion or
true.
whatever.
That's not
Because
true.
if we just try in these aspects, it's fine. Whereas a woman is like, I have to be pretty. I have to have a job. I have to do all these things.
Have a job?
Today,
No.
Today,
You
yeah.
have to have a job.
No.
You
girls
don't.
girls don't
Find
have
me
to
a
have any of that.
single
You can find-
girl who doesn't
You
have
can
a
find
job.
it.
I'm not
Probably
saying
any-
that, but
some
I'm
man
saying
out
you
there.
can totally find a girl without a
you
job,
wanna
and a guy
find-
will be okay with dating her. Though
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
completely true.
Okay, but
it-
he's not
vice
going to.
versa,
He's
absolutely
not. He's not going to be good. He's not going to be able to date her because he's going to be like, I don't have enough money yet. I need to make more money.
Okay,
I need
that's
to make
because
at
of our
least
age,
80K.
though. So then you need to date people that are older, probably. Then that's why.
Or
No
just
one's
more
going to be
mature and
rich at
successful.
24,
Yeah, but
25,
that's
or
why
however
I'm
old you
saying-
are.
Yeah.
It takes time.
That's why I don't necessarily have that standard, right? I'm not necessarily like. I think I work at home. First of all, I'm a freelancer, so it helps because I don't necessarily think he has to be the only one making money because I can make money from home. So
Doing Amazon?
it's not on Amazon, but I help people who work with Amazon.
Okay.
But yeah.
Like
so-
companies
Okay.
that work with Amazon?
Yeah, so I don't necessarily need him to be the only breadwinner.
She's not like in the warehouse.
I mean, I would actually argue, though. I mean, you said that. Well, men don't have to focus on their looks, and women have. There's these beauty standards that women have
No,
to.
I said men should focus on their looks more.
Well, here's the other kind of issue, is that women's assessment of men's physical appearance, like men will grade women on a bell curve, whereas women have a very disproportionate assessment of men's physical attractiveness. For example, I think this, and Nick, you might have some graphs or something.
Yeah, they basically don't
find
find
80%
any,
of
they don't
women
find any of them attractive.
Yeah, women find 80% of men unattractive.
Okay.
That's not
So while 80% of them are not
It's like
all,
just what our
It
I'm not gonna
could-
say I'm not
what
gonna
our
say that
brains
all
are attracted to, I guess.
I'm not going to say that all 80% of them are not trying at all, but I would argue that a large majority of that 80% is probably putting very little to no effort into their looks, and that's why women think
I don't
they're
know.
ugly.
I've seen some nasty girls. So I just want,
Yeah,
as
that's
long as
fair.
we're bashing men
That's
over here, I'm like,
fair.
I've seen some girls who
Girls
look
can be
trash.
really ugly sometimes,
Absolutely.
but for the most part, girls
Bro, have you seen y'all bathrooms? Y'all bathrooms are fucked
100.
up.
I mean,
Our bathrooms?
Women's
Great.
bathrooms are
He's
fucked.
correct. I walk into bathrooms most of the time and say, I cannot believe this is a woman's bathroom. This is disgusting. Women have failed us.
Way worse.
That
Yeah,
ours
bro.
is
Y'all
worse?
piss over all over the fucking seat, all that shit.
Wait,
Why are you in women's restrooms?
I've heard from women. I'm not.
Why are you in a women's restroom?
I opened a male's restroom the other day in the gas station on the way here, and it
Do you
was
know why?
disgusting.
Do you know why our bathrooms are so disgusting like that? Because now there's men identifying as women coming in
They've
there and
always
they're
been
messing
dirty.
it all up.
They've always
That's
been
not
dirty.
it.
The women's bathrooms.
I've
have
seen
always been
women's
dirty.
tampons all over the
You guys
floor.
just
It's not
don't-
just
Those are
'cause of
also
that.
from men.
Okay. All right. Oh
take
man. All right. Gee. Do we do the what? So one of her things was like hypergamy. Let's skip to the hypergamy chart because she actually has a tweet about it that you retweeted recently. You say hypergamy is men's fault, correct?
Yeah.
Pull up her tweet first, and then we'll go to our chart.
Bringing up my tweets. Great.
Are you like a plant feminist?
I'm
Huh?
a feminist.
Like a plant?
Her
I
tweet.
think men and women should be equal.
I just don't think you
It's
do.
like a
Everything you say
Well,
doesn't
hang
go
on,
with
for
that.
the, for the first month
You
of
think
dating.
Other tweet.
women
Not
should
the
be
first
treated
month,
with
the first
respect?
date.
I don't
I
think
think
you
the
want
man
them to
should
be
make the first
equal.
this one. Can you zoom
No,
it out?
no,
a
we
bit?
already
Call
went
me
through that. We
insecure
already
for
went
that,
through all
whatever.
that. You already
Put us
went
on the
through
other
all
side.
that.
But if he's really
Other
attractive,
side.
I'll make the first move. I've done it before.
Cat.
I don't care.
So you
But I've done
retweeted
it before.
this. You retweeted this. This image has broken the psyches of hundreds of thousands of 18 to 24-year-old men who do not touch grass. Scroll down, scroll out, or actually that's fine right there. So this is, Nick, and show us the hypergamy chart now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is typically the way this is more easily, make us smaller, please.
Yep.
This is typically how this infographic is presented, not the weird cube one or block one or whatever. So on the left you have whom men would happily partner with, and on the right you have whom women would happily partner with. Well, I mean, this is actually, you say, I mean, you retweeted that tweet, so I assume you agree with it.
I agree.
I mean, this is actually a phenomenon.
Yeah, I agree. It exists. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I just think that men would rather, especially respectfully on podcasts like these, they would rather blame the women instead of looking internally and saying, okay, what can we do to improve? Because a lot of, and I'm not saying,
but that is female hypergamy.
What do you mean?
Well, women don't just tend to accept men as they are. Men have to level up in various ways.
Don't you think if you're supposed to be fit to lead a home, you should have you should be a very strong, intelligent, educated man, and there's a lot of not those.
Would you not be frustrated if women
had
had
to not be a nagging wife? Right, that one of the things that you'd bring to the table.
Well, it seems like men will just go for anything, though.
Let him finish.
Maybe something you'd bring to the table would be humbleness, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the ability to back off a little bit on criticisms, things like this.
Jesus Christ was a humble servant to his church.
Serve your husband.
Yeah, so one of the things that I look at when I see a chart like that, so it's showing the top three. If you pull the chart back up on the right, you say hypergamy is real and it's correct. It's men's fault because they're not dressing as nice, they're not, doing their hair up as good, they're not going to the gym as much.
They don't work on themselves. They'd rather just blame it all on women. So it's all a women problem.
Right.
And while there are no doubt women who definitely do contribute to hypergamy, I don't think that if men as a whole actually worked on themselves.
Wait, I actually think men are more involved in self-improvement than women are, because men get beat down constantly. A man can't just sit there and be delusional. I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10. He's going to have life slap him in the fucking face. I would actually argue you have a society that's, that's against like the fat shaming shit. Oh, you're beautiful at any size. Actually, I would argue that women who make poor choices and who refuse to self-improve, they get coddled, whereas men get slapped in the fucking face if they're just going to be fat slobs.
I would agree with you on that, yeah. I agree with you on that, but I don't necessarily think that men as a whole are doing the best they can to attract women.
Who's more likely to be focused on their physical fitness, men or women?
That's I think right now it's men, but I think women, honestly, we have a lower sex drive, and therefore I think it's more important for the man to be more attractive.
Not true. That women have a lower sex drive.
Okay,
that's a myth.
Is it
Wait,
a myth?
I might disagree with you.
Yeah,
I've seen.
That's true.
No, it's not. It's not true that women have a lower sex drive.
What?
It's true. So.
Well, what about the testosterone?
But why do
the testosterone thing is interesting, right? It's an argument that I used to make, right? So people always ask, "Can you change your mind?" Yeah, I can change my mind. I used to make the same argument that take a look at testosterone. That's true, but women. They require less testosterone. They still have testosterone.
Yeah, but
and they just require less of it. And when their balance of testosterone is where it needs to be, they're just like men in that regard. They just require less of it. So it's an interesting phenomenon, but the more that they're looking at it, the more they think, it's not nearly as lopsided as we thought.
So it's possible that my perspective on this might be a little bit warped because I come from a Jewish community where it's like, girls are not supposed to be sexual.
Not the highest testosterone community, maybe.
Yeah. So, I mean, especially among the females,
Isn't that
right?
good?
Women aren't supposed to be like partaking in that sort of stuff. So that might frame my viewpoint.
Well, not just that. It might not just be that, but it could be your hormones too. Like, have you taken birth control?
I did. I didn't like it.
So I mean that throws women's hormones off constantly, messes them all up, messes their sex drive all up.
Yeah, but before and then after is the same, right?
No.
I'm speaking from personal experience for me.
No, well, okay.
Like before
you mean before
I
you took it?
Yeah,
and
then after, and then I got rid of it.
I'm
it was
just
all
saying.
The same.
Just saying, it could be chemicals, could be all kinds of different things. But your experience definitely seems to be an exception to what we usually hear on here.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that if men as a whole did put more energy into their looks, I want to pull up my Twitter just to show you, but there's one video of a guy who went to go get a haircut. His hair was just like, I don't know, he just looked like a random average dude, and then after the haircut was done, he looked like a 10 out of 10. And like, it's really just as simple as like putting some energy in, find the haircut that works for your face, find a fashion style that you like and makes you, like, flatters your features. Go out looking like you actually intentionally tried, because that's what women do, and that's why we're attractive. Because we actually put effort into our looks.
But I mean,
I totally agree with you.
If you look at the effort on the other side, it sure seems like they're putting in a lot of effort. Putting in a lot of effort to make more money.
That's what I'm saying.
And
that's what I was telling you before.
Putting in a lot of effort to get better cars, get better clothes,
in
go to the
wrong
gym.
Direction.
It's crazy.
So I think them wanting to obviously.
I mean, you got guys right now. You got an entire industry, these pickup artist crazies, right? And they are selling men hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of courses so that they can learn how to do all that shit you just talked about.
Yeah, and meanwhile, if they literally just invested 20 minutes into their looks like every day, it would.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to have some kind of guide for that, right? So that's how they're able to make. That's
what
how
I
they're
think
able to make that
be.
kind of cash. But I mean, men are investing tons into this kind of stuff.
I would rather have my man focus
tons of money, tons of time, and tons of effort
into fashion.
Not just fashion, but working out. Right, working out, self-improvement. That's a huge thing in society right now for young men. Self-improvement.
Yeah, but I think it's misrepresented to them. I think what they view as self-improvement is not necessarily, and same for women. By the way, I'm gonna apply it to both sides. I think a lot of people on both sides put their energy in the wrong place and call it self-improvement when it's not.
Yeah, but I don't understand, because the things that you say are the place to put it in.
Well,
that's where they're putting it.
Having a job to sustain yourself isn't something you should be doing for women. That's something everybody should just be doing in general, right? So that's not something someone should pat you on the back for.
No, I'm not talking about a job, but you're saying the self-improvement of looks. But it's called looks maxing, and it's a big deal. That's a huge part of self-improvement for
now
men.
It's becoming more of a big deal. I think that's a good thing.
It has been for years.
It doesn't even have to just be looks maxing. It's just grooming in general. Like, a lot of men
But that's looks maxing, right?
Not really. That's like.
How's it not?
Like, I'm talking about like hygiene and stuff
looks
like that.
That's looks maxing. That's everything.
But I don't think we want to go to that other. There's another extreme for
hygiene,
this.
Though.
Yeah, but there's another extreme. You swing the pendulum the other way, and we have these soy boys who are waxing their eyebrows and wearing makeup, and that's nasty. I'd rather my men focus on making the money so that I can stay home with our children and maintaining their physical bodies so that they can be my protector and provider. So like the whole look thing, I feel like is so
most attractive men in Hollywood.
You've been talking the whole podcast.
I'm done. No, it just keeps going. Never end.
I wonder if this is a problem in relationships for you.
I know, you just talk like they talk about that having a nagging wife. Literally that right now.
I just want to watch Breaking Bad. Can you kindly zip it? Okay.
You're right. I'm sorry.
No. Okay.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
saw.
Okay.
I'm not gonna
relatable.
Wait, I have a question for you. You say the guys, they have to like make themselves look better, but like not average. Like, would you date an average guy?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
What
Depends
do you
if
mean,
he's
maybe?
nice to me. If he tries,
let's say
if
he's
he has
nice
a
to
good
you.
personality and he's charming, yeah.
Let's
for
say
sure.
he's got an averagely nice personality and he's pleasant.
Okay, if you're all average all across the board, probably not. No, you need something to stand out. if you're gonna be average on look, why? Because who wants to date like?
Aren't you average?
I guess everybody's average, but when you're trying to present yourself to somebody, you don't really want to be average.
But you know what? You've actually just made the case for female hypergamy. You're, in my estimation, you strike me as a fairly average woman. I'm not saying that to be insulting. Yet you need a guy to set himself apart, to be more than just average.
I don't. I just
you
need
just
him
said
to
it.
put a little
You just
effort
said
into
it.
his looks, because no guy does that. If you're
Plenty
putting
of
effort
men-
into your looks, you're already above average
Bro,
for a guy.
first off, I would actually argue.
No.
I would actually argue. Hold on. That.
Some comments, please.
Hold on, we'll get to it. I would actually argue when it comes to physical appearance, women have far more rigid standards when it comes to body types they want in men.
I'd probably agree with you.
So.
That's fair.
And also, if we're talking about like societal influence or societal impact, beauty standards, blah, blah, blah. We hear this a lot from feminists. I would argue that depictions of aspirational body types for men are far harder to attain than what you see of women.
That I would kind of say it's pretty equal. I think
Absolutely
men
not.
struggle with body image issues, especially ones who care enough to like go to the gym and do whatnot, all that jazz. I think they struggle similarly to girls who also either have eating disorders or put in all that energy to go to the gym and whatnot, right? I think it's a pretty similar struggle in that regard.
Well, okay. Like, let's look at superhero movies, right? Like the female leads in these superhero movies, I would argue that their physique is achievable by 90% of women.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's just ignorance.
It's really, they have maybe a little bit of muscle, maybe.
Yeah, but then you look at Aquaman. Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
like, look at his
so
standard.
I agree with you on that, but I'm
But
just saying
that's what I'm arguing.
It's unachievable.
That's what I'm
you're
arguing.
acting like every single supermodel woman is achievable for a girl. That's not true.
If we
more
look,
achievable.
It's
more achievable for women.
I think that's probably equally, because if
You
you
think-
want
oh
a
my God, you're
supermodel girl,
delusional.
she's gonna have
It's
to go to
not.
the gym and work out just the
no,
same.
no.
Yes, she is.
Hold on.
You cannot
Let
be
me-
a
hold
supermodel
on.
and not go to the gym and work out.
Actually,
and
I would
do any of
argue
that stuff.
that the female body that 80-90% of men would like deem, it might not be the ultimate, but the female body that is extremely achievable, that 80 to 90% of men would find attractive, which is just a woman with a low body fat percentage.
But women
without
but
any,
that's
hold on, even without any, well, actually, if I show you pictures of fucking,
Yeah.
bro, they're fucking thin, dude. Hold on.
They're thin, but they're,
Hold on.
they're strong women. You have to maintain that. That's not something that just comes easily.
those
and
chicks are
also,
not
a lot of
jacked.
women have stomach problems and things that cause bloating and other issues. It's not just a matter of, oh, I'm just thin.
Yeah, but every
That's-
woman at this table would be acceptable to the majority of men. Like
Yes,
our
but
side.
women
Well,
hold
I don't know.
Until we take our clothes off.
No,
Until we take our clothes off.
no, that's not
Look,
true.
the
No, I
female-
think naked men
But
would still
women
take
hold
all
them-
of us, whereas with men, we're so judgy on them.
I think women hold themselves to a higher standard. I think,
What?
like, even if
Okay.
men,
I don't know
and
about that one.
I mean, this is true because
Why
a
do
lot
you
of
think women hold themselves to a standard in
beauty,
the world we live in?
beauty,
currently, though? Okay, just beauty.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm just talking about beauty.
Okay.
Women hold themselves to a higher beauty standard than men do. That's why you see the discrepancy, right?
Well, you're
and
using a
that's why
specific term there, beauty.
That's I'm
if we're
only
talking
referring
about
to beauty.
Well, men's standards is a bit different because
Subjective.
there's men aren't really looking for beauty.
Yeah,
They're looking. Okay, let's talk about physique then. Let's remove facial whatever from it. The female beauty standard that feminists cry about is more than obtainable for like 90% of women. Flat stomach, maybe a little bit of muscle tone, healthy BMI. That's the extent of it.
Okay, and meanwhile, half of America is obese.
Cool, but that's for both men and women.
Yeah, but that's,
now,
that's what I'm
the
saying.
male beauty
The average
standard,
person
guys,
is
stop with the
actually not
fucking,
attractive.
oh my God, stop with the sidebars. The male beauty standard that's rarely challenged by the mainstream media is literally unobtainable without 2, if not 3, of the following things.
I agree with you.
Elite genetics, steroids, and 5+ years of treating the gym like a part-time job.
I agree with you, which is why I think it's
Nick, you had some
detrimental.
photos?
I
Let's
think
see
it's-
some photos. All right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's detrimental.
Next.
right there.
Next. Okay, I think he was
That's why I
definitely,
think it's
he was on gear.
detrimental.
And let's see the women. Let's see the women. Bro, you go to a fucking college town, bro, the girls be looking, like you could find this, this is like,
why I think it's detrimental to suggest that the only way
Wow.
a man can improve his looks is by going to
Some
the
women
gym.
look like that because they don't eat.
Right? Like
that's,
there are other ways you
that's
can
an attraction trigger in women is strength and muscularity.
Sure, but that's not the only thing, right? If a man
Is there another one, Nick?
attractive and
Where
doesn't
Scarlet
have a
Joe, Scar
muscular
Joe.
body, that doesn't make
Bro,
a
you could see this. You could see this. Like this is a normal. She's attractive, right?
Yeah, but these
like,
women have to work really hard before they go into
For
movies. They
this?
don't look like that when they're in the movies. That's their average body, but people train really hard for these movies and they get bigger. Like
Bro,
even
she
those
ain't-
men,
she ain't making
even
much
those
of a
men, they go through training so that they look the way they want everyone else
Do you
to
think it's the
perceive
same
them.
though? Do you think it's
He's just saying that it's more achievable for most women to look like that than it is for most men to look like
I
Hugh
agree.
Jackman.
No, that's there's no way I could go to the gym
What's more
and look
achievable?
like that very, very, very easily within a few weeks if I wanted to.
go back to Hugh Jackman for many reasons. My husband would have to work for 3 months eating completely clean, taking supplements on a protein, on a strict diet, with a trainer twice a day to even try to look like that.
Everything. It's like that's...
So I don't disagree with you. I just think that there are other ways a man can try to improve his looks, which is mainly his fashion and his hair, which again,
What was the?
I don't
was
think
there something
any man
else we were
really
going to pull up, Nick?
I don't think if men change their fashion and their
dating
hair,
app.
female hypergamy is going to go away. That's insane.
I
if you
totally
want to
agree
go
with
to
you
my
on that.
Twitter,
I
there's
totally
a video
agree
on my
with you on
Twitter
that.
that literally shows a guy who has the worst hair ever. He looks like a maybe 5 out of 10.
Oh,
then he
man.
gets a haircut and he
You
looks.
got baited.
so
You
good.
just like those.
I didn't get baited.
Yeah,
It's
you got
just
baited.
true.
It's the same thing as
It's
those
just
Asian
true.
chicks who go in and they do all their makeup up and they look like 10s
Okay,
and they
so if
take
I
all that
shaved
shit
my
off
head-
and they're 3s and you're
If
like,
I shaved my head, you
what the
think
hell
I'd have
just
just
happened?
an easy time finding somebody to have sex with if I just decided to shave my head?
yeah, I probably wouldn't have much trouble.
Just as now, it'd be equally as easy.
For you to what? Go
To
out
find-
and
to find a guy to fuck?
I bet you anything that if you walked over to a guy, you can even run this experiment. You go out on the street, find some random guy and go, hey, you want to come back to my apartment and fuck? And he'll be like, sure. And then you go home and you shave your head, go to the
Black
same guy the
Flame
next
Nova
day and ask him,
donated
he'll do it again.
$200.
Well, if I go to a
Men are
different guy and ask
forged in
him,
the
will he do
fires
it?
of
Yeah, he probably
society
still will
and the
too.
inner battles of the soul. We have no intrinsic values and have to build ourselves up from one, whereas women just need to show up.
Completely agree.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, probably.
And I'm personally okay with that. I would really like to
you
just
guys-
show up.
think
I would rather
need
you
to
guys do all the hard
engage
work
on the
and
other
do what
side
you
of
do.
things, because women have like very similar feelings about men on the other side, right? Especially rad femmes and like the further feministic you go, right?
let's do the dating app. We're going to do her dating app review. All right, guys. Here she is on Bumble.
There I am.
That's a filter.
Here she is.
Yes, it is.
Cheating.
Okay, so that's catfishing.
Wow, that's misrepresent. You're misrepresenting your physical appearance.
Okay, I hid
Wait.
my bags and I made my nose.
I've seen a lot of men do it
Next.
too on dating apps.
Not the worst thing in the world.
She's 5 feet. That's good for you. Oh, she smokes socially.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
also
sorry,
smoke
Andrew.
weed a lot.
Ooh. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
She wants a relationship. She wants kids someday. She's an atheist. She goes to the gym, plays video games, baking sushi, road trips.
Fuck does everybody eat sushi?
Pretty basic.
This
You don't like
obsession
sushi?
with
Socially. Bro, I'm telling you, you got to find a man who will lead you. You got to quit the drinking, quit the smoking, and quit the
don't
weed.
drink.
You said socially you drink.
How is a man supposed to lead her?
What do you mean? 'Cause
Like,
she's
yeah, I just feel like it's
super
constant. I
combative.
mean,
You can lead her to the bar
Yeah, I
and then
kind
they
of
get
need
some
somebody
sushi.
to be my equal, not a leader. So I
well, I know,
disagree
but
with
you're
you.
just always I feel like they can't even get a word in edgewise.
Wait,
I mean,
why
I
don't you
know,
guys
me
have a
and
back
Andrew
and
were
forth?
engaging. I think.
Why don't you guys have a back and forth?
I want to
hear from
know
her.
what you bring. I'm not saying this as like being rude, but what do you bring to a relationship?
Love and care and everything a husband needs.
What is everything
My first relationship was beautiful. It was a friendship. We told each other everything. Like, that's exactly what I want.
Did you allow him to lead you?
No. We were together, a team. That's what I want.
Wait, was this the one where
Why
you
did
guys
it
never
end?
had sex?
Yes.
Okay.
But why did
You're
this
gonna
one
go
end?
on Team Cat Lady.
Hang on. So you're in a relationship. You're not. Just
Team
remind me.
kitty
You weren't
cat.
having sex because you wanted to stay a virgin, or you just
Well, at the
weren't
time
sexually
I was
attracted
very
to him.
religious. At the time I was very religious, so I did at first want to just be a virgin. Then I lost my virginity, and then not my virginity, sorry, my religion. And then I didn't necessarily want to do anything with him because I just wasn't attracted. But when we first started, it was on the basis that it wasn't going to go anywhere. And I also met him online, and we had our relationship entirely online for the first year.
J-date?
Okay. I feel like I want to give you a piece of loving advice. I would love to see you in a relationship where you bite your tongue like half the time and just allow him to lead you.
Let's go.
Okay, I didn't
I
need
can
that in
get
my first
behind that.
relationship, so I'd rather find somebody who respects
What else
me.
should she do? Okay, this is good. What else should she do?
I do. I mean, I feel like bite your tongue. Submit a little bit to a man.
Respectfully disagree.
And I feel like don't have such high standards on a guy.
That I might
especially
agree
when
with
you don't.
you
I mean,
on.
you don't have a ton to bring to the table either.
I might agree with you on that, but not on the ton to bring to the table, because as long as you bring love and respect, that's really...
That's it.
I know,
That's
but
all
I
you
feel
need.
like you're not loving and respecting him if you're not allowing him to lead you. If you respect him and you love him and you trust him, then you trust him to lead your family and lead your
If both
decisions.
people respect each other, they'd be working as a team. Nobody would be a leader.
No. You have roles in the
Teams
house.
have
I
leaders.
cook, I clean, I take care of my
Teams
children.
literally have leaders. Yes, you still. When two consciousnesses,
I'm the boss.
When two consciousnesses come into contact, they always try to dominate
Okay,
each
I
other.
disagree.
That's the way
keep
it
going.
works.
I don't think that's true.
I think every time you have two
Cook her.
different roles.
Cook
You
her
have
up.
two different roles.
Cook her up.
Girl,
Cook
we
her
have
up.
listened to
Wait,
you
listen
all
to her,
night.
listen to her.
We have listened to you all night.
Yeah.
I need you to listen
I'm
here.
Listen up.
You
real.
have my ear.
Listen up.
I just feel like there are two roles in a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Someone is going to stay home with the children and cook and clean and be barefoot in the kitchen. And I know that's hard to hear. And while you're doing that, your man is taking care, he is providing, he is making the money. But you have to trust him. You have to allow him to lead. You have to give him sex, not just blowjays. You have to engage in a relationship.
And I would have to be attracted to somebody to do that.
That was cute.
I mean,
I like that.
No, the blowjay.
Keep going. Keep going.
I hear what you're saying, but
She's cooking.
I fundamentally disagree with you.
how so? Just tell me.
Tell her.
I think that there doesn't need to be one person leading the relationship. I think it's best if they're both equals. That's it.
Okay,
If it's friendship
you own a
with the
business.
added,
You own a business.
In that
Who's the
empty
owner
spot,
of the
right?
I
business?
don't think a business and a relationship are comparable. I'm sorry.
They're absolutely comparable.
I disagree with you on that.
Someone has to lead
But I
the
mean, a
household.
business is
Otherwise,
a bad
it just
example
falls
because you can
apart.
have a partnership in a business.
What'd you
Exactly.
say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I
You
feel like
were about
someone
to
has
ask.
to
They're not
lead
the
in
same.
any situation.
Sorry, so you were about to ask, like, about the business, who is leading in the business. So between you and Lindsay, I think that's her name, right? Who's the leader?
I lead all of our social media. She doesn't touch it at all. She handles all of our finances,
Sounds
all of
like
our
so you
business.
both
I don't
lead
touch
at
it.
a certain area.
Absolutely, we both lead in
Sounds
certain
like
areas.
a team effort.
Is it a partnership?
It's a partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Lindsay
So who
owns
has the final
business.
say? Let's say Lindsay wants to sell the business. Can she sell it without you?
No, we have a contract. It has to
Okay,
be.
so you have to agree.
Correct.
You guys both have to agree. Interesting.
Correct.
I can fix her. I feel like you're gonna meet.
But you don't run your relationship like you do a business. That's not what you want, right?
No,
But
and
she
that
just
was a-
compared it together. So
Yeah, okay, I get you.
but
I
that's
get
her
you. That
fault.
was a wrong example. That I shouldn't have used that one. I guess I feel like for some reason something has happened in your life. Maybe you need therapy. He doesn't think you need therapy. But something has happened that like somebody wrecked you because the way that you view men is so sad.
I am friends with men.
I know you're friends, babe.
Like,
I know you're friends
You're
with men, but
acting
you
like
gotta
I
get
hate
to
all
another
men.
level. Like,
I do not hate all men at all. I know that there are a lot of good men out there. I think the ones.
but they're not coming for you. The good men aren't coming for you. And so I want you to, in the most loving way, I want you to look at
Whoa.
yourself and be like, why are the good men not coming for me?
Yeah, right? Like, what the hell?
Girl, you ran your mouth all night. You ran your mouth all freaking
All
night.
freaking
We
night.
all
When you
sat
said-
here.
We all
We
sat
listened to
here.
you, and we respected you. But I'm telling you right now.
I literally sit in my apartment and I work.
Done.
Okay.
Why are you not
I
dating
think-
any of the guy
they're
friends
all-
that
they're-
you have?
They're turning on you.
I might.
You're what?
We sat here for 5-6 hours and listened to her.
What was the reason?
I could.
Yeah, it has.
Where's the popcorn?
I have to drive home. What the fuck?
Yeah, I also have to drive
Barely
home.
got through anything.
So- what?
Yep. You grab the popcorn. Everyone's walking out.
I want popcorn. Pass it.
Hold on. I just don't understand why someone who is single is sitting here talking mostly for 6 hours about relationships
You're
to
right.
women
I
who are
should
happily
take
married.
an exit.
Like, if you're talking about the authority on relationships, wouldn't you ask the people in the room that are happily married?
Facts.
Wait. Hold on. We need to get through your dating profile. Just
But you guys don't want to have
Okay,
sex
then-
Wait.
before marriage, and that's
Let's
what
go
we're
back to
talking
that.
about.
guys,
Sex.
you bullied her. You guys bullied
We
her.
bullied her.
We bullied her.
You guys bullied.
Hang on. You stuck up and said that's not bullying. Was that bullying?
No, I'm
Well, I don't know.
I'm kidding.
Now you want me to have
No,
your
I like-
guys' back? Where were you guys earlier for me?
had
Nowhere.
that
You were
Listen,
good. You were
I
good.
liked everything you were saying. I'm being a bit facetious
being
here.
jerks.
I'm just being facetious. Wait, what?
Yeah, she went.
Wait.
No, don't chase her, please. No.
Get her some applesauce and a blanket. Get her an applesauce.
I've heard all I need to hear.
Okay, if
No,
we're
wait,
doing
hold
an
on, we
app
didn't even get
review,
through-
I'm
She- bro, we
literally
didn't-
leaving.
we didn't
I
get
don't need
through-
to sit
You
here.
can
I
have
really
time
don't.
with your conservative
Some-
women, and I'm gonna leave.
Wait, why?
Yeah, no,
why are you
of
guys
course we're
leaving? Wait, you guys. Wait, hold on. Sit down. Why are you guys leaving? She already left. The annoying girl
Okay,
left.
but if she comes back, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, she's gone.
Okay, because
Yeah,
this
take
is
it.
not
Sit
the
down.
feminist podcast.
Sit down. Listen to the patriarchy.
anything else.
We just started throwing a fit, and he's like, "Oh, look at him whining after 7 hours."
What's on purpose?
I'm just frustrated that you want her back one. That's the.
We didn't finish her notes.
Well, we are not going to.
Bro, this is not your fucking show. This is not your fucking show. Deal with it. Fucking deal with it.
Okay, then it's okay if we leave, correct? That's what you're saying then.
Yeah, but you're...
That's what you're saying then after that comment.
She's gone, though, so what's the fucking issue?
I'm just saying that you wanted her back. That's what I said.
To finish the dating app segment. You didn't even finish.
We need some food. I think everybody's cranky. We need food. Pizza, yes. Everybody's just hungry.
How long are we going to do the podcast for?
Bro, I don't know.
Okay, let's move on to the next person. Move on to the next person.
Yo, kindly sit down. Sit down.
Kindly.
Yes, kindly.
The first time. This whole time.
Yo, are you going to sit back down?
Why do I have to? Not for the last 12 years.
Because
You asked to be on the fucking podcast. You know what? Get the fuck out. Get out. Get out. Just get out kindly. Just leave. You guys get the fuck out.
When I talked to you.
Get the fuck out. You guys can stay. You can fucking leave. You got an attitude. Out you go. They can't get them the fuck out. They can't linger back there. Out the fucking door they go.
It is crazy how you would
Get
talk
the
to
fuck.
a woman
Hey,
for the record.
your permission to be here has been revoked. Kindly leave. Just leave. Out you go.
It was very nice to meet you too.
Yo, you need to fucking leave. Get the fuck out. Yeah, but don't. Yeah, you said you want to fucking leave, so you don't need to like stay here. Just get the fuck out.
I told you what the problem was. That's
Yeah,
all.
cool, cool. Out you go. Hey, they can't be in the fucking bathroom. Get them the fuck out. Out they go.
Did you just look at the camera and smile like a news anchor?
I did. Welcome to whatever podcast. Where it just went down.
Sit in that seat, Madison. Sit in that seat.
Do you want me to move next to Lindsay or stay here?
Don't look him in the eyes.
It's going to be a bit of readjustment, I think, here.
Hi, Madison. Are you a feminist, yes or no?
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
She's kidding.
Okay.
She's kidding.
Oh my
I want to know
like,
how
can I-
long
can
it
I
takes
give her
Madison
that
to work
thing
on
right
her
there?
body because she looks amazing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I
Girl,
didn't.
you
I
have,
was
like,
not listening to
goals.
everything you say. Thank you.
Is
I
it
appreciate that.
wine 30 yet?
It is popcorn.
Bro, this
Some
girl's
kind of
like,
food.
we're just gonna leave, and then I'm like, fine, fucking leave, and then they want to fucking linger, and oh, let me just say goodbye to her and make it a big
They
fucking
grabbed
scene.
a Gatorade.
It's like,
I'm going to the bathroom. I was like,
nah, you're not. You're out the fucking door.
It's
Go
called
pee your pants back to
gaslighting.
fucking dog shit Arizona or wherever the fuck you're
They're
going.
trying to gaslight you into telling them that they should stay, basically.
I'm not leaving. I'm just getting
That's
water.
fine. That's fine. Get the fuck
We have
out,
seltzers in the fridge.
Oh, Lindsay.
bro. Like some people in the
Stop
people
lingering.
In the chat,
Go.
Some people in the chat are like thinking I overreacted. Bro, these girls were so problematic the entire damn night. From the very get-go, I managed to cool shit down at the beginning. It was very contentious. But she's trying to like fucking backseat, I don't know if there's a backseat podcast, the fucking show. Can we move it along? I'm going to fucking leave if you don't, like, bro. And you know what's funny? This other girl who was making this girl here, the fucking lost her virginity at 15, fucked a dude, lost her virginity after meeting a dude 30 minutes in, right? I'm asking her questions, and she's like, well, I don't want to talk about that. Well, whenever somebody tells me I don't really want to share, I'm inclined to no longer include you in the conversation. So these people who fly, oh, I'm not part of the conversation. I gave you an opportunity, and then you're like, well, I don't want to talk. Okay. Maybe it's passive aggressive. I'm not gonna fucking talk to you then.
Well, hang
God
on. I feel like before we started this podcast, you specifically said, or whoever was sitting there before you was like,
It was Nick.
do not share, and then afterwards tell me everything.
Right,
So
we
I
said
will
that.
say you did tell us to share when people weren't sharing.
You also asked for juicy stories, so juicy stories were provided, so that when you're asked about the juicy stories, it's kind of like, please
be
expand
fair,
on the juicy
also,
stories.
Didn't all of them
but I will
request to be
say,
on?
I
All
will
of them?
say
They requested to be on.
I will say this though,
we
they did threaten to leave these ones. Just saying.
What do you mean threatened to leave?
Who?
Yeah,
Oh,
didn't
me?
you
Yeah,
guys?
I said it was.
Yes,
because
that's true.
I will say this girl was going on, and I apologize.
Yeah.
This girl, I feel like all night we've been talking about her, and then she goes and sits on the deck, and then she's gonna throw up over
Yeah, she's
here.
high
and, like,
maintenance. She's high maintenance. You're right. She was.
She asked me for weed.
I'm sure the comments are crazy for her.
Are we being kicked out now? 'Cause we threatened.
No, I'm not going to kick you guys out. I'm not going to kick. Although I do think. I do think that if anybody, like, you did kind of prompt them a little bit when you said, "Oh, I think we're gonna," like, then you plant a seed in their head, like, "Oh, that's an option. Okay, let me use this as leverage so I can ensure the conversation goes my way." If I want to fucking sit here and I try my best to include everybody, but sometimes some people are more interesting than others, sometimes people are more adversarial than others. If I'm going to focus on somebody, then I'm going to focus on somebody. That's how it's going to be.
I don't. You know what I would say though? I don't even think it was that you were. She was like not interesting, at least in my mind. So I'm like, why is he?
She made the same argument over and over again, and then when you'd come back full circle, she would still be like, "I just think he should pay for the first date." I'm like, we just spent an hour establishing that is not true. That you would want him to instigate for 6 months of the relationship.
How are you the most likable woman who's been
I know.
here?
Because she's quiet.
She's
a quiet woman.
How are
super
you?
chill.
She's
Yeah.
a 12.
Super chill.
Because she's a 12.
Because she's a 12.
Because she's quiet.
She's super chill. Although you gotta be careful with the super chill ones. Like they're chill at first, but then the crazies, like down the road, bro.
She's gonna rip those ears
All
off
right,
and just go nuts.
Out of the description they go.
Well, you guys are the only people that get pizza, so.
Look, those girls asked to be on the show. It's crazy. They drove from fucking Arizona to be here.
When they're driving back tonight.
I don't know why they wouldn't just get a hotel. Like,
Right?
that's fucking crazy.
They probably will now altogether
I'm hoping.
and talk about us.
Oh yeah, they're talking.
Yeah, started with adult.
They'll probably watch on their way home.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say anything.
I probably should have
now
kicked that girl off. The thing is,
I thought you
they
were.
were all friends. I was so close to fucking kicking her off the show at the beginning, but I was like, they're friends. Like, if I kick her off, I got to kick them off, and they were mostly. This one over here was a little. This one was mostly pleasant. The one next to you.
I don't think they're friends though. I don't think they know each other.
No,
do they?
the three.
These two work together.
Oh, they do.
They all came together. They all came together, right?
Oh.
So, good times, guys.
Interesting.
Good times. Oh,
Well, now what are we gonna do? No
Gustavo.
feminist.
Maddie, you take that seat, and then we're gonna put Gustavo between the two married.
Ooh, who's Gustav? Does he look like?
He's right there. That's
married to each other.
Hey, bring your helmet.
You want me to sit?
Actually, you were cooking.
Oh, thank
Actually,
you.
I think
Just got
you
so
put.
angry.
That's why she left. She
When
was
you
like,
finally got to talk, it was like you just ran with it.
I know I did.
Reality hit.
Dominated.
Mama got angry.
Well, she was getting to be pretty frustrating. It's like you have no authority to speak because you have a bunch of guy friends. Well, why do you think none of them want to date you? And then she got so offended when you said none of the good guys are coming from you. She's like, well, that was uncalled
ladies,
for.
I'm thinking-
ladies, keep your hands to yourselves. Next to Gustavo.
Gustav, one wrong move.
Oh no,
I'll make a soldier out of you.
He's very, look, the nature of these podcasts is we have big panels. It can be hard to really get because only one person can speak at a time, and then if you want to have back and forths, then other people are going to be excluded. It is difficult to like perfectly ensure that everybody gets the exact equal amount of talking time. It's very difficult. Some people are more conversationally dominant. So, did I lose my shit a little bit?
No.
A little bit.
A little bit.
It was
I was
kinda
about to lose my
interesting.
shit.
You're about to lose your shit.
Yeah, but I'm not as like
Maddie, actually,
exploitative.
They
As
derailed
soon-
this one.
I'm not
Does she
as
lose?
These two
Does she
derailed the show
lose
the whole
hers?
night.
Because you don't look like you lose
That's true.
anything.
They
You look like
fucked it
you're
all
so
up.
I'm pretty
composed.
calm.
Fucked it all up.
Yeah.
Like in
I
my
was
head,
about to hide under
I
the
battle
table.
demons. but-
Just like in an emergency, I was going to go hide under the table and kind of
Wait,
stay in your seat.
this girl and this girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
about
they were
them?
massive derailing agents.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, here's the thing, and perhaps the chat
I
can
mean, the
weigh in.
commie was at least engaging, but those two were.
Oh yeah, we didn't get to. Oh man, we didn't get to get into.
Should we finish her dating app review for her?
Actually, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. And the chat gets to decide if you swipe yes or you reject the shit out of her. Before we do that, though, one of the things I think about with these kick out situations, I was prepared to kick her out for sure. But the thing is, part of me is like, well, did I just farm them and then kick them?
What do you mean?
Like farm them.
Like
get the content.
Like get the content because like
did.
because it's like, well,
Yeah.
okay, I could just kick her or I could farm then kick. Although sometimes I farm and then like cooler heads prevail. Like
she was
things
just like
calm
seething
down.
rage all night.
She tended to calm down, but she started her like sidewalk appearance very combative. She was ready for war before
she came in hot. She came in hot, like really
intense. She was
intense.
offended by every word out of your mouth, or your mouth.
Mostly Andrew. Although she was coming at me, I was catching strays here. I was fucking catching strays. Let's do the dating app review of the girl.
How do you do it without her?
What TV show would you be a main character in? Okay,
Scooby-Doo.
next.
Should we all answer
gosh.
these questions?
Oh, this is going to be hurtful.
Filter, bro. This is so
New York
it's so
pizza.
disingenuous when they're all super filtered
Maybe
out.
that's why she left.
New York pizza,
Showing this shit.
every other kind sucks, bro. This is like so basic. Basic. Next. We can take things slowly and naturally, not trying to get lost in someone, just trying to find my other half. Is there another one or is that
Might
it?
be difficult.
Grabbing a bite to eat and getting to know each other, maybe an arcade too. Bro, I'll be honest, like she says, well, guys should open with like, talk about something on your profile. Is there another photo? There's nothing interesting on her profile. Like
There's
I've been
nothing
on
deep.
Bumble. If she messaged me, hey, how's it going? And I was like supposed to respond, like there's nothing off of her profile as somebody who's been on dating apps for a long time. Well, I'm not on them anymore, but I used to. I wouldn't be able to find anything topical from her profile, really. I mean, I could probably bullshit something, but
Pizza, arcades,
but she was
and
like,
TV.
she was saying, I want a guy who's exceptional, who stands out. I'm like, your dating profile's average.
Mm-hmm.
You're unremarkable. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but most people are average, unremarkable. And she wants some like movie moment, magic guy. What was the other thing, Nick, we were going to pull up? And it's fine to be normal and average and boring. It's fine.
As long as you expect normal,
I said I
and
could
average,
fix
and
her.
boring.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I demand.
Oh,
Of
no.
average.
I thought there was something to pull up, but maybe I was wrong. Let me read a chat. We have Satanic Finger.
Ooh.
This girl is an abuser. She's been projecting the entire time towards men. She literally said she cheated emotionally, and she's saying she led men on during the relationship as she stayed unhappy. She cheated on which guy? The 2-year one? Or the
I can't remember.
guy.
I thought it was the
Yeah,
first
she cheated
one.
on the two-year
two-year.
one. She was having a conversation with another guy, and then she ended up hooking up with that guy
A year later.
Okay. All right. We have Kyle Kelsey. Brian, thank you. I want to say the annoying girl that wants to fight with everyone is pissing me off and ruining the show. Which one's that? Is it?
No, she was talking about her.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was definitely talking about her.
I can't tell if my teeth are grinding or I'm grinding gears as I shift going down the highway with this set of wiggly wagons. I am on meal. FYI? What do you mean, on meal? Did she say that? I don't know. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay.
There was a really funny one about someone slapping, like they're giving us nicknames. Someone slap glasses and take over the podcast or something. And I was like, slap glasses. I'm right here. I'm ready.
I think you guys did really well. At
You
slapping
slapped with your mouth.
Good.
Good times. I should have kicked her off from the beginning, but
No, it was good. Was it good
I should have left her. I mean, she's kind of dull the rest of the show after I finally got. I feel like I did rein things in there.
But then it would have just been us.
And look how boring
Like
this
for the
is.
whole entire show.
Well, I know. Now we're sitting here
This is a
talking
good,
about
like,
her, and all these
debrief,
people are like,
but-
she's finally gone. Let's
go.
not
fair,
talk
fair,
about
fair,
her.
fair,
What
fair.
else?
Well, let's see. I'm going to get into my show notes here. We have Lindsey Graham.
Oh.
Lindsey Graham, what, the Patriarch Barbie, right?
Yep.
This is for both of you, because in your pre-show notes, you said you're both ragingly pro-life,
Yep.
both pro-Trump,
Yep.
both believers and followers of Jesus.
Mhm.
Kendall had a picturesque life, saved herself for marriage, based, married to husband with 3 kids, got cancer some years back. Was this you or?
Her.
Oh, her. And they suggested that you get a schmashmortion.
Yeah, I was pregnant.
Oh, you can't say.
Or I found out I was pregnant. I can give the whole story if you want.
When you're ready.
Well, you
When you're
said,
ready.
yeah, I think, well, pretty much you just said that you chose the baby. And you risked your own life denying the chemo until the baby was born?
Yeah,
And you're
radiation.
cancer-free now?
I'm cancer-free now.
Well, hey,
yeah.
that's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
W's in the chat. For
What kind of cancer was it?
I had thyroid cancer, and it was the night
God.
before.
Oh, shit.
Night before my surgery, we discovered I was pregnant, so they
Can I
did
have
the
you
surgery.
just scoot your mic a little bit this way? No. You. Can I just have Kendall?
Oh, me?
Yeah, scoot your mic.
mine.
Perfect.
What stage were you?
So I didn't know what stage I was until after, and they're like, oh, it's now spread, you're stage 3. And that's when I found out. So essentially, find out I was pregnant. Let me start over. Diagnosed with cancer because I went to my doctor and I wasn't hearing well. And he's like, oh, you have progressive deafness, something completely different. But he's like, while you're here, let me, check your thyroid. I'm an ear, nose, and throat doctor. Finds out that I have a lump, finds out that it's cancer, schedule to have a full thyroidectomy. The night before we found out I'm pregnant. And we call my doctor. My anesthesiologist is like, we can do the surgery. We can just adjust things so baby is safe. And then I woke up from surgery and he was like, your cancer is spread. We need to either terminate baby and focus on your health or wait and do radiation afterwards. And so I gave birth to her at full term, breastfed her for 2 months, and then did radiation. And
wow.
I now wear hearing aids. I do have progressive deafness. I wear hearing aids for that, but
because
I'm
of the
cancer-free.
progression that occurred because you waited a bit to get it treated.
Well, no, so diagnosed with progressive deafness, but then the hormones when you're pregnant makes it worse, and so I continued to lose hearing.
That was very
she had another baby afterwards too.
And I had another baby afterwards.
You'll get more deaf if you get pregnant again. She's like, I don't care.
Wow.
So God's really good.
Yeah.
Very selfless.
Thank you.
Of you. Wait, hold on. I got more notes. They're
Let's
pro-Trump, MAGA.
Yeah, we just met him too.
Honored.
This week, 2 days ago.
Here's a dating related question. I mean, I know you guys are married, so hypothetical. Oh my God. Is this like a troll question?
Let's go.
Would you date an illegal immigrant?
No.
No.
Hard no.
Absolutely not.
Build the wall.
No.
Nope.
Would you?
No.
I feel like you would.
I feel like you would
have
too.
more to offer than he would.
I mean, if she was like
Just
a Slovakian
I feel
gymnast,
like you like the secret.
I would definitely
to her.
The what?
Like,
the secret.
See, look at this. Look, I needed this
sleeves.
tonight.
I owe you an apology. I came in late and got annoyed by others quickly, but you and your friend are among my favorite that have been on here. Also, you're right. Madison is fire. Wait, somebody said that about Madison, or?
I think it was a chat.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yo, deplorable dude.
I love
thank
that
you.
I'm nicknamed Sleeves.
Your sleeves.
Oh,
That's
I
just
told.
so cute.
This is Madison.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Madison.
I told her, I was like, girl, you're fire. Her body.
Oh,
Look at that.
oh.
That's like, she's a hard 10.
Started going.
When we were all talking about, how long does it take to achieve something like that? And she probably.
22 years looks
Honestly,
like.
I've been
On
like
it?
this all my
You
life.
probably
That's
just
what
got
I'm
like
thinking.
a fast.
Yeah, she's born this way.
I have a
Fast,
really fast metabolism.
Yeah, I
I
was gonna
eat
say-
so bad. I eat terribly, but
Can I
I've
have
been
some
really
of your
good.
cookie, by the way?
Love it.
Nah.
You saw that? Yeah.
Sorry, I'll
yeah,
cut a piece. I'll
It's
cut a piece.
kind of hard though. I like soft cookies. You can have the rest.
Oh, okay.
Stop talking
I'll
about
have some
food.
of
We're
it.
all so
gosh,
hungry.
cookies are
Oh,
my
guys,
favorite.
we have some pizza, so we'll give you
Oh.
guys some pizza.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh wait, should we do a little pizza party?
Pizza party
on the
right
stream?
Oh, totally.
Wait, let me.
But it's gonna be
But then
cold.
eating into the mic.
Oh, that's gross. Yeah.
Well, you would,
Wait, chat.
let's
do
not
we?
eat and then talk.
Yeah, it's kind of
Take
okay.
a-
Pizza party, chat. Pizza party.
Okay.
But
Soft cookies.
wait, where were we? Oh, so would I date an illegal immigrant?
I feel like you would
Yeah, I
like
probably would.
the very secretive aspect of
Ooh.
it.
Depends what country she's from. Secretive.
Ooh,
What?
ooh, like exotic.
Like
Ooh,
you
like
would
you
want
might get deported.
Like she, obviously she would do her
Wait,
best
imagine
to
the
be
power.
secretive and not get
Oh my
deported.
gosh, the
Yeah,
power
exactly.
struggle would be so
I'm
good.
kidding. I'm
could
kidding.
tell
It's
her
a
to
joke.
do
The
anything.
power dynamic.
Look at everybody's
I
like,
will
eat
go
the
to
pizza.
immigration.
Bring
Cook,
in pizza.
cut my cucumbers, otherwise I'm going to immigration. I'm kidding. But I'd prefer.
You wouldn't even have to let her know it was you. You could wait till she went to work and then call ICE.
Well, the crazy thing is,
Oh
damn, bro.
you don't even have to break up with her.
Yeah.
She just gets shipped
And you're
off.
like,
and you're
"Hey,
like,
I can't
"Oh,
believe
love
that
you.
happened.
Don't
It's
go."
terrible. That's awful.
Oh my gosh.
I am in favor of. I'm totally fine with illegal immigration for female gymnasts. I'm fine with that.
They can come over.
They can come over legally if they're female. Shot put is fine. Sprinters are good. Long distance, too lanky a little bit, but
Pianist.
like sprinters.
You got a thing for sprinters, huh?
I don't know. They're just.
Is it the thighs? Thick thighs save lives?
Thick thighs save lives.
Wow, interesting. That's
weird.
You got
that's
the
very long distance ladies.
That's not what I was picturing.
That's a very particular taste.
I thought you guys were together.
Oh no, I have a boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, you're engaged.
It's promise ring. I'm not engaged.
Oh my gosh.
I love every time that happens. Madison's like.
Really quick to be like, no, I'm
in a relationship. Why wouldn't I be?
She's not a boyfriend. No, we're not dating it. There's those rumors though going around.
Way to make it awkward, Kendall.
Yeah, way to make it.
Really?
I mean,
it's not the first time I've heard it.
I do. When it comes to racial preferences, white and Asian.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
like
listen,
white boys.
I'll date. I'll date black women and Latino women, but I do have a bit of a preference for white women and Asian women. And she's too tall for me though. That's the thing. Okay. She's way too tall.
How tall are you?
5'2".
5'2"?
He only dates
smaller than 5'2".
Like 4. If her height doesn't start with 4, she ain't the one.
How tall are you?
6'1".
There's a thing with really tall dudes, and they never go for any kind of average girl. They always go for like a little mini me. Always.
I know, but then when you have kids,
what is it?
You're not giving them those really good genes, like breeding genes.
That is a good point. Like when I. In terms of like for my kids.
What do you mean breeding genes?
Well, if she's tall.
Yeah,
if she's tall, you're tall.
If they're both
the
tall,
kids
then
will
you
be
make
tall.
a beautiful tall
like
baby.
warrior babies. Mm-hmm. What's that thing from the Bible? Like children
fucking
in the
breeding mares.
Wait. No. It's kind of unrelated, but it's like children in a man's youth are like arrows in the hands.
Oh, in the quiver.
I'm butchering this.
I was going to say
this is a chase line, but
somebody look it up.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, I don't. Anyone in the chat?
Arrows in a quiver.
I don't know. I would date a dwarf. Would you guys?
Of your bow. I don't know.
If you guys know any dwarves.
Really?
Do you guys know any dwarves?
No, personally, no.
No dwarves? No conservative dwarves?
No.
There's
I don't
probably
know
like a dating app for
dwarves.
dwarves.
Absolutely,
I looked.
there is.
I couldn't.
Big labia dwarves matter.
Good times.
But that's just not. That's not just a height thing. That's like all their proportions are different.
Yeah, that's a medical
what is a
condition.
big
It's not just a midget. A midget is.
But
short,
the thing is,
but a dwarf has the.
Well, I'd prefer. Oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna get canceled from the. I think they call it the little people. No, I think that's what they want to be called.
No, they do want to be called. There's a whole show about it.
You're talking about the dwarven race in Warcraft.
Oh, of course. But I mean, look, if she was like 4'5", but like normal proportions, I guess that's. I'm gonna get canceled.
Really
that's
tiny.
Better.
That's gonna get canceled.
That's really short. Like, would
There's
you actually be so real?
4 or 5.
Be
can
so
we,
real.
Like, where can we try to measure what that would look like
It's
against
like half
you?
of you.
I have a question for you.
Yes, because I'm 5'8". Yes.
Alien has a question for you, Brian.
What's up?
So like, you want a dwarf, right? Have you seen a dwarf with like big labia?
What?
Oh, we went there.
Sign me up.
Yeah. But have you seen one?
No, I mean, well, first off, I don't really watch adult content. Occasionally, fine, whatever. But I'm not like dwarf big labia porn. Like, nah, I don't watch like dwarf porn.
What do you type in then? Short girl. Symmetrical.
No, I don't watch. Like, honestly, I'm.
Is it two dwarves, one
I'll tell you
labia?
that. I will tell you. Like when it comes to like the look, and again, I rarely consume porn, but there's big labia porn out there. Just saying.
Like, that's like a what do they call it? Category, or like that's like a thing.
It's a niche. Yeah. Large labia. Good talk.
About that pizza.
Yeah.
Hashtag big labia. Hey, you brought it. Hold on. You asked
No,
me.
labia was over here. She went full labia.
Oh yeah, big labia
Alien
matter.
went dwarf labia mode.
Yeah.
We were still talking about saving babies' lives.
Although actually, there are some complications if they're like too short though. Like once you get into the 4'11" territory and below, I don't know. It's like it can make certain things more difficult.
What's the shortest?
Like carnal knowledge. What do you mean shortest?
That
I've
you would
ever.
date.
Wait,
that
what?
you would date and that you've ever dated.
Oh, I think like on it. I think 4'11", and there's like a decent
For real?
amount. Yeah, I've unfortunately not been able to find shorter than 4'11". I know it's tough out there. I shoot, dude. If I see it, like back when I used to approach, this is 10 plus years ago, like when it was okay to approach people. Like if I saw like a short chick, like back in my college days, whatever, if she's like short, I was like,
Really?
I don't know. Fun size.
All these followers, and no one knows a single 4'3" chick. Blast it. Comment an emoji, a little short girl emoji.
Back in the day, like I mean, I'm not really like sliding into DMs anymore, but like bro, I'd be like trying to find these short chicks on IG and shit.
Where do you find people now?
What do you mean?
Like organically, people that you want to date.
Church. That's where you go to meet a good. So honestly, you go to the bar, you go to a strip club. Like that's not where you're going to bring someone home to meet mom and dad.
It's very
you
true.
go to church.
No, it's a bad place to find a woman now. Is at church.
Why?
Terrible place. Well, because what happens is
Then you can't go to that church
there's what's
anymore.
called the Great Hoe Reformation.
Oh.
And so here's how this works.
I'm not gonna like this. I'll tell you right now.
What happens is there's a lot of women out there who are getting into their 30s and their mid-30s, and they've realized that they have ridden what we like to refer to as the cock carousel, and they did it for a long time.
It's true.
They couldn't find a guy, and so in their 30s now, they're kind of screwed. And so what they do is they reform and find Jesus, and then go to the church, and then when they're at the church, they try to meet guys. And that's really a big problem. And it's going on all over the place now.
But is it a problem if they really find Jesus?
That's the problem, what you just said.
Is if they really find Jesus.
No. So, no, you're useless, or not useless. You're
Don't say I'm gonna walk out.
You're a useful pawn because of what you just said, right? Is that a problem? Yeah, it's a problem because what they'll do is they'll cover themselves behind "Don't judge me."
Oh, well.
Don't judge me.
That's different. Yeah.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. But it's usually the women who are inside of these churches and women who are the ones pushing the "don't judge them." And so, yeah, it's not looking good in churches at the moment. So, just saying, that's something which has been going on that was brought to my attention. So I started looking into it, and yeah, it's going on all over the place.
So it's like a pandemic of women like faking coming to Jesus and just going to church to find a good Jesus.
I'm not even sure
man?
that they're faking, right? Maybe they're coming for all the right reasons, but it really doesn't change the fact that I don't think that if a man in his 20s and 30s doesn't want to marry a former prostitute because she converted to Christianity, he probably doesn't need to.
Well, hang on. I want Lindsay to speak on this.
I don't know. I'm going to wait till there's a question asked.
No, Lindsay's a former stripper.
Oh, did not know this.
Juicy. Oh, it just got so juicy.
Did not know this.
Yeah.
You wasted all the good time on like these
feminist
three that
McGee
left.
over here.
Lindsay has juice.
Andrew's
Squeeze it.
Clearing his
Squeeze that juice.
I'm gonna dominate this girl next.
He's got you in his sights.
Yeah. Shoot.
Well, I was just going to say,
I'm an open book.
I get it. I understand. I'm not saying that they're coming to the church for the wrong reason.
Don't judge me. I'm just kidding.
Right. Well, I mean, that's an actual problem. Is we should use righteous judgment for one, and no, we shouldn't tell women who are reforming, or men for that matter, that they shouldn't go to the church in order to do that. They should. But that doesn't mean that their past gets erased.
Right.
It's this born again, I'm a born again virgin, I'm pure now, all that shit, trying to put that on men, like they almost seem like they're pushing it as an ought, like you ought to marry them because now they're pure again. Who are you to judge them, type of thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's perfectly fine for Christians to say, I have the preference not to marry a prostitute. I think that that's fine.
Yeah. Well, no, I totally agree. I think men have every right to say, I understand that that's your past, but I'm not okay with it.
Yeah.
So I can't be okay with it. He shouldn't marry a woman and then obviously not be okay with it because he would use that against her the rest of her life. So.
Well, I'm not
use
even
it
sure
against her,
that.
but if you can't forgive it and forget it, and it's not something you
want. But the thing is like, isn't it? It just kind of seems a little bit predatory to me. It seems
the
like,
way the women are doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, I can agree.
Yeah, it seems a little bit predatory, and you don't know. And that's the thing, right? Is that Christianity can be pretty naive sometimes when it comes to the world, and maybe that's something we can work on. But yeah, they come into the church and they kind of preying on young men, I would say.
Well, just so you know, I'm not actually one of those women. I didn't do this recently, and I didn't go to church right after and go snatch my husband. This is like 20 years ago in my past, but.
No, I get it, and it's okay. It's okay to reform, and it's a good thing. You should get married even if you're reformed. I think that's fine. All that's fine. I'm just saying that Christian men should still have the preference to be like, yeah, I'm not going to marry a chick who was a you know what I mean? I think that's
absolutely.
fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and good. I think it's good that they're a little reserved about it. So,
I have some more notes here. We're still on Lindsey Graham. So you said in your pre-show notes here you had a colorful past.
Mm-hmm. That's one of it.
You were raised quick. Oh
Gosh, what is going on?
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Raised Christian, excuse me. You fell off the deep end in your 20s. You were a stripper. You mentioned that. Meth addict?
I was a meth addict, yeah.
Then you were forced into an schmortion with by an abusive boyfriend.
Yeah.
what do you mean forced?
Gosh, it's always such a weird word to try to use without telling the full story, right? Manipulated would be a better word. When I got pregnant, he was very abusive, so emotionally, physically, verbally. And I'm not a wuss. I'm not like, he emotionally abused me. He was literally emotionally abusing me, gaslighting. And first he called me a liar and tried to just kind of cut me off. And then when I proved that I was pregnant, he used different manipulation tactics to try to get me to have an abortion. One being, if you have the baby, I'm gonna take the baby, make sure that, because you're an ex-stripper and an ex-drug addict, I'll make sure the courts know this, you'll never see your baby again. That was his way of, trying to get me to have an abortion so that, of course, he didn't want to be responsible. He was a good Christian man in the church. Didn't want his reputation ruined. That didn't work because I was struggling, of course.
Wait, what does that mean? He was a good Christian man in the church.
Man.
And you were a drug addict?
No, not at this time.
Oh.
Years prior.
This is years prior.
Okay, hold on. So I was a dancer and a drug addict at the same time.
Okay.
Left those lifestyles and began dating him immediately. Oh, I was that girl. Oh, no, I wasn't. That wasn't a thing. This was 20 years ago. So
it sounds a lot like that girl.
Yeah, except it does sound a lot like that girl. Where's the like?
Sounds a lot like the girl I just explained.
Was there a button for that? Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. Hit it.
Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, so.
Okay, but actually, in my defense, I was living such a whirlwind, crazy life. I was actually still attending church while I was a drug addict because my relationship.
But you're off the drugs. You're not stripping anymore.
Yep.
You go to church. You meet this guy.
Yep.
Okay, so then what happens?
So then I got pregnant. About, I guess, 6 months to a year in. And so he was manipulating me to get the abortion for one main reason. He didn't want anyone in the church to know that he was sleeping with someone before he was married, or that he wasn't this upright, outstanding, Jesus-following person that everyone thought he was. And anyway, the manipulation continued.
But weren't you supposed to be too? Because you were going to the church?
Yeah, but I knew I wasn't. I knew that I wasn't. I knew I had a lot of work to do with the Lord. I knew that I wasn't following Jesus, that I was turning my life around. He believed that he was like pastor material. Just let it dissect. Just digest.
Yeah, I'm digesting it. It just... Okay, so not gonna lie, sounds a little predatory on your end. Just a bit. So you go right into the church and kind of...
No. I was already in the church.
And he wasn't?
He was in the church.
Okay.
I was a dancer and a drug addict while attending church.
Okay.
Still.
But you had quit all that?
I quit when I met him. Because
he got you off out of there?
I would not give him the credit. I will give God the credit. But I looked at my life.
Well, did he assist God with that?
No, he did not.
So he didn't say, like, you need to stop doing that shit?
Nope.
No? Okay.
I looked at the idea of him, and I looked at my own life, and I recognized that the way I was raised was I've always wanted to be a mom and a wife, and the life that I'm living will not get me to that situation. I will never have a man like that because of who I am, the life that I'm living. So I decided to stop dancing, and then
when you were in the club, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but when you're in the club, you're doing the dancing, did you do the thing that a lot of them do where...
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. Go ahead. I'm just waiting to hear you say it out loud.
With the Johns in the back?
No.
Never?
Didn't think you were going to say that. No. Nope.
Champagne room? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I think I get what you're saying, and the answer would be no.
Yeah. But I mean, you saw a lot of that happening, right?
Actually didn't. I didn't do it very long, so.
Okay.
And no, I never saw it.
Okay.
I'm assuming it did, but yeah.
Did you enjoy dancing?
No.
Okay.
Nope. I was just doing it for money and was not in the right state of mind.
Do you have like any advice for people who do want to dance or whatever? Because I know a lot of people who do, and I don't think that they understand like what happens behind the scenes and how they get treated and all this other stuff. And
yeah, my advice would be do not do it. It's very, of course, it's very demeaning. Like women, all women are worth way more than what their body will sell for.
Yeah.
So I would never suggest that women abuse their body and their soul to that point and essentially sell themselves.
So anyway, this church relationship that you had.
Yeah.
Okay, going forward with this. So you say he used manipulation tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then you did the deed, right?
Yeah, I basically fought him as long as I could, and then he scheduled an abortion for me.
How long was that
birthday.
you fought him?
I was, I think, 8 weeks when he took me to get it.
8 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. So you fight him for 8 weeks. You go and you have it. Did you stay with him?
Unfortunately, yes.
For how long?
I would say another year. And now everything was off and on. We were such a toxic relationship, as you can imagine. We would break up and get back together, break up and get back together. And so
I mean,
that
I'm not
amplified
going
things.
to lie, and I don't know, right? And feel free to correct me, but kind of sounds a little bit to me like you're shifting blame away from yourself with the language of like manipulation, things like this. Almost trying to distance yourself from you're also at fault for that, right?
No. I will admit that I'm at fault.
Okay.
I will admit that I should have been a stronger person. I should have resisted. I think about how I should have literally picked up and moved and never told him where I was and like went into hiding. I take full responsibility for the choice that I made to be able to be manipulated and to not fight back.
Yeah, I don't know what that means though. Like if when you say I fought back as hard as I can, what would that entail? The fighting back?
More of mental gymnastics. It's really hard to sit here as a very, very strong woman now who has a great life and is mentally sound, to look at the kind of person that I was when I was being abused, because I was with him for, I guess about 2 years, maybe longer. So maybe my timeline is off. It's kind of a blur. But the mental gymnastics that he played from day one completely took away all of my self-worth, and I was just a shell of a woman. I mean, I was completely able to be manipulated, coerced, gaslit.
Would you say he was a narcissist?
Yes, absolutely.
Was he ever diagnosed as a narcissist?
He would never ever go to a doctor because to admit that there was something that needed to be looked at. So probably not.
Just a question I asked, but
yeah.
I didn't have anything else.
So
there,
my fight was more mental. Like if I can convince him that this is wrong, if I can convince him that there's a baby in my body and that we could raise a family, and then he would look deep inside his soul and understand like the morality issue, but he had no interest in that.
Were you always pro-choice or pro-life before?
Mm-hmm. Did the church find out about that, by the way?
I wasn't a member of the church, and about, I would say a year. So when I finally broke free of him completely, I started going to a new church and really found Jesus in authenticity. And I got down on my knees and gave my baby to God. And that was kind of the closure of, my abortion.
So the church never found out about it?
No.
No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now they know.
Eric Pettit.
Who did I kick off first? Because we did a prediction on Twitch of who was going to get kicked tonight.
Basically, she was already in the back eating chips.
And she was checked. Well,
she just got up and left. And then
this girl
stood up, that girl stood up. Yeah.
This girl was on the couch. She was
checked out, and then I was like, "Hey, are you coming back?" And she's like, "What if I don't?" Wait, chat.
She was like, "Why should I?" Or "Why do I have to?"
No, I think she was like, "What if I don't?" Or
she said, "Why do I have to?"
If anybody in the chat remembers, do you remember? There was a girl behind the scenes. I don't know if you could even hear. First off, in the chat, could you even hear the girl behind the scenes when I was like, "Yo, are you coming back?" And then I think she said something along the lines of,
"Why do I have to?" or something like that.
I think that's where I snapped.
She said, "Why should I?"
It was like Bro, I fucking snap, bro. It's like, how you gonna ask to come on the podcast and whinge like that? They're saying no, you couldn't hear it. If other people were talking, they probably couldn't have heard it. But I forgot if I kicked her. She was like standing up. She was standing up.
So this one across.
They were gonna leave.
She was second.
Right after
That
she
one
got
had
up
already
and
fled.
left, it kind of like made them feel like they could just leave too. They obviously.
I think it was it a kick or a leave?
It was
a kick. Because they were that girl sat
Well, I
back
said
down.
sit back down, right? I said
that
sit
girl
back
sat
down.
back down and then.
I'll have to watch it back.
No, it was a kick because they were lingering. And they
I
were
think they would have
gonna
wanted
come
you to
back,
say.
and you were like, "Get out of here."
That's what I was saying.
It's pretty funny.
They wanted you to tell them to stay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Like
that was
when they were all over
Yeah,
there?
they wanted you to tell them to stay, and you told them to get the fuck out.
No, once I
They're trying to
it takes me a
manipulate you to
No,
get.
hold on. It takes me a while to get to a kick, but once I decide on a kick, it's the point of no return.
Yeah.
You can't. There's no going back.
No, but they were standing up like, oh, we're so tired of this. I forgot what that girl was saying
they're
about
being
how she
fucking
just
obnoxious
like
and rude.
how the conversation was just not really productive.
Back
She
to
obviously hated it, so I think she was trying to
Back
like
to
get you to
fucking
be like,
Phoenix,
no,
they
stay.
go, or wherever the frick they are from in Arizona. Wait, what?
We're just sitting here trying not to get kicked off.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Yeah.
like, she was back there eating chips. I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
I do have a chat here from our good friend Jay Aiken from Canada. Hey, Brian, a bit off topic. Question for Andrew. What's your firearm of choice? Brian, you should show Andrew the knife I made you. I don't have it here in the studio. I have it elsewhere.
Firearm of choice, an AK-47.
That's beautiful. AK-47.
They don't want to know ours.
I want to buy a gun.
Is it
AR-15?
Do they make automatic and
security.
semi-auto AKs? Because you can't have a...
No, you can own a machine gun in the United States. You just have to go through a Class 3 dealer.
Is that like through ATF or?
Yeah, you have to put in a tax stamp.
Okay.
It's only $200.
Okay. Interesting.
But the machine gun will cost you like $50,000. So.
Let's see from my notes here. Any specific thing? People should look for in a relationship is character. Okay, and then we're gonna go to where is it? Where's Kendall? Where's my notes for her?
We had like combined, and I had
feel like we
no.
blew through a lot of juicy stuff real quick.
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham.
We went through both of them pretty quick.
Kendall's, I think, right above it. There's not a lot of notes. We kind of half-assed.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, we did kind of half-ass because I just
No,
felt
you
like
guys
we'll
did
just
it.
talk
Actually,
about it
I'm
while
not
we're
sure if I
here.
got much from Kendall, but you included some of her stuff. Last thing, fuck it. What's everybody's body count, starting with Madison? You're not sharing anymore.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Okay, what about you?
I'm not too sure, honestly.
If you had to,
I'm sorry, go off.
oh, I was just gonna say if you had to
Go off.
estimate. I wasn't gonna go
Estimate. I'm not.
I was going to go off. What is it? No.
Yeah. I'm not too sure. I'm not gonna come up with like numbers, but I know for definite sure it's like over 10.
Is it over 15?
Maybe not. No.
So between 10 and 15?
Yeah, probably.
So 12?
If you want to say that, yeah.
Just
Next thing you know, it's like 14.
Her status.
Just.
I'm not sure. My 20s were a blur.
If you had you want to do a range?
Yeah, probably 10 to 15.
Okay. Gustavo?
Zero.
Zero.
Yeah.
Oh.
One.
Oh yeah, because
That's my girl.
oh wait, we missed it.
One.
Go ahead. Sorry, one more time. I think we weren't
one.
on.
Just
Okay.
one. My husband on our wedding
All right,
night.
yeah, there you go. Nice. Okay. Andrew, we know you were quite the ladies' man in your day.
Are you slutty?
Quite the ladies' man.
Me?
Dude, I feel like you crushed it in college.
Have you guys ever done this before?
No.
I thought you don't tell.
I don't tell.
Oh, this is
But
terrible.
this is the one that he's going to tell.
Andrew
this is
would
the-
be in debate
this is
club.
the
Andrew was in debate club in college, and all the girls there were like,
yeah.
"Bro, his fucking prowess!" Like,
Totally.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I feel
You know
like
what I
that's
mean?
a little predatory.
Do you really think that after sitting at this table so many times that women actually liked me enough to sleep with me? What are you thinking?
I feel like some of them are got to be into it, right?
Well, obviously his wife
Like you just
is.
destroy them.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, but I
One
feel like you
woman,
don't
at least
debate
one.
At least
with your
one.
wife,
We have
right?
at least one over
Yeah,
here.
we've done team debates once or twice.
No, but I
that's
mean,
it.
you don't like debate
guess.
her like in private just for the fuck of it. You know?
I
You
do.
guys probably get along. You know?
I do sometimes run arguments, or she runs arguments by me, but no, we don't debate.
Yeah. Man, good times. Let's
What's
see.
your body count?
Oh, I don't share that.
Please tell us.
Sorry.
Tonight, you know.
Sorry on that. Let me see. I think we're fully caught up on all our notes. There's one thing I do need to do here before we guys, please stick around because I need to talk about something important. So
I do have to leave.
You down to do like push it for like 10 minutes?
Like, be for real though. How much longer?
Like for real 10 minutes.
Okay.
For realsies. Okay. Nick, I'm going to send you something in the private chat that you're going to pull up into into the Chrome browser. I'm going to copy the Dropbox link. Hold on, guys. I'm going to send it to you. I think this should work. What's that?
Your scam thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Got scammed. So pull that. Don't let it, or mute the audio just so it doesn't autoplay. Oh, shit. Also, hold on. I need to send you a couple links. While I do that, Madison, can you ask a dating question? Go ahead.
No pressure.
You got this shit. You got it, Maddie.
What is your biggest ick?
For the ladies.
Gertrude, you start.
Can we not call me that?
Okay.
Damn.
Alien.
I feel like it's your elvish name.
Elfish name. Oh.
Have you ever dated would you ever date a dwarf? A little person?
Oh, no.
Do you know any little people?
No. I like for me, I like grown ass men. So I like men that
Like
are like
really
kind of
grown.
like yeah.
Like older?
Yeah.
How
as
much
well.
older?
I don't really have a limit on that.
What's the oldest you've dated? Like
would you date
I've
say
been
80?
with like a 70-year-old man. Yeah.
70-year-old man?
Speaking of ick.
Do you have an objection to age gap relationships?
Yes, I think that there's a gap that could be too far. Yeah. It's probably in like
how far is too far?
Probably like the 25 range.
25 years apart, like
yeah, I mean that's like
year gap.
That's like a pretty decent ick, right? Like that could be your child. And I'm trying to be generous.
I think 25 is really generous, Lindsay.
25 is generous.
Yeah.
What are you icked at? 20?
Yeah.
20.
Andrew,
so 30 and 50 you disapprove. 35 and 55.
Do you have any takes on that, Andrew?
No. Yeah.
Well, I just will ask if you have a moral argument against it or if it just grosses you out.
Just grosses me out. Yeah.
Mine, well, and I have a moral if it's like, when did you start dating? Like, is this a 13-year-old and somebody?
Let's say like adult relationships.
Yeah, no, I think it's.
You got it, Nick?
Just ick.
Okay.
Just ick?
He's got it.
Yeah, just ick. And I even have a hard time with the 20 ick. It's like 30, I picture 35 and 55 not being that ick.
Yeah.
Right? And then I know that I'm 43, so I'm picturing a 63-year-old, and I'm like, that's pretty gross too. But unless he's really good in shape.
But
like Hugh Jackman.
But what if we're all looking better when we're 70, right?
That's right.
Like if we're just looking amazing at 70.
I mean, I like, for me personally, whenever I'm 70, I don't think I'm gonna have a problem with like. I think I'm gonna look maybe the same, maybe a little bit hotter. Go well.
This is a quick question for the viewers on Twitch. Quick question before I get into the whole me getting scammed thing. It's quick. It's 3 minutes. It'll probably take me 3-4 minutes to explain it. This is for the Twitch viewers. If you put your mouse cursor, assuming you're watching on desktop and not on mobile, for the Twitch viewers, if you put your cursor over the screen, do you get like a thing on the right center that pops out Prime Gaming benefits reminder, and then there's a green dynamic follow button? Do you get both of those? It's just something kind of new. And then, okay, cool. That was the only thing I wanted to ask there. Also, guys, before I tell you about the scam story, guys, if you're watching on Twitch, please drop us a follow and the Prime sub. If you're watching on YouTube, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and the Prime sub if you have one. Really appreciate all your support over there, guys. Thank you for all the follows and the Primes tonight, or the tier 1s, all the subs. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me tell you the quick story of how Brian, I don't think I've ever been scammed in my life. I usually have a pretty good eye for this shit, but I got scammed. I got scammed recently. Here's what happened. So here's the story. I have notes, so I'm going to be reading from notes. So just because there's a lot of fucking details and I haven't. I'm going to give you the short condensed version. I could show you like screenshots and stuff, but I do have a video compilation that will capture most of it. But if, you know, I have receipts, but it's just, I don't want to get, maybe I'll do a follow-up video. But so January 20th, I received an Instagram DM from Spearman Social. Now, Nick, can you pull up the first Instagram that I sent you?
Spearman Social?
And I'm okay. So that's the first one, but that's not the primary account. Just so you guys know. And I'm saying this because I want to try to prevent other people from getting scammed, because I actually ended up getting in contact with somebody else who was also scammed by this guy. So this isn't just like, you know, I didn't just get scammed. Like there's other people getting scammed in this. So Spearman Social, January 20th, received an Instagram DM. It's run by David Spearman, and you can pull his Instagram up. There he is. You can zoom out a little bit so you can show the, yep, there he is. And it's also run by his girlfriend, Ciara Stevens. And you can go to the other one. That's his girlfriend. They both run this social media company that they have. And they message me and they say, we can get you at Brian Atlas on Instagram, something that would be nice to have. But I'm not really super active on my personal. It's not a huge priority for me. But having at whatever almost everywhere and preferring clean usernames and URLs, it did pique my interest. But I was skeptical and I actually initially waved it off. But the guy was super persistent. He messaged me almost every day. And after a month of him and his girlfriend following up with me almost every day, he offered terms that I was willing to do. He said if it didn't work out, I'd get a full refund. He said he worked with Justin Waller. He had all these testimonials, blah, 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 blah. Nick, don't show that while I'm doing, oh my God, bro. Why would you, oh my God. Okay.
Nick, come on.
Why would, okay. So it would take a few days. It's okay. Oh my God, bro.
Wait, so
whoever's editing this video, oh my God, thanks, Nick. He said, okay, so after a few months of him and his girlfriend following up with me almost every day, so he offered terms that I was willing to do. He said if it didn't work out, I'd get a full refund, blah, blah, blah. He told me this process would be very quick and it would take like a few days and I'd have at Brian Atlas on Instagram. At one point, he even told me he would be able to get it done same day. So I accept, and we agreed to $2,000 for this. And this is pretty common price for like username acquisition. And then I'd pay him $1,500 after he gets it done. So I transfer $1,000 in crypto February 22nd, transfer the remaining $1,000 a day or two later. Now it's been over 7 weeks, almost 2 months since I paid him $2,000 back in February. It's now April. They've not delivered. They've been giving me the runaround for, well, almost 2 months now. And they'd always say like, oh, later this week or next week, at nearly every single week for 7 weeks. And again, him and his girlfriend told me repeatedly that this would be a quick process. And so basically what happens is this guy contacts you offering social media services, username claims, and he does some real work, I guess, to get testimonials from people. And maybe these testimonials are fake and these other people are in on it. But they use these testimonials to seem legit so they can scam people. So weeks have gone by when he previously said, hey, we can get this within a couple days. We'll do a refund if we don't. Been asking for a few weeks now for a refund. He refuses. They're mocking me in the DMs, insulting me in the DMs. I'll do follow up on that at some point. But for the time being, haven't got the username, still BD_Atlas, and still, they're still not doing a refund. Now here's a quick, if anybody is curious about, you know, the extent of the representations that he made to me, here's a quick 2-minute video compilation of just he would send me video notes. See, the thing that threw me off, right? And I was very skeptical even despite this. Most scammers aren't gonna show their face, right? So, Nick, can you play the video? Oh, wait, before you do, sorry, hold on. The video includes, just so you know what to look out for, multiple times stating how quick the process will take. Bear in mind, I paid him back in February. It's now April. It's been 2 months. And that he gives a refund. So just be cognizant of that. Go ahead, Nick.
My name is David Spearman. If you're watching this, you might think one of two things. One, what his username claims, and two, where is he? Well, to answer one of those questions, I'm currently in Dubai Marina. I don't know if you guys can tell. In a penthouse. So we'll be able to claim the Brian Atlas by Friday if we did it today. Basically guaranteed. Some days it's only 2 days. Will Brian get his app today? It would obviously be good for your pages, for the whatever page it says owned by Brian Atlas, and just for your own personal brand, of course. Hey Brian, bro, Wall as well. Let me know if you still want to get that app. You can get it done very easily. You'll have the app owned in a couple of days. Brian, getting you an app. Why are we not getting you an app, Brian? And we definitely can get yours. We've been ready to go. Like, we're ready to go. You see how fast we respond. We'll get you the apps. Brother, I have no idea why we haven't got you your app yet when Justin wired us and we refunded him his money when we didn't get his, and we can 100% get yours, and you don't need to give anyone a login. You would own Brian Atlas. You would have had it by now. So if we refunded Justin Walter, you literally have zero risk of anything. And also we have testimonies of people we've done it for. Many people. Yo, Brian. Happy Monday morning. If we are getting you Brian Atlas today, this set up today, you shall have it Friday. You have literally nothing to lose because I've refunded Justin the 3K payment at once. So you've literally nothing to lose. And you start the claim maybe Monday, and then you'll have it like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But the only reason I was trying to push it is the rep had a slot today, and he seemed like he could get it done today, which is pretty awesome. And it would just be done. One of the 2K deposits, so the deal is now active to potentially have it done by today. You're crying over 2K like it's fucking millions.
So that's the last thing there was a voice memo when I was like asking for a refund, and he says you're crying over 2K. Anyways.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, and look, I'm gonna be fine. It's pretty clear, and he actually sent me a message because I contacted a few of his testimonials and was like, hey, this guy scammed me. And I heard from one of the guys who's like, yeah, I got scammed too.
Oh no.
I just kind of want to put it out there because when I Googled this guy, I tried to do my due diligence. I just kind of want to make this video, not to whine really, but to warn other people, bro, I mean, you could, I'm doing okay, but for somebody else, like, that could be catastrophic. Look, I still want my fucking money back, bro. So quick couple things here. And the other thing, like, people are like, you should have been, like, we had Justin Waller on the show. I talked to Justin Waller. He did a claim or something for Justin Waller. So it's not like this is a totally a non-dude who, like, the level of scam that he's got going on, he'll do some legit shit but scam other people. Apparently it was all good with Justin Waller, who I know personally. So yeah, you might say, Brian, you fucked up, you shouldn't have trusted him, but it's like, look, I knew Justin Waller. Justin Waller said, hey, seems legit, whatever. So whatever. I will say, if anyone knows any lawyers in Dubai, this couple, David Spearman and C.R. Stevens, they're scamming people out of Dubai, and apparently I'm not the only person that they've scammed. So be careful, guys. Just want to put the message out there. And yeah, that's it on that. Okay, those of you who are watching on Twitch, guys, drop us a follow and Prime sub. I'm going to do a raid over there on Twitch. I'm going to do a raid. Let's see here. Hold on, guys.
Is a raid a pizza party?
No. We're going to raid. Let me see. I'll do my outro, and then I'll raid you guys too. Let's see who we have. We have World of Warcraft Grandma. Okay, we're going to do her. Nick, if you can get that pulled up, I'll start doing my outro here. Okay, guys. GG, well played for those of you who made it to the end here. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We'll be live again Sunday and Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. Like I said, over there on Twitch, we are going to raid Wow Grandma. I never can say it right. Wow Grandma 78. She's 82. She plays World of Warcraft. She's got 200 viewers. I try to raid people with smaller viewership on Twitch just to kind of help them out, give them a little boost. Nick, if you can pull that up. Okay. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
we wore
she's-
big plastic boots. That's when I took the guy up,
Her
and the
camera's
ranger
not on.
had me take him up.
Well, I'm gonna rate her.
Another raid coming in.
Oh, okay. So thank you for
And
watching on
this
Twitch.
is,
Follow us on.
This is 12,000 feet. This is a disappointment cleaver.
Oh, she doesn't have her camera on. It's
So if
okay.
you've climbed
I'll
it,
rate
you know
her.
where the cleaver's at.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll list. She's
um,
like doing a
This
reviewing some
is Mount Baker.
photo book.
That's Mount Baker.
So she has no idea that
So
you're like
that's when I
watching
climbed
her.
Mount Baker.
No, I
No,
think
she
she
has no
knows.
clue.
She knows. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over. Thank you.
Mount Adams.
Thank you for watching on Twitch, guys. Appreciate it.
Did you say you climbed? Yeah, well, I climbed it. So going to whatever is back again. Thank you, whatever. So this is climbing. Hello, whatever. This is climbing Mount
Anyways,
Adams.
I hope you guys enjoy it over there. Be
And
nice.
then
Be
you
nice to her.
would,
Okay. All right. You can pause it.
I don't understand.
I don't know. Normally she
was.
plays World of Warcraft, but she was doing like photo review on Twitch
Oh, that's hilarious.
of memories. So she's nice.
So did
she's
you
like
just like somehow
82.
hack into her computer and see what
Yes, I hacked into it. Yeah, I hacked.
He just
into-
sent his chat from Twitch over to her.
Yeah, I pushed the audience over there.
Oh.
I think that's it. Is there anything else?
Wait, aren't we going to be live sooner than Sunday?
Oh, guys, yes, I forgot. Andrew's going to be here for some debates. Thursday, probably Friday. Thursday, Friday. And then some other cool things are in the work. Some like potentially some IRL stuff. We'll talk about that more in a different stream. But be sure to go subscribe to Andrew's YouTube channel, The Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. Check it out, guys. Check it out. And he's my Caucasian.
What is that like?
What do you mean?
Why do you always say that now?
He's my Caucasian. Spencer's my Caucasian. Nick's my Caucasian.
What is she?
Any white man.
I don't know if I could. Actually, Madison, you're my Caucasian too. And Joe, back there, you're also my Caucasian.
But she's not. Isn't she an Asian?
I'm not white.
You're Asian.
No, I know, but like for example, like Joe. Oh boy.
Oh, I see.
Like I'm a white guy, right, Joe? You could
Like your fellow
say
Caucasian.
that I'm your.
I get you. I get you. I get
Right,
you.
Joe?
You get it?
Yeah, I think I get it.
Am I your?
Do you want me to say it? Because I have the.
Wait, are you gonna?
Nigga?
She can say it.
Is that what you were referring to? Is that
Yeah,
what
like you could be, even though you're not Caucasian, you could be my Caucasian.
Okay, I get it now.
Oh yeah, I get you.
It's like
Okay,
it's
yeah.
like the white version.
Yeah,
Of
okay.
Okay.
that thing.
Okay.
Is it?
Is it?
Is that like a cancel? Can I get
I don't
canceled for that? I think it's
No,
fine.
not
I
for
don't think so.
Caucasian.
I think
I just feel like we should talk about
I couldn't
feminism
think of a
again.
more
That's all.
politically correct
Please
thing
don't.
to
I
say
just
than
eat pizza.
Caucasian.
My Caucasian.
I've never heard
Andrew's Andrew, am I your Caucasian? Andrew?
Friend.
Whoa. Hold on. You're my Caucasian. Why can't?
Can I say that though, or can only you say
No,
that?
that would be.
Yeah,
She'd
that
have
would
to
be no
say
good.
her.
You can't say
she'd
that
have to
shit.
say like
Just
her
making
thing.
sure.
Sorry, Madison. You can. What could Madison
not
say though?
offended.
My what?
I don't
Oh wait, don't say
know.
it.
I don't know. I really don't know. Like, do you have a word in mind?
Wait. Okay. Anyways, thank you for. Wait. Actually, I probably.
Wouldn't it be?
No.
Wait,
That's good.
I know what it would be.
No.
It's not.
I don't know what it would be, but you can give me.
What does
What's
it
like
rhyme
the first
with?
letter? What's the first letter?
No. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up the show.
I'm
All right,
really
guys.
curious. Okay, you
Okay.
can tell me after.
07's 07. Wait, what are we? We're forgetting something. I swear we're forgetting something.
Kendall, just do it. I don't know why, but.
Do you want our handles on Instagram so everybody can follow us?
That's everything's in the description. Okay, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. Have a good night.